chatarrero que se va a hacer rico de lo que dejaré de ti por el suelo. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat and bring it on. Watch me ignite it.
Don't be fooled and mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again.
차고 있던 이건 데자vu 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주세워 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저지 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 요즘 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my
전부가 돈이라면 fans on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들이 꽉 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가겠어 네 몫을 내 못다 짜증나면 질러 don't let me cool 앨리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look nice told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 잠위 drive 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons yeah. 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we still go
told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you're gonna be pick up a seat get your team I'm the king of kings brother in arms in a battle you all gonna die if you act like a vandal bring the realms to reality from every angle this is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am a Raja I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way or leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तरह
look like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never find it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Let them all blow but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 get room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my line. Running fist fire, scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Let them all blow but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 get room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, skittle my life. Skittle. Green pet flavor. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道，你不想成为我目标。Renegade， go on the more。
Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Let them all blow but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 get room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine. Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Let them all blow but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 get room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine.
I wanna be a hero 自分を信じろ誰かのために心をたぎらせろ You know 困難な道を行く俺はヒーローどんな奴が来ても Take over game over
'Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh. What a hoop, don't sleep. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh. What a hoop, don't sleep. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep. Don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need. Even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk. I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite ying my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ Yo, how about now, bruh? เจ้าบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกดังอ้าว Need a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh. What a hoop, don't sleep. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh. What a hoop, don't sleep. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep. Don't punch me.
problems are proof in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the road short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and phone ที่คือ competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't you punch me.
The road to Masters Toronto just became a little more difficult with one slot left and no more second chances. Today, our teams will have to give their all to keep their dreams alive. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by two people who do not crack under the pressure. It's Kakuka and Billy. And speaking of that, I wanted to ask you, what kind of teammate do you think you will be in these high-pressure situations? Are you standing up screaming? Are you chill? Are you vibes?
I will be quiet and almost crying in those moments. I could never compete. Like, I do not have what it takes, and I like feeling like people are depending on me and that I have to perform. I will crumble under the pressure.
I think in these pressure moments, I'd be screaming over the stage. You know, I don't know if it's like that Scottish
like
blood
toxic?
inside me. No, not toxic, not toxic. More focusing on my teammates than the opposing side, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I respect that. I'm also with you. I think I would just cry. Yeah, I wouldn't be a very good vibe.
I would be so, like, I'd need my 100% focus on that, so I'd be like, don't.
There will be no vibes coming from me. But there were some great vibes coming from our teams yesterday. Two teams have made it in Heretics and Fnatic, and somehow it feels like the world is right again. You know, they both missed out on the first one this year.
And it was such an exciting day. It doesn't matter if you were a Heretics or a BBL fan. I think that first match delivered so much. We even heard it from the Heretics staff and players afterwards that this was probably the hardest match that they had in the entire year. So hearing that from them is very, very impressive. And the second one, I feel like if anybody missed that, after today, go back and watch it. Thank you later.
Yeah. No, it's 100% well worth watching. I think the storylines coming into this as well were so exciting, right? We have Team Liquid, who are the only remaining team that could make it back to another global event with Vitality being knocked out. And then Fnatic, I mean, we just have to look at Boasty here. How many iterations of Fnatic has he been able to IGL to global events at this point? It's been so impressive that they've been able to do this.
I am a little bit worried, however, for Team Liquid, because the fashion in which they lost at 11 p.m. last night, their mental have to be so high to be able to pull it around today.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very intense match. It was all up to the last round of the overtime, and as you're saying, they have to go back without the win and just think very quickly because you have very little time before today.
Yeah, one round away, one kill away from Masters Toronto. They will get a second chance, however, going up against Na'Vi, and then we have a Turkish derby too. So yesterday I thought might be the best day we've ever had in VCT EMEA, but Billy, I think maybe today is the best day that we're ever gonna have.
I mean, we have Bayer Games, but it's just so unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to two teams and they're no longer going to be in the running for Masters Toronto. But yeah, I have to agree, we do have two banger matchups today.
Yeah, and shout out to RRQ. I know we did a whole thing yesterday, you know, bigging up RRQ and thanking them for blessing us with the first seed curse. So shout out to them for winning over in Pacific as well. But as you guys can see, there's one slot left for us. And of course, a trophy, first seed, and so on, Billy. The fun doesn't stop in the EMEA.
Yeah, the fun doesn't stop, and it's sad that we're having to wait and wait and wait until we find out who that third team is going to be. But I think that we're proving more than ever that our region is so competitive. The fact that we have 2 teams that didn't make it during kickoff, now making it for this one.
And it's good to see also that they're going to catch a break. Of course, they will not be playing up until next week, and it's so important to get that first seed that this is not only about the trophy, but also the implication that it could have in the global stage. So we're going to get 10 out of 10 gameplay.
And I wonder who's going to be skipping the Swiss stage, because the first seed, you know, the RQs, G2 and XLGs of the world are chilling right now, not having to play Swiss. So yeah, make sure you guys stick with us today and next week as well to find out. But for now, it's time for us to play a little game. Some of our players have been great on the global stage, domestically as well, bringing us a lot of titles, but some of our players have waited a long time for that title and maybe will never achieve it, which is very, very sad. And I mean title / trophy quite loosely. I know there was LCQ wins in there. I know there was some medals back in the days when you would win challenges, but these are sort of the players, I think, some of our legends, right? Kakuka and Billy. Yeah, I mean, Enzo did win one, but it's okay. It's okay. Enzo, I remember. Okay, I remember. But let's start with Mr. Farland versus Patatek because, yeah, who do you guys think will go through as the best player to never win a big trophy?
I have to say that because of the showing that we've had internationally and for long and standing, I want to say Patatek because he was close to making it to his 4th consecutive global event. And Mr. Fallen, we've seen so many times Foot going to this international events, but still not seeing their full potential. And I don't think they have achieved it regionally. So at least for this one, my vote goes for Patty.
Really? My vote would be Mr. Fallon, but
I'll break the vote for you.
Yeah, you break the vote.
Okay, my thinking is Paddy has won like 500,000 Ignition Series back in the day. He had one of the longest win streaks we've ever had from any team. So for that reason, I'm going to go for Mr. Fallon. Because I think Fallon needs to enjoy a bit more success. And Paddy's had it, or he's been around for a long time in Tier 1. He's had his day. So can we actually send Fallon through instead, please? And move on to the next one, which is Kute versus Boo. Billy, I'll start with you.
It has to be Boo. I think, like, for me, the results that they had last year, always having that 2nd place curse, like, now has to be the time for Boo, surely.
And also thinking back in the times of OG, London United and whatnot, the first time that we were seeing new rosters coming in where it was all about the challenges, everything was up for grabs for anything. I think that Boo's been a mainstay and it's about them time.
I agree. I'm completely with you guys. So let's move on to the next one. Scream versus Enzo. Now I know what Mitch would say. What would you guys say?
I would never support Mitch in anything, so I'm going to go for Scream, especially because of his individual performances and everything that we know about him. Kind of miss him, you know?
I love how we already put it through because I'm completely on board with that.
Yeah, and I miss seeing him win LCQs. Yeah, that was his. That was always
the Liquid
his.
Champions qualifier.
Yeah. He never, ever faltered there.
Oh my God.
This is foul, by the way.
Who did this? Who did this bracket?
Kakuka has to choose between Cloud and Bonka. That is foul. No. So, Billy, you can go first because I know she's going to struggle with this.
Oh, see, I'm not as like clear.
This is a hard choice.
I've not been here and lived this.
How is this a difficult choice?
And the same with you guys. I think I have to go with Cloud here.
Okay. I will say it. Do I miss Bonkar and the beautiful moments that he gave us?
Yeah.
I do.
Me too.
Happy that he's back on energy, but it has to be Cloud. I am sorry, but he has been one of the best players that we've ever had. I think that always want him to succeed. And, you know, Bonkar's moved on to coaching. I think that Cloud still has it in him. He wants to compete. He wants to get those wins in the server.
Yeah.
So Cloud.
I agree. Okay, let's do Scream versus Cloud then. Cloud?
I doubled down on the Cloud. Yeah, I think it's because, you know, he's still here. He's been through thick and thin. Yeah. And, you know, to me, he kind of deserves it.
Also won an LCQ. We got the LCQ, the LCQ battles.
Yeah.
I will also choose Cloud. I think Cloud is the obvious choice here. Over here, though, I think this is a little bit more difficult. But Boo or Mr. Fallen?
I could make the same argument for Boo that I made for Patatek, so you're going to have to choose.
I think just because we have Heretics on the road to potentially be in that grand final of this split, I'm going to say Boo.
Okay, I will let you have Boo because it's you guys are choosing, but I personally would have gone with Fallen. But now we have the grand final, Boo versus Cloud. Best player to yet to win a big trophy. big trophy.
You know what? I think that for this one, I'm going to go for Cloud because I think that he is. First of all, I think that throughout the years has been more consistent, and not only that, he is further away from getting that. You know, they're not in a good position and whatnot, and Boo is almost like touching it. You know, he's been within touch's distance. So I'm gonna personally go.
I'm happy to go with that, but for me, I would just love to see Boo win a trophy with his younger brother. Like, that would just be so sweet, you know? I love that story.
Yeah, I don't have a brother, so let's go for Cloud. I agree. I completely agree. I think there's a case made for both. I think you guys both made very nice case, but I think this might not even be controversial. I think most people would agree that Cloud is probably the best player that hasn't won a big title yet. One day, split two, maybe. Who knows? We'll find out. But for now, let's talk about the Turkish derby. It's back. We've seen it already, this split, but we've never seen it in this position, mainly because Kakuka, BBL have never made it this far.
Yeah, absolutely. Not made it to playoffs. And yes, this is a match that we have already seen this year. But the form, we speak a lot about the form when it comes to the teams and making it to playoffs. I agree with you. The fact that we're seeing a BBL that is performing this well, getting this far, and getting everybody's hopes pretty higher up. Both of them, of course, coming off from a loss in a 2-0 fashion with a lot of shorter window to work with. When we're speaking about BBL not having the experience about being in playoffs, it also works along the lines of you don't have a week to prepare for your next opponent.
I think when we look at this match today, it's like more of a revenge match than we've ever seen. Of course, you have BBL, who are usually denied from playoffs by someone like Foot, and then you have Foot that wants to get revenge based on that last week performance that we saw in the regular season. So yeah, I think today there's going to be a lot of fire between both of these teams. And I mean, for BBL to continue in playoffs going up against one of their biggest rivals, yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and only one Turkish team can make it through. I know, you know, all the Turkish fans wanted both for the first time ever, but only one could make it through. Does it favor either of these teams, you think?
I think that in my mind, Foot has a little bit more to prove because they should be the favorites. And historically, keeping the roster only making one change and whatnot, they should have the upper hand. But up until this year, in the partnership era, BBL had not been able to even grab a map off of them. So the last time that we saw them with this 2-0, it's about Foot and getting their revenge and proving that they're in form, and BBL to prove if they have the resilience to keep going and face playoffs the way that they are.
I think as well, we have to consider how heartbreaking that defeat was for Foot when they last went up against BBL, right? You looked at the comebacks or the almost comebacks that they had coming into it, right? That first map, I think it was 6-11 that they managed to bring it back, and it ended up finishing 23-25. And then the second map, it was again 6-12. They finish it back at 11-13. So like, you look at the comebacks that Foot were able to have during that last matchup, and BBL still somehow finding a way to close it out. It's heartbreaking for Foot to be able to go through that.
And the worst thing is the stakes are so much higher this time around. You have a Foot that's made many global events before. BBL still haven't made one, so they have to be able to eliminate so many of their demons in order to get there. And we heard from Atta Captain already earlier this week, talking about whether he wanted to even face BBL or not in the lower bracket. The answer was no, he does not. He wanted to support his Turkish brothers. He wanted them to go through on the upper so they can maybe meet in the final. But for him, Billy, it's still a little bit about revenge, even though it's a wholesome rivalry.
It's wholesome, right? We don't have any beef in EMEA. This is so nice. No, not us. We don't have any beef. No, it is obviously really nice having something like that come from someone that is supposed to be, I guess, your biggest rival within EMEA due to being the Turkish organizations. But yeah, I just think this is really nice for him to say.
And probably in the past, this fear may have not been there. They, as I said, they knew that they had the upper hand, that they were going to get the win. But BBL, looking the way that they are, they don't really need to prep. Again, not many things are going to be different. So now the ball is on Foot's court. Like, they need to be the one coming in with a surprise today.
And I think they can probably pull this off purely because Kakuka, they eliminated Vitality to get here, and they kind of humiliated Vitality in the process.
And it is so necessary for Foot to have this kind of wins, you know, to like when you get to playoffs, yes, you were knocked out to the lower bracket, a very difficult matchup against Vitality, as you're mentioning, and getting that win. When we think about the individuals, we think about Jet2J, Atta Captain also having a beautiful and amazing high impact performance on one of the most important days of the year.
Yeah, I think Atta Captain definitely definitely needed a bounce back after that game with Fnatic in the upper bracket, so it was nice to see him come out and be on top of his form. But yeah, thinking about Yetije, I think that usually we see screaming from Yetije. In that game against Vitality, he was just full of cheers and laughter and looked so happy to be on that stage. Speaking of this, screaming. So yeah, no, I think like coming into today, these two are going to be highlight players for me. And I think as well, we have to consider Zeus in this conversation, right? When he went up against BBL in that last week of regular season, it was probably one of the worst performances we've seen from him so far, which is crazy to say because he's been such a standout player.
And both teams, they like to have their duelists start off a bit hot. You know, for Levin, we saw him starting not so hot, and it nearly costed them.
Yeah, exactly. The having slow starts on the map, not being able to perform. But I think that for most of the players in BBL, the longer the map gets, the better their performance go. As you're seeing, the comparison between the first half and the second half on Ascent, from 32 ACS, only getting 1 kill, to that second half where he comes alive. Funny enough, we saw from Zeus against Fnatic and Lotus that it was completely the opposite. A very good first half, and then the second one, where is he? So yin and yang in these two duelists.
Yeah, the head-to-head is going to be very, very interesting today. I do wonder if maybe other factors come into it as well, Billy. It's not just about the Turkish duelists.
I think the map veto will be a big thing, right? Because we've seen Foot already maybe fumble their map veto when they played against Fnatic. So yeah, that's a big thing for me.
They battle time and time again, but never like this for BBL and Foot. This is about staying alive for a spot in Masters Toronto. Let's bring out the players.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Really, I can't keep up. Play by the Belita. Big queso, I'm born with the ether. But I still took the heat up. No halo, I've been with a hate gun. I've been on the King Kong. Come halo. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what?
They've traded so many rounds and maps over the last 5 years of Valorant, but they've never been in this position before. The losers' season will end here, and the winner will fight on for a slot to Masters Toronto. Billy, you mentioned how important the map vetoes are going to be, so take a look at this and tell me what you think.
Yeah, so I mean, Foot banned Haven in that last map veto that we saw against BBL and Foot, and deciding to leave it open, getting rid of that icebox. And of course, BBL, they're just going to decide to pick right into that. I mean, with this being BBL's first pick into Team Liquid a few weeks ago as well, I mean, it just looked so strong for them. So I think that's maybe a mistake on Foot's part. And of course, it's a map that we've not seen from Foot yet. So I'm presuming they'll have something nice prepared.
Yeah, exactly. This is a risk that it has to be measured, right? On the side of Foot, picking that split, yes, we have seen them play it, I think 4 times this year already, but they have never picked it. So probably going into this veto, that was one of the surprises that they wanted to play with, because they have played it 4 times, only won it 1 of them. So maybe it was not within the realms of expectations for BBL. And when we speak about preparation, that could come into play.
Yeah, we got debated a little bit there because map 3 is actually Ascent, I believe. So we will throw out the right one when we have it. There we go, there it is. Yeah, Ascent will be the decider. Now, I really love this Haven pick from BBL. However, Foot have never been bad on it, in my opinion, and the MVP for me on this Foot team when it comes to Haven is Cracks. The amount of times, doesn't matter what agent this man was playing, most, you know, the Gecko, the KO, whatever, so on and so forth. On Haven, he just has such a great understanding of how to play this map. Always had an amazing impact on it, so I'm hoping that some of that muscle memory stays with him.
I love that you're mentioning Cracks, because actually we were speaking about the duelist and how, especially for the Turkish teams, this should be a make or break. definitely something that can make the difference. Krax was the one shutting down Levin most of the times the last time that these two teams faced off against each other, and he was feeling himself. I don't know what's going to happen for the Haven if they're going to change what they were doing back at kickoff, but if they are to keep it, I want to see top tier Krax.
Do you want the KO still?
Yeah. If you feel like if they really have a plan around it, we know that Foot has been very down to changing the compositions after not winning a map, but I want to see them play into their strengths and not overcomplicate things.
I'm down for a Gecko as well.
A Gecko,
yeah.
okay. Well, I think to even like think back to the overall map veto, BBL are starting defense on every single map, which I think is such a huge win from them. We've seen them be so strong on that defense, and in fact having a 58% overall defensive win rate so far, so it's certainly been better in their attack.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? This is, I would have taken anything from this man.
Okay.
Anything.
Not a Gecko then.
Holy, how do I keep doing this? How do
yeah.
I keep doing this?
Krax, obviously first time
Wow.
on the Neon.
Wow.
We had seen him on the race. It's not the first time that we see him playing a duelist, but the Neon is definitely something new, something that is going to be a surprise, and we kind of understand why they want to go on attack.
I'm so happy about this. But the chamber?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? We were bidding the two duelists coming up against one another, thinking it was going to be Zeus needing to come alive up against Levin, but no, it's actually Zeus going to be jumping onto that chamber. I don't mind it. He plays a lot of operator and does get success with it, so this could be good for Foot here.
Well, we can't have a Turkish derby without Mitch and Tom. So take it away, boys, and let me know what you thought of that agent select.
Well, I'm thinking at least 50 rounds. Maybe not on this map, but if we get to that third, 26-24, wouldn't be too bad. We've seen these teams battle already. We have to run it back one more time.
Yeah, I'm looking at that third map of Ascent and going, okay, it's definitely going to get a little bit more interesting if we get there. But I feel like we've already started off with a bang. The fact that we have this sort of, I guess, the pick of BBL, a map that they've looked very strong on, a map that Foot have looked very weak on, and then we've just come in with this hyper aggro, pacey composition, given an opportunity for someone like Krax to show that, okay, maybe I'm not just a KO main, maybe I can play more than just KO Fade and a Raze every once in a while, and brings out a Neon for the first time ever. Okay, especially in an elimination match for stage 1, we've sort of mentioned it, they've never not made it to at least one of the Masters. Well, that's still on the line here.
Yeah, it's still a little bit more of a road to go. It doesn't just come down to this matchup, but survival is the name of the game here today. Revenge as well. A squad that have played against each other once a year since partnership began. Now we get to see it twice, and the stakes couldn't be higher. One team will be exiting their Masters run. Their attempt to get there in jeopardy. Levin, oh, he kept going aggressive and pays the price. Foot with the punish early, and a 4v3 as a reward.
Yeah, quick rotation from the side of BBL. 2 players already in that site. Caught by the paranoia. Third looking to wrap back around. So the force will be a nice shot, at least from Prophet, to do some damage. Yumpy picking up one as well, but it's Yedajay to trade. Left all onto Magnum. Cypher versus Cypher. The first clutch needed within this matchup to take that pistol across the board, but there's still time to play with. That's the thing for Yedajay. He doesn't need to overface this, doesn't need to risk it, but the same can be said for his counterpart.
There's plenty of time, but that camera gave the information over to Yedajay. He knows that Magnum is towards the spawn, but Magnum waits long enough that he could have ramped up into heaven. Yedajay has a decision to make, and not a lot of time to make it. Magnum swinging in deep, and the pistol round found for BBL.
Yeah, solid start for them. And then something to mention, obviously, the compositional change is going to make a big difference in terms of what they're going to be playing up against, what they're going to be used to. But for BBL, the defensive side of this map has been incredibly impressive throughout this stage. They played it twice, minimum of 8 rounds. One time they even got a 10-2 half versus Gentlemates. And whether you were a fan of Gentlemates or not throughout this stage, the one map that was very good for them was Haven. That was probably their best map by far. So the fact that they obliterated them on this defensive side is why we've seen such a drastic change. It's also interesting the fact that I kind of sat here and wondered why Foot would let this through in the first place. So clearly they got a plan and have put some work in.
Evidently, but the question is whether that work is going to pay off, whether these changes will be enough to be the difference maker up against BBL, who have looked untouchable when it comes to Haven. And as Sue said, they've never really looked bad You're highlighting the Outlaw. We got to see it on Zeus there. They've heard it on BBL too. They know what they're up against. But that ain't going to help them in most of their battles. 3 players with light shields, but an Outlaw of their own in play. The C site seems to be the target. Not that much of a surprise when you consider there's already a bit of A main control potentially given away. And with an Outlaw, no better angle.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk though. It's going to put Yetije in an awkward position next round if there's not a significant amount of damage done here. Of course, for Zeus, he'll still have their Headhunter bullets anyway. But already look at the depth of control that's been taken. In a round like this, so you're talking about a team that is mostly going to be on an eco, and BBL have gone close up into very aggressive angles around their main, and that's why you can already see that early rotation, having players in position sat around this C site.
The guys pushing being the ones with the SMG, slightly less risk, happier to take those close range engagements for the rifles, sit back and wait. Opening pick found already. Now the Outlaw gets to shine. Zeus in the ground immediately, and that investment sees no real return as a clean sweep from BBL, losing just 1 player. They won't mind all too much. It's a Spectre, I believe, that's left on the ground.
Yeah, that's the, if anything, they upgraded.
They got 2 Outlaws, yeah,
They picked up an Outlaw and threw away the Spectre. So if anything, they've come out of that round better than they would have done. Now, you understand the concept for Foot. Any player that invests into a rifle a lot of the time is not going to have those heavy shields available, so there's a chance for Zeus to get one-shot kills. You know as well that he's going to be saving up. The interesting thing as well is a lot of the time we talk about this guy not using the operator, and he's picked an agent that's main thing is getting a free operator. So it's a bit of a weird choice even for him.
And maybe he's going to be no-scoping with that. I'm not too sure that I want to see that. Do we have a choice or not? Remains to be seen. Levin has an opportunity here. He's seen the tip of their heads, but it's Zeus firing back who picks him off. A nice opening pick for the side of Foot, and with the Stinger in play, they might even want to go get that weapon. It is an Outlaw on the floor. A lot of weaknesses for BBL coming into this round. As we said, they left, it was the 2 SMGs, 1 upgraded, 1 left on the floor. Yumpy, as a result, doesn't have a lot invested. Shock darts on their way. He gets a close range fight here. It couldn't be any better for the Stinger. Goes swinging through. A brave play.
Well, it's going to be difficult for Sociable to get out of this scenario. In fact, this cracks.
Right.
A 2-for-1 discount as he'll take down 2 of the remaining 3. Only Magnum left standing, and with the rifle in hand, there is a question of whether or not he should save, especially now after losing half of his HP. He stopped the Flawless. But other than that, yeah, I think it's just going to be an attempt to hold onto the gun.
Certainly looks like it. The right call for BBL. Conceding that round over to Foot. They wanted to come out of this with a little bit more damage, though, no doubt. And one of the things that we'll sort of look at as this game goes on is Zeus playing on the chamber here, but also in this matchup, somewhere that he was shut down previously. We saw the longest game in history of VCT, the longest map, rather, and I think he ended up with 22 kills.
It was his worst performance of Tier 1.
Yeah.
Facing off against BPR. Magnum's done incredibly well, though. He's taken out 4. Like, you look at this round as potentially being flawless until they walked into Magnum, but his late wraparound, okay, he'll lose the gun in the end, but taking away 3 extra weapons as he goes, he's done an impeccable job.
Well, that was it. The point was, you know, you see him exiting towards the spawn, towards C, with 4 players still alive. Like, oh, they would have wanted a little bit more damage out of that. Well, that's definitely highlighted by the fact he goes wrapping all the way around, waits for them, and with a huge punish. You know, I was worried there. It took Krax a while to get that kill on the board, but he ends up with a collateral. That seems to have set them up with a safe round, but the punishment is there. And so Foot, they have to strain their economy. They're investing heavy. They still have a Stinger to play with alongside this investment. A huge play by Magnum. A triple kill in the pistol round as well. His impact on this series already is tangible.
Yeah, he's already got 9 kills. He's having a great time, but it's whether or not they can now make that damage worthwhile. He might be the guy running away with it now, but look back to their previous series. Sociable went 26-4 versus mates. Probably one of the best performances we've seen all season from any player. But it's whether or not he can recreate something like that again. Definitely a little bit more difficult to do on the Sova, but he seems to make it work. Another man who's a maestro of the Sova is Mr. Farland, though. And definitely a highlight on him with this sort of composition.
It's not landing yet. They're
It's gone everywhere else.
dangerously close, yeah. Either side of him. Straight out of Pulp Fiction. Round to the C side. It looks like they're going to go. Levin's waiting there. Op in hand. B side wide open. Late play from Mr. Fallen. Of course, using that weaker weapon, he's going to hope to find himself that late lurk, that player getting aggressive. For now, nothing to be claimed by him, but his team have gotten the plant.
Waiting to see if anybody makes a mistake. Ultimate for Magnum. Single kill could be enough to reveal the rest, but clearly feeling confident in their retake. Mr. Farland's lurk has been eliminated. It now just becomes down to the defenders on the side. Solid stun. In fact, they wipe them out, leaving just out a captain standing, and try as he might, he cannot hold off the flood of BBL. That will be a third round on the board, and we talk about the amount of economic damage that Magnum did in the last. Well, that will now come into effect.
You got to say, great read coming in from Profek. He waited for that kill for a long time, knowing that this is something they like to do. Send that player late. This time it was Mr. Fallen, but anyone with that weaker weapon to come up as they're looking to reinitiate into sight. They start the take, they make a little bit of noise. And Mr. Fallen sees that as his cue to go forward, but he walks into the waiting arms of Profek. Patience on display and a good read early on of what their opponents are looking to do. That's a good sign for BBL. 3-1. Defense heating up.
They've got nothing. Sure, there's a Bucky, but it's not in Mr. Farland's hands, so I'm not particularly nervous for the opposing squad. Crack's going in. No, he doesn't have it yet, but he gets his ult online from diving in with the classic. I don't know how this is working. The headhunter from Zeus has managed to pick off another. And from literally nothing, there's now just one man standing, Yumpy, between a crazy upset round for Foot.
Starts with that all falling. The shot fired out, and Foot knew that they had an opportunity. Now here's the same old play. We just talked about it. Send that man out and around. The late play while they're looking in one direction, come in from the other. Mr. Fallen, he doesn't want the fight with the classic. He's got himself a Bucky, and he might be needed. Yumpy pushing down has already isolated one pick, but they're going to run that clock all the way down, knowing that he's going to be pressured from both sides, that they have enough bodies to throw at that he'll never get that diffuse across the line. And the reveal sure helped them out. What a round from Foot.
Yeah, pay save card thrifty there. I sort of mentioned it when the round started. They had nothing to play with. It was the Bucky opener, then Crack sliding in with just a classic, managing to win the duel. And from that point onwards, well, they had guns to play with. That is a huge blip for BBL. I said it was all about winning that round number 4 to reset their opponent's economy, so they came in with nothing. I did not expect Foot to then win with the nothing. That wasn't part of the plan.
It didn't even seem like a point worth making, that BBL don't have the money to lose that previous round, that they wanted to keep so many people alive, because it looked like it should be an easy one. But again, that shot through the smoke told Foot, hey, there's an op up close. We've got a lot of pistols up close. Let's take that fight here and now. And that pressure crumbled BBL's backline. Now they're in a position where they've got one rifle to work with, nothing else really, and already the rifle is on the ground. It'll be recovered. The round is much more difficult to find in their hands.
Well, the hope was that maybe Levin gets an early kill, Bladestorm juggles the rifle off to Sociable, they have a couple of things to play with. Instead, Yedajay's lurk wipes out both players there. And then the rest have just gone walking into the C site, got a post plant, and almost guaranteed the round already.
One enemy remaining.
For Sociable, it almost comes down to, okay, just holding on to that hero rifle again. Credits are not in the greatest of spots. Of course, Levin would have the Bladestorm anyway for the next round, so it does mean that he doesn't necessarily need to have a gun, but with winning that last round, you're not going to decimate the economy of Foot anyway, so even an extra kill doesn't hold much value at all.
No, and especially with, Zeus has got the ultimate, so even if there was any pressure on the economy, they've got a free weapon to fall back on. And the reality is, how much damage do you think you need to do to make trading that rifle out worthwhile? And it's almost all of the players, so not a likely scenario. Rifle best off in the next, but Yedajay working wonders towards that site. Zeus popping off with the Outlaw as well, and good containment of the flank. But really, it comes back to that previous round. The one before, put BBL in the bin economically, allowed for this round to fall into Foot's hands, and now they're equalized up as a result. Bladestorm online for 11, rifles for the rest. They need to put a stop to this now because Foot, they've got the economy to lose this round and then
There's
some.
a lot of ults. Like, that's the main story of this round, is just having so much to play with.
Off rip.
Yeah, immediate pop from Mr. Fallen trying to catch, and he has got a number of tags, but it's not like the rest are just sitting there now. Sociable gets an attempt on the other side, and he's going to immediately land the kill onto Zeus. And with a response attempted by Anna Captain, it's now a double up of advantages.
That's what we needed to see. BBL back on the horse. A side left a little bit open, but that's all part of the plan. They'll let Foot take that space.
Yeah.
For Yedajay, that's the real danger. They're watching this. Both B and A from such passive positions, stacked up on C. Cypher utility there as well. It's a big gamble in the late round, and most likely we're going to be looking at a post plant. The question is, though, are Foot going to be happy with just that little bit of control, especially with the player coming back on mid? Probably someone goes aggressive. There'll be an opportunity for a pick, and if not, as you've highlighted, Rolling Thunder's online for the retake.
Yeah, they're just playing this one as safe as humanly possible. No need to overface, no need to take risks, especially when multiple ultimates have faded from this round for the opponent. They're not going to mind too much throwing in a couple of their own if it's necessary. For Foot, as of right now, they are kind of boxed in. They haven't managed to get any sort of aggressive positioning, and the rest will just be able to set up for that execution onto the side.
Nice reposition of the trap. They're worried about a flank. They only saw 2 players with the drone, but now they don't need to worry that much. Able to focus on pushing forward. That's the trade to start it off.
Okay.
Yedajay does well. He's been heating up and holding on to that long position. They still don't know about cracks. This is the missing factor. Out he goes! How has he gotten away with the third? The spin on a dime to take him down, and they were watching that smoke. There was nowhere else to worry about.
I've heard about 180 no scopes, but 180 full sprays, that's something completely different. He didn't let go of mouse 1 in that whole move. He's just spraying all the time. That is absolute madness. As I said, we've never seen this man play the Neon before on this stage or any other stage. And these are the sort of plays he's pulling out. 3 in a row, and that's where BBL pick up the pause. Now, this is something else I want to talk about in general going into this matchup. Foot have not had the best group stage, not had the best season. BBL have looked like the better team. I think if you're talking about favorites, BBL come in as favorites. But then I want to go into the realms of experience. And that's where Foot wins by a decent margin. Sure, you got the likes of Yumpy and, of course, Magnum. They've been there before. The rest of the players, they are these, well, I was going to say youngsters, rookies. They're rookies coming up to challenge in the league. When they're in that upper bracket match, you get 2 chances. They did very well versus Heretics. But now coming into a game where it is all on the line. You've already beaten Foot earlier in the season, but it was by 4 rounds over 2 maps. It was incredibly close. If you start to lose rounds where you have a big advantage, say for example, a 3v5, this could easily swing into the team with the more experience's favor. And while the only man that's not been to an international on the other side is Zeus.
It's unbelievable to think that as well. They had the info on 2 players. They didn't know about cracks, but they smoked him off. But they had Levin watching that smoke as well. And for him to come out with that level of pace, yeah, I'll tell you, like, cracks in a smoke, that's dangerous normally because he's a KO. He can flash out of it, he can cause problems, but like that is absolutely outrageous. The lead now for Foot. At 3-1, it looked certain that BBL would have a 4th on the board, and that was the moment that Foot could fight back, but they have made their own opportunities here on the attack side. What a display.
But this is what Foot does. When they get into that playoffs mode, the straight BS just comes out of the woodwork. Think back, half of their rounds come off winning an eco and off that. And that's all you really need to know. A lot of pressure put onto Magnum here. The only real defender. Solid stun. Will be a pick for them, and a rifle for Magnum, who's been their best player so far.
Stuck up close with that fight, though. Able to take 1, traded out, but that's more than enough for BBL. Information and a flank underway. The main thing being Cypher's no longer in the game on the side of the attack. Well, on both sides, I suppose, but that's opening up this flank route for Levin. He'll get himself a weapon. In fact, he's picked up the Stinger. Swapping out here would make a sound cue. and he doesn't want to give it away. He's going to continue sneaking his way up. Sheriff in hand, but his teammates are falling. He needs to hasten the pace. Cracks the last man standing. He was phenomenal in the last round, and he'll do the same here. A triple kill to put the round into Foot's backpack. Looking at Cracks playing on a Neon, first time, it sure doesn't look like it.
And another Red Bull clutch to add to the already growing collection. I feel like Zeus got to be sitting there going, I'm going to lose my job. Like, he's got to be getting a little bit nervous because the way that Cracks is playing right now. And again, it's another round where you look at that from BBL, they have the advantages, they get the openers, they're in solid positions, but then they give just a window, a slight chance for Cracks. And well, he takes it with both hands. 5-3 in the lead. This is where the guns come back out. Already, though, Cracks is frying again. There needs to be a trade, and there will be.
Magnum 13-5 as well. He's having a hell of a game. Had a great start to this map. But even seeing him online like that, we need others to meet him, and Foot have been able to dice up this squad when it comes to those late rounds, to those clutches, as you said. Already they've lost one, but traded out with Sociable down. It looks like they'll be grouping back up with Yedege. The B-side's been their play when they have to abandon that early A aggression. But I see pings all over C-Long. They're worried about someone pushing up close, maybe playing behind that trap. The push into the site, well, these traps are covering the garage split, not covering this walk up through long.
This is where the pressure will be on Magnum once more. He's thrived within it. And a lot of these rounds, but he's under pressure from that Neon once again. Dancing and diving, and as he tries to take the hat off head, he's lost. And in fact, so is Prophet. Prophet was just rotating, but Zeus was far too quick on his reaction time. This leaves just 2 remaining, and well, they've struggled on the retake with an advantage of players, Mitch. How will they fare with less players?
Somehow I feel like this will be the one that works. But look at how Foot are playing it. They're up close, ready to swing. The trade found immediately because of it, and then the backside swing as they're looking to take down Mr. Fallen. Yedege shows his face. 6-3 now. A streak of 5 rounds coming out of Foot, and they look like they've got full control. That setup from Magnum on the C site, specifically looking at how Foot like to approach it. They do that shock dart, so if you had something to block out that play towards long, it's going to be gone anyways. So instead, Magnum's isolating one avenue of approach. He only has to battle that lane, and he wins his duel. But it's not enough. They trade him out quickly, take site control, and from there, it looked like it was Foot's round all over. Now, the pressure onto the economy of BBL. They're left with pistols.
Well, I mentioned it at the beginning as well. The maps we've seen have mostly been on that defensive side. Now, sure, you'd look at the match versus Mates and Liquid and go, what do you mean, Tom? They have a 100% win on the attack, but that's mostly just pistol follow-ups so far ahead that it doesn't really tell much of a story. The defense is where BBL have looked solid, and right now, Foot are tearing them a new one. They're winning rounds that, yeah, they shouldn't, but then also the last one, that was just clean. They were comfortable. And now the economy under serious threat. Cracks has taken 0 damage on the entry, but this time will fall. But there's that 1-2 punch again. Even still, it's coming close.
It is, but at this stage of the game, round 10, close isn't going to be enough. They need to win these rounds if they're making any sort of an impact, or else, well, you might as well have left all 5 alive. Foot have got plenty of credits. Ult's online as well for the next. There's only going to be 2 to play for after this one. Levin all alone, Sheriff in hand, and they've grouped up. They're watching the walkout, knowing that he's going to make some noise either way. And as he drops out into the cloudburst, no panic. 2 guns trained on the angle, and a 7th round secured as a result.
I have to say, the synergy from Foot in a lot of these late round scenarios has been perfect. Like we saw on the C site and the last, like the timing of every single peak was very, very easy in the end. And okay, sure, some of the entries have been chaotic and messy, but it does almost feel like a lot of that is by design. Like, let's disrupt their defensive side rather than focusing on having these amazingly perfect executions. Don't get me wrong, the util's still there to support. It's just chaotic. I'm also now seeing Cracks investing into an attack side judge alongside the overdrive. So this man is he's in a toxic mindset.
Krax is straight into the fight, grabbing one and almost the second. Levin's up, good enough to trade out, but Zeus is there to pull the advantage back into Foot's court, and now even a drop out here for Magnum would be a huge risk. Hunter's Fury put through. A tag could get him to spam killed. Oh, it's the drop in fact, and a big mistake is Yedijay was unpressured.
It was meant to be a distraction, meant to be giving him space into the site, but Yedijay was more than aware. And now for Sociable and Prophet, it again becomes an almost impossible retake to win. 4 players hone in. Prophet's done well, but I feel like Zeus has just been the trade machine. Not having to be that first player in anymore. That first contact means he could just focus on wiping out anybody that steps forward. And well, his stat line has been rising round by round. For Sociable, I mentioned the heroic performance last time out. He might get one in this round, but the clock is surely too far gone. Just has to escape and won't even do that.
8 rounds now. It's funny to think back on that 3-1 position. BBL had everything
against
going
an eco, against an eco.
Was it, did they have what? They had one sort of a weapon.
It was a Bucky.
A Bucky, that was the one.
It was a Bucky.
And everyone else
it's still an
eco,
Mitch.
Classics. I was trying to think, was it the Outlaw and it didn't see action, but it was all about the classics. It was an op on BBL switching to a
Headhunter as well. That was the other thing, but he doesn't
have
not have
every
that.
round, doesn't he? But that's the thing, like, you know, there wasn't a lot to work with there for Foot. There was no major tags. It was pistols that seemed to have turned the tide of this completely into their favor. And a 9th round now, very much possible. Favored, perhaps. And a much more direct approach from Foot that's worked wonders. This site previously had so much utility waiting for them to walk into, but they swapped it to A. Now the retake attempt is what they're left with. Yumpy finds one, the weaker weapons shining bright in this round. Almost as bright as that flash, but it doesn't stop Zeus. He's good for one before falling. Mr. Fallen and Yedijay have to take down the rest, and well, Mr. Fallen's got himself one, but the trades just keep on coming in. BBL finding their form at last, but is it too little, too late? Still Yedijay to deal with, but they'll get that across the line. Still 4 rounds on the defense. It's not quite what we've seen from them in the past.
Yeah, they're yet to lose an attack side round on this map, but I think it's clear to say the momentum is firmly in Foot's favor after this first half. They have been fantastic and now look to close out their opponent's map choice after the break.
And now we get to see BBL's attack side. Their defense has clearly been picked apart by Foot. A new composition brought to bear by their opponents. And Foot have made it look wonderful. Zeus recapturing that fire that we've seen from him before. But Krax really drew our eye. The first time on a Neon, and he looked damn comfortable.
Do you want a stat line that's probably going to be broken immediately, but I think it's funny just for now. This stage, they have never lost around this BBL while they're on their attack side. They're 8-0. And then on the other side of things, because they've only played it once, Foot have actually never won a defense round this year. But they've only played it once. And yeah, they were 0-5. So I don't think that's going to last. but it's interesting for now.
Well, it was going into round 8 that we had that pause for BBL. It didn't seem to change anything. Foot had all the answers. But as we saw, the stats very high for BBL's pistol win rates, and they'll find themselves the opening. This could be the course correction, get them back into the game, but Zeus and Yedajay, they're back up in here. The brawl won, the spike down, and the smoke from the attackers blocking them out of this site. Zeus waiting for it to fade, and there's the info. They know where the split play is coming from, but the cage has gotten them the spike, and it looks like BBL could be up for a plant. They've split up, though.
Yeah, they've gone Scooby-Doo style, splitting up, looking for clues. And the defense have all grouped up together, just looking to play the advantage. Prophet surely dead to rights, and this leaves Magnum again. No doubt that he has been the player to watch for BBL when it comes to this map. That this would have to be the best of them. Now, there is a slight split up. There's maybe an opportunity for him to find Mr. Fallen, but it's all going to be about the timing. And then has to almost hope they don't group up, and that's exactly what happened. Every single member looking to come around the corner. First goes his way, but Yedajay, 4 for the round. Another pistol, and this one going in the favor of Foot. And that might be already this map looking done.
Yeah, absolutely. A 3K from Magnum in the first pistol round on their own defense, and Yedajay's just one-upped them, 9-4. And like you said, Tom, it feels like that's the beginning of the end. This was a round that was very much needed, and it started out with flying colors for BBL.
Another 3-5.
Exactly. And that's something that is uncharacteristic for BBL throughout this entire stage, throughout this year, I'd say. A team that make the best of the advantages that they claim, but here, it's a different flavor. And another conversation we had the last game that we saw from Foot was about how this team has leveled up in this elimination stage. They've looked a ton better than what we saw in the upper bracket or in group play. For BBL, previously winning that Turkish derby, but it looks like Foot are back to set the record straight.
Yeah. Foot looking to do it when it matters most. That's the main thing. Doing it in the playoff stage. An investment here with the Stingers coming through for this attack side, and it's not started out too badly. We don't see the Stinger Pie much in the EMEA. In fact, it's only really BBL that likes to run them massively. A good position, but it doesn't work out. And now Zeus with everybody now tagged, but unfortunately, he can't find any of the previously injured members. BBL have found themselves a lifeline. Well, we'll see if they can build off it.
You gotta respect Zeus's dedication to the craft, man. He just will not use a scope. He refuses, even in that moment.
And that's why he's picked Chamber.
Well, the only thing was with the ult, we saw him break that rule a little bit, but Marshall in his hand.
I even feel like
Iron sights only.
Does he use the mini scope on the headhunter? Does that count?
No, it doesn't. No, those are sights, not a scope.
Okay.
All right, get your terminology sharpened up a little bit. So there's a bulldog. You call that a scope?
Yeah, I guess.
You're mad,
More
man.
than an iron sight.
More than an iron sight. More than a banana, I suppose. Get your head screwed on, Tom. Foot down on the pistols, but this isn't a round that BBL can afford to take for granted. We've seen that already. Now Sociable dropping Mr. Fallen. This advantage should be hard to lose.
Yeah, Cranks is dead. No, that's the main thing. It does leave Magnum on the other side of the map to the rest of the team, and already knows there's at least one around this corner. Of course, the rest of the team is sort of the ones with the stronger weaponry, and more importantly, the spike. Is now flanking the flanker, hunting for Yedajay. Here's the steps of one that seems to have a decent idea of where the last will be standing, and even manages to clear things up. And in-zone flawless as they continue that resurgence into their map choice. Still 3 behind, but that's about as good as it gets in terms of the first 3 rounds.
It might not quite be a 3K in the pistol round for Magnum, but he'll take it here instead. 20-10 on him.
Yeah.
You can look at a lot of the rounds that BBL have found and point to him as the reason why. This one, less so, but going into that first half, it would have been a whole lot worse if Magnum wasn't activated.
I also want to say, like, his performances since that IGL weight has been lifted from his shoulders have been really impressive. Like, so glad to see him back to that level of form. And are showing it here in this map that may be the difference maker if they're able to turn the tide. If is the main thing though. This is where Foot now have their purchase in hand, ready to go. And there's still definitely some weaknesses. 2 stingers pulled in as this is still very much a bonus round.
And that shock dart did a lot of damage to Magnum. He's going to be playing this one nice and slow, just containing the control. Trap and Cam covering off a lot of this map and allowing these players to pressure A with a little bit more freedom. Now Zeus has got himself a trap. That's actually, I like that. He's walking out of range of it, so it deactivates. So maybe they think they've got a gap, and then it'll come back online and give him the info. Anyways, they've broken it, so he knows there's at least one on their way. Rotations coming in as well. There's going to be 3 around this side of the map. Cypher Utility covering off the rest and just doubling up with cracks there. He'll have a much quicker rotation. Pressure is on, but they've got the numbers to deal with it on Foot.
Waiting in the corner. Yadajay there to start. This is going to reveal everyone as they go. This is definitely a problem. And while for cracks, it's easy pickings in the end. Even still, though, there's been a response. Zeus sneaking around behind them, though. He was here the whole time. He was waiting for them. It's a little bit whiffy, but eventually gets the job done. And now all that is left is Prophet to try and fight versus 2. Isolates 1 Jewel, but again, those trades have been so quick from the side of Foot. They'll hit double digits. But even still, for what was 2 stingers and some weaker guns, it's not an awful round for BBL. They would have liked to win it, though, from the spot they were in.
Exactly, that's the thing. The spot that they're in, 4 rounds behind now, Foot on double digits. It's not a comfortable position to be in, and they need to be consistent from this point forward, close to perfect, and a pause is going to be called.
My sword, the timing.
And the shorty inside the smoke. There was an opportunity, but not claimed.
I think that's the most finish he's ever sounded.
That's like, true.
Just rolled the legs.
It's the frustration. It happens to me as well. All right, I understand.
I didn't know you were finished.
Yes, I not only when I'm angry. That's the thing. But yeah, a pause for BBL. And last time we saw Pal rattling out the commands. We saw all the learnings in his book being communicated, but it didn't change.
All the names in the death note.
And it didn't change anything. Foot were still able to string together, I think, 4 rounds from that point forward. This is their last chance now to touch base. Foot feeling calm, cool, and collected. They haven't needed to call a single timeout for this impressive return to form on Haven.
Turns out, when you win 7 rounds in a row on your opponent's map choice on their favorite half of the map, don't really need a tactical pause. It's crazy.
Most people wouldn't know that.
No. That's what I'm here for. Educational content. This is where, though, the extra damage done in the previous round has put Foot's economy on the brink. BBL win this round, they could get back into the running, but you always feel with how Foot have been playing, there's just 1 or 2 players ready to be a hero. The thing is, though, this site is completely open. They played off-site knowing that that Rolling Thunder was in play. And sure, it's been utilized, but to no effect. And they're getting ready to go straight back in. Look how close they are.
Yeah, already in. As the plant is going down, backside almost under their control, but Prophet goes for the TP deep, catches 1 before falling, and Sociable with the double seams to, of course, corrected this back in favor for BBL. 7 rounds on the board.
Prophet's paranoia there changes the round. Like, he holds it later in, knowing they're going to use the Rolling Thunder. Normally you'd use that on entry. Instead, he waits. The second he hears anything as they're looking to break back in, uses the paranoia, so it completely discombobulates them on the way back into the site. Like, you can see there's a player or 2 blind, disjointed. It even just fades off cracks as we see that fight being taken. And even though he's not going to be massively on the scoreboard for that round, just that little bit of delay, it changes a very fast hit into the site while you're planting to, oh, 1 guy in, 1 guy not being able to see. Big difference maker.
Smoke is there. And unfortunately, the TP's a little bit too close.
He looked away from the flash and got back to that shot so quickly, it's hard to even realize he got a kill.
Yes, but the problem is TP goes in. This is for a deep aggression. This was for deep control, allowing the pistols to stack in on the other side of the map. So when he TPs, he's not even inside the smoke. That's the ultimate out of play. And your 1 pick, it's reasonable, but in this round, it's not helpful for Foot. These pistols have to do a whole lot of work. We've seen them get that done before. Cracks has popped the ultimate to great effect, but they're tagging him up as he goes. Leaving out a captain alone and playing it together was the right approach here for BBL. 8 rounds on the board. A bit of damage done by Foot, but 2 ults committed.
Yeah, so you remember in the round before this where Yumpy used his Rolling Thunder?
Oh my word.
Yeah, he's one away from having it again. He's been cleaning up the last couple of rounds. He's also been getting the blind. Yeah, look at him. From his point of view, that's wild. It's literally full blind, just swinging around and gets the kill.
Because obviously from our POV, we just see like an icon telling us he's flat.
He's just full blind.
But he couldn't see a damn thing.
He had the reactions to try and look away from the flash, go, oh, I am blind, and then go straight back to the exact point he was originally holding. Zeus's mechanics is genuinely just to be marveled at. And by the way, the operator is the gun that he doesn't really play.
Yeah.
Don't really like that gun.
We talked about, you know, first time Neon for Cracks. It might be first time scoping in for Zeus, so he's doing pretty well, all things considered.
It's a tough life, you know. Oh, I guess I'll have to use the free op. Yeah, that slows people, yeah. Oh, I guess. Ooh. Okay, see you later. Yeah, Zeus, one of the guys with the best aim in the entire league. And Magnum is just, well, sit down, son. Sit down. That's all I'm going to say. He has been on an impressive grind. Wingman suit not on for this one, but let's be real, he needs no support.
Does look good in the suit, though.
Yeah, I've seen it on every BBL profile picture. Maybe I'll make it my own.
Now, they threw a shock dart through, but it didn't onto B. I should say BBL are the ones. They threw the shock dart in. It didn't break the trap. So there's a lot of map control still for Foot, but they're expecting this play to be on the other side of the map. There's 3 players towards C, and only one of them can rotate quite quickly. The pressure is on for Ada Captain, alone inside this smoke. Shock darts, shorties, everything coming his way, and it's Levin on backside to clean up. Yumpy grabs one, Rolling Thunder online, but it is not needed here. They've already got themselves full control, and they may well have sent Foot into a save. We had questions about BBL's attack side because, man, we didn't get to see very much of it in the other games. Yeah. 8 rounds across 2 games, and most of which is just a pistol round and follow-up, and then it's all done and dusted. A formality. Now the challenge is there, the comeback needed, and they're rising to the challenge.
Right, it turns out that might be their stronger side, which would be a very weird storyline considering, well, we saw Power. He's very happy to be starting on the defense of this map. But it has been a turnaround of sorts. We talked about this matchup going into the day. Obviously, everybody was talking about this matchup last time around as the longest map in VCT history was played on Ascent. But the fact is, it does seem like these teams match each other even. Like, you kind of forget that the Icebox was also a 13-11. It literally went down to the wire, and I think many, including myself, expected another overtime to come up in that series. And while you mentioned the fact that unlikely for BBL to get to touch in again. Luckily for them, you win enough rounds and Foot will do it for you.
I was thinking this is a good time to call that timeout. 2 rifles in play for Foot, and there's been a couple of problems. Touch base on it now. Use this round as a learning opportunity and try to set those rifles up with the best opportunity to have some sort of impact. We've seen them win these rounds, but on the attack side, it's a little easier to do. The way that they won it was by grouping and pushing into players that were a little bit over-aggressive in where they and how they were trying to defend map control. That's not going to be the case this time. You won't be able to isolate BBL, and from what we've seen so far, you know, maybe you're going to catch Magnum outside of Garage, but that's it. Everyone else has been playing this as a unit.
Well, that's the thing. The only person you have a chance to isolate is Magnum, and he's probably the last person you want to face off against right now. He's 22 and 12. He just 1v1 Zeus.
Yeah.
Zeus, by the way, the guy who is not only probably, well, best aimer in Foot is a highly contested title, but he probably is, and has the ability to
3K flick.
Yeah, and has the ability to teleport away at the click of a button. That's the guy that he just owns. So yeah, it's like that was a 1v1 that basically changed the last round. It forced Foot to go for these sort of more risky gambles over towards the C site. That can't happen too often, but you also can't see those passive plays coming out from this defensive side because their comp doesn't really allow it.
No surprise to see Cracks with the high clutch rate. That's on KO. It won't be quite the same here as he's point of contact.
He's at the couple.
Oh, yes, isn't he? Put up one big one. 2 big ones, in fact, in that first half.
Yeah, he's not going to be in many clutches, but he might have a very high clutch percentage when he is. It's definitely Well, Neon's always a bit unorthodox, but I definitely think that he's up there with one of the most peculiar Neons. And right now, just up close and personal. Maybe not the guy you'd want to only have a pistol. It's not like he's close to his ultimate either. The close angle. I think even if he gets one here, he'll be quite happy with it. And there you go. That is Magnum dead to rights.
It's exactly what they need in this position. BBL coming in, Blade Storm activated already. That operator doesn't want to go through the smoke blind, and in fact doesn't want to go through at all. They're going to wrap this one back around, leaving the A site, but all those steps are being heard. Crack's not going to overextend. And in fact, those are fake steps. Look where the spike is. The wrap around from Levin. Maybe he's just going to fire the op. Maybe he's going to put a cloud burst on C and try to drag those rotates. But for now, Foot are steadfast in their approach. They're sticking around. Cracks falls, but still a lot to play with from this side. The ult even committed here from Profek. They really want them to leave the A site, but Tom, it has not worked. The whole body of Foot is still here, waiting for the peaks. And they get all of them. Ada Captain, alongside Yedege, just sealed the fate of BBL in this round, and that is a huge one to walk away with. The pause working wonders, evidently.
Yeah, no, they were happy to basically just throw everything into that round. Obviously, you had a couple of pieces missing, so they took a big gamble just sticking it out on the A side, but the ruse, the fake, the TP, the Blade Storm, everything was put over onto that C side just to try and get them to move. But the solo player that stuck around was enough to just go, look, they're not here. Stay in your spots. Hold on that angle. And I think Yedege basically spent about 50 seconds just AFK in that corner. Just basically just waiting on, I'm not moving. Either you're going to come to me or you're going to plant the spike.
And so what? If they do go to the C site, you don't even have to play the retake. You've got enough weapons to save. The others can just throw themselves out and play the exits. You have choices there. And so I love the idea to just sit steady and acknowledge that there's a chance BBL are trying to play off our lower buy, where teams often rotate that little bit faster. Still a buy for BBL. Levin with the opening pick, and it's Cracks down in the dirt, but Yedege is the man that's been hard to remove from this site. He's put up numbers, and he's got it again. One found, helping out his teammates and grabbing yet another. He'll take the Hunter's Fury head on, but he gets the info for Mr. Fallen to play with, and the spike is down in front of him. It's all up to the IGL now.
Two players stand in his way. Magnum, unsociable. A potential map point on their opponent's choice, one that they had a very impressive first half, and what Mr. Fallen has been spotted to be around this area. There's plenty of time.
He knows now.
To play with. More sociable, even just looking to take the fight. Maybe a little bit risky, but that is, well, that's Sociable's game to a T.
I was a bit nervous there seeing the recon go out. They just spotted him, and they should have a decent idea. At least what I thought they were trying to sell by just pumping the brakes there was that they had gone wrapping around, that someone would be coming behind. But Mr. Fallen gets that information. Problem is, he's up against the op, and Yedege not being able to survive. He was waiting for a swing in on short for that player to try to punish alongside, like as he's avoiding the Hunter's Fury. So he tanks it, but he doesn't get his pick for his trouble. 11-10. We've seen many a tight game between these squads.
I was just gonna say, I feel like they are hitting into where Yedege is every single time. Zeus has pushed mid. There's also been the move from Ada Captain that's found him all the way into the window. He's just run straight down and then even has the ability to teleport out of there. The pure disruption from Foot as they get aggressive in mid in the early stages of this round has put BBL firmly on the back foot.
Big recovery needed. Weaker weapons not gonna give them that much of an advantage. Foot have the numbers on site. They think they've isolated Yedege, and even if they had, that's a big enough challenge to take that man out. Sociable, desperately low, and Profek coming to the rescue, but he's a little too hasty, runs right into the trap. And now it's left to the low HP Sociable. The rifle in his hand, credits in their back pocket. There's no point really in going for the save, but 1v4 not looking too likely with 40 seconds on the clock.
If he was healthy, maybe he'd have a chance, but just look at where the firing squad of Foot are currently sitting. He thinks he's revealed one, but doesn't know that there's 3 more waiting on the other side. Foot switch things up from a completely passive A-site hold to a very aggressive mid-take. And that combination of Zeus and Ada Captain was just such a nasty surprise. Like, I think they even put, they put the Hunter's Fury in just to create that extra little bit of drama to the scene. But the individuals were enough. 12 to 10, foot one away from heading into split with that advantage. The second half has definitely been that little bit more troublesome. Now they look to push A.
That's a good spot.
BBL had so many safety nets a couple rounds ago with all those ultimates that they committed up against a lighter buy to try to get them to make that rotation play, and it didn't come into play. Foot, the ones that have had the better read, the ones that have had the individual step up in this half. Double digits on the board for BBL. They're still trailing by 2. One mistake here, and this map falls out of their hands, and Foot could deliver that 2-0 right back to them.
Right here. This is where the point of experience comes in. That depth of youth versus the players that have been there so many times before. Do BBL crumble when it matters the most?
Uh-oh. Ada Captain's either expecting a very strange dart to come through, or I think we might be rolling this one back.
Yeah, I think someone is playing with his mouse on the stage right now. So that's what's happening. I think something maybe being cleaned or just, I'm looking down there. So it's maybe at the worst possible time for something like that to happen. All the suspense completely drained out of the round.
The worst possible time would be if damage had been done, would be if a play had been given away. Luckily, that doesn't appear to be the case. We're in a different scenario. And here it is, 13. No. Don't worry. Don't panic. I think his mouse might have had a little bit of a hiccup there. I'm sure they'll be on the case quite quickly.
Yeah, I think it will require a reload, as it does technically end at 13, but yeah.
It matches his jacket at least.
Yeah, he's blending into the background.
He does that quite a bit. He's a sneaky player, Ada Captain.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen him teleport into the same place as much today.
Yeah, he's up on that, hasn't he?
He enjoyed doing that quite a lot, and trying to bait opponents. And individually, he's not been having the best display, but when you have Yedege and Zeus having standout performances, technically the double sentinel.
I wonder how many years that mouse has been with him, and this is the moment where the sensor just goes. Oh, it's happened to all of us. I claim it happens to me every game of ranked, but people have stopped believing me now.
Yeah, it's probably because they hear the bang of you throwing it into a wall. Yeah, I think the sensor's gone again.
Mate, just so unlucky.
As has every other piece of the mouse.
Oh, it's entropy, bro. It's entropy. It's hit me again. I can't believe it.
You need like a mouse sponsor for like an indestructible mouse. I think that would be. It probably exists, and it probably isn't that good.
Oh, don't scare the sponsors away.
Unless you want to give me one,
and
I will test
VCT EMEA.
But for now, at least, hopefully he's got a backup. Or whatever was being done with him spinning around, staring at the sky, was actually the quick fix. But yeah, obviously a suspenseful moment. That's Foot one round away from obviously taking this to split. A map where they definitely weren't playing in the best of form up until they went into the game versus Vitality. And then they just looked incredible. Like, we had some of the best performances from Yedege, Zeus, and, well, the man on screen. Well, I think we've seen all season. They were fantastic in that map. So clearly a reason that they feel that extra little bit more comfortable going into it versus the side of BBO. Kind of avoided it for this split. And I think a lot of that is down to we haven't really seen anybody running Jet on that map anymore. Levin has basically gone back to purely playing Jet. So it'll be an interesting conversation of, does he now continue to play that Yoru as he had done in the past? Has he been working on the Raze? Or are they actually going to go back to that sort of old school Jet Raze double duelist, which I'd like to see. But if you're mapped down, that is a gamble.
Well, we've seen teams make that gamble before. It was Vitality, wasn't it, who pulled out a little bit of an unusual composition when it came to series point.
Yeah.
It's certainly not...
But the comp wasn't that unusual. It was just that Safe had gone back to a duelist.
Yeah.
But the Jet, I feel like we really haven't been seeing that since Yoru has become popular. It just is a better version of, okay, I want this space, I can just teleport there rather than having to throw something, dash, try and get through utility. Like, there's so much more risk to it. And also, a lot of the elevated positions you get, I feel like you can do better with blast packs. Like, especially spots you want to get into, and with the nade, and with the showstopper. So I'm genuinely interested, and that's a map that's obviously guaranteed coming up next. And then Ascent.
We need Ascent.
Well, I feel like we do. I feel like we need a do-over.
So strange that neither team picked it, huh?
Yeah. I think for Foot as well, you lose like that, you kind of want to go into it again and go, hey, you beat us by the narrowest of margin. But nonetheless, that is enough waffling from myself and the man they call Mitch. We're going to be going over to the analyst desk for a little bit, as we'll be back with the game soon.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the analyst, I guess, couch. We didn't get to see you, Gorilla Harry, in the pre-show, so welcome back. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
I did,
after
like,
you left?
Yeah, the last map, yeah. It's really good game.
Did you manage to sleep after it?
I slept so good last
night. Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
like the night before, I couldn't sleep, but after I saw Fnatic won that...
oh, you're being sarcastic. I love that. No, I actually didn't sleep that well. What about you, Billy?
No, I slept rough. I feel like the adrenaline of that match was just, it couldn't wear off for me. It was such a banger series to close out the day.
Oh yeah, I felt exactly the same. I've been told that they're actually on their way to the studio to watch the next game or the second map of this game.
That's wholesome.
So we will see them in the crowd. You guys make sure to watch out for them. Now, I was watching Sliggy Watch Party VCT Pacifics earlier, and he was getting really upset that we don't talk about him enough on the show, you know? He's like, they never talk about me. They always talk about the other streamers.
We
so
mentioned him literally yesterday, no?
Yeah,
did we not?
He loves to
I
cry.
swear we did.
He's just crying. So I thought we'd talk about him a little bit. We did this segment before the last time we had some tech pauses, which is talking about some of the GOATs, you know, some of the GOATs in our scene. So when you think of Sliggy, what maps or agents or comms or, you know, what's his legacy when you think about him? When we talk about him?
The No Smokes Haven comp.
I knew you were gonna
was it
say
2020, 2021?
Yeah.
That for me is definitely...
was it Haven?
I think it was Haven, yeah.
Oh, some reason I thought it was Ascent for some reason.
They probably did it on more than one map, huh?
I was going to say, Gorilla is way more qualified to answer this question. I was a casual viewer back then. No offense, Sliggy. Like,
you didn't miss any. You didn't miss much. Yeah, you missed like Reina on Ascent, Reina on Icebox. I think, was it Reina? No, it wasn't Reina on Haven.
Phoenix. There's Phoenix on Ascent.
Phoenix on Ascent.
Reina on Bind or Phoenix on Bind as well. Yeah.
You did miss Link on Bind with a judge.
In the hookah.
That was iconic. But does Sliggy take credit for that, do you think?
I mean, I don't know. I'd have to give that one to Trav, no?
What I will say, though, what he definitely does not take credit for is the molly on Bind, the B-long molly on attack side that people used to shoot into Garden on Bind, the Viper molly.
Oh, right, yeah.
He claims that he came up with that, but he stole it and then just thought like maybe people wouldn't take notice of the fact that he stole it and said it was his. What about you as a coach? What's your proudest, you know, thing that you firmly believe that is yours?
KO on Icebox. I was always a big pusher, like back when I was trialing with FBX for KO. I remember a discussion with Angel about he wanted to run Sky and I wanted to run KO. And he was talking about...
He wanted to run Sky on Icebox.
He wanted to run Sky on Icebox. And he was like, yeah, but you can use the dog to clear yellow. And I remember just throwing a KO knife at it, and I'm like, you can clear it that way as well. But no, I'm a really big believer on KO on Icebox.
Yeah, but they did run a lot of KO in places that other teams didn't do it. So I'm sure Sliggy is going to say that was him.
Yeah, probably.
Actually, that was me. But since we are on Haven, any Haven GOAT candidates, you think?
Okay,
kind of remind you of Haven whenever we talk about Haven?
Most recent memory, as in like this year, Derka.
Oh, okay. He's a good shout. Sick.
Oh yeah, on the Phoenix.
It has to be Sick. Yeah. I don't think I'd ever forget the things that he did on that map. Yeah, what about you?
Probably, I think it was 2022, the UCAM Viper comp. Oh. Yeah, during when Viper and Sky were at the peak of their pick.
Not the loud Viper stuff.
No, UCAM did it first. That wall from A to B that covered.
Oh, that wall.
Yeah, okay. And you could walk down short, jump on the box, drop the wall, and then Yeah.
I think I like Sadak's one better. The one from here, this spot.
Oh, the one that goes across? Yeah.
This one right there. And also the attack wall from A, that goes down to short. I like that one. So, okay, but what about a player? Which player do you think is a GOAT of Haven? I have a rogue shout. I have a really rogue shout. Dijazine.
Ooh, yeah.
That MF on this map is ridiculous. Do you know who's my GOAT? Not so much of, actually could be my GOAT of Haven. It's Kukuka. Have you ever played KO on Haven? You like KO?
Yes, probably, yes, but I'm not a fan. Are we speaking about this map and not speaking about, hello guys, how you doing?
Hello.
Body G on the Phoenix?
Oh yeah, Body G.
Ballista?
Oh, yeah.
But Sick on the Phoenix though.
I love Body G.
Sick did play Phoenix so much that everyone else thought it was a good idea to play Phoenix on Haven. Paddytech, again, one of the players that played Phoenix on Haven. But yeah.
Lowell, you like Lowell? But that was on Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent. Oh, and actually his Phoenix on Haven was atrocious. Oh my god, his Phoenix was diabolical in like a, sorry to call you out.
It was terrible.
Bad.
It was bad.
Like Angel's Phoenix on Haven. Oh
See,
my
I'm so challengers pilled because when I think of Phoenix, I think of Benny on CGN
last
year. That's so bad.
It was bad.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
No, but
I'm
think
so sorry.
Hey, him lurking B, it was something else, huh?
It was an amazing support Phoenix, you know? As a support Phoenix. As support Phoenix's go, I think it's
He
really
should have played more.
He should have. He really should have. How about Scream?
Yampy, I really like Yampy and all the iterations of Yampy on the Omen playing up, on the Killjoy playing up, on the Breach playing up.
I think
that kind of Yampy.
Scream Sage on Haven. That brings
that
me
was
back.
good. Yeah.
Against Oxygen specifically.
The Battle Sage.
Yeah, specifically.
They put in the wall and just pushing.
Recently I had a conversation with Alpha, don't ask me why, about Oxygen, and he named every single player that played on that roster like that. Like no.
Oh, like Zistu and
like
Sturban,
zero struggle, just riffed them off, and I was like, how do you? Because he was 14 when that happened. So I was like, how do you remember this when you were 14 years old that these players were playing for Oxygen? But that was a good time. That was a good time. What about Turkish players? How are we feeling about Turkish players on Haven?
I don't know, like when I look back and I start thinking about Haven, I'm just never going to forget the Gambit one. It literally feels like it was yesterday when we finally got to see it, and when we had the conversation with Brecker after, and he was like, I don't even know like how Reyna works. I didn't need to know how to dismiss.
But then the second time he did it, his dismisses were good.
I mean, obviously Turkish on Haven has to be Alpha, not the saying on the ISO.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I think Wood probably sneaks his way in there. Now we talk about Oxygen, just them getting owned on Haven against Liquid is burnt into my brain. But there was another thing I wanted to ask you about Turkey, but I forgot. So someone else want to yap for a little bit while I gather my thoughts?
I'm always down to yap. We do not want to yap about this match.
No,
because
it might be over.
Things.
Yeah,
it might be done. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask like a very random question?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, lovely. Billy, what's your Roman Empire?
My Roman Empire?
Yeah.
The thing that just keeps coming back to
Make
your
it Valorant
head
related. Make
time
it
and time
Valorant
again.
related. Yeah.
Oh.
What is this moment that you cannot escape from? Like one kind of memory? Like for example, you know, like
I can start with mine. Mine's so easy.
Maybe my Roman Empire is Apex losing Ascension Gun Finals against Gentlemates.
You think about that often?
I do. It was heartbreaking.
I remember the sadness that day.
Yeah, that was a sad
My
day.
Roman Empire is really left field. Like it's actually a little bit concerning how often I think about this.
Okay.
Liquid versus Sentinels on Breeze. Zoms getting a 1v3 with a classic in the post plant. I don't know if anybody else thinks about this as often as I think about it. Kim, I'm sure maybe, our producer, but I think about that a lot. None of you remember that?
No.
None of you guys remember that Breeze 1v3?
Well, first of all, I do not have a memory.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And also, like when I think of Breeze,
when you watch it, you'll be like, oh yeah, it's this.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll know. Yeah.
But when I think of Breeze. No, actually, I was going to say Boo, because I believe that one of the first times, if not the first time, this is a moment actually that I think about a lot. Whenever I hear Pansy casting Boo, I remember the first time that she ever casted him, and I remember her, I think it was on Breeze, and I remember her saying, Boo, I like this name. I hope we have it more often. and now look at him.
Oh,
so every
that
single
must
time,
have been when he was
OG
on...
London
Oh, it would have
United.
been before that.
I
She
think
casted him a
it was
lot
before
before that.
London United. You know, before it was like the full
But she
thing.
would have casted him on like Prodigy and No Panky.
No. I don't think she did. I don't think she did. And if she did not remember because I remember specifically her saying, "Boo." I like how that's with that
on No
accent that
Panky,
Lauren
right?
has.
Am I going crazy? First Strike. Was he playing for No Panky? Was he on that roster? I might be lying. Maybe that was the
No, I
Pipson
don't-
roster. Yeah, ignore
Yeah,
me.
no.
That
I
was the
think it might
Pipson
be lying.
roster. Yeah, ignore me.
For me, I think it would be the Nitro Steel, like avoid CNED.
On Breeze.
On Breeze, and it's
yeah.
something that I've taken with me to every team. Whenever I play against CNED, it's just avoid him. We have spots around the map, like the ice box. You know, you have yellow, and then the box next to it. That's called CNED, because CNED always sits on that spot. So it's something that always.
And that's your Roman Empire in general.
Yeah.
Why is all of ours on Breeze? Oh my goodness, I hate that map. I don't even like that
I
map.
love Breeze.
That's traumatic.
What was the last time we saw Breeze?
In hell?
Yeah.
In my worst
my
nightmares?
nightmares?
Yeah, literally.
It was stage 1 last year, no?
Was it?
Yeah,
it was
'cause-
when the door was there, then the door wasn't there, then the door was
Yeah.
there again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
You
remember-
reckon that when we have it, is there going to be a door?
I hope there's 2 doors.
2?
I hope they make like
Holes?
3 doors,
Yeah.
you know? Yeah.
I hope they completely remove tube
Oh,
again.
I remember
That was
because it was
best
like,
case.
Yeah, you liked
it was
that?
like Dirke and his whole thing about how he was going to be playing the Yoru now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alpha's
I remember
Neon
that.
was really good. I really enjoyed his Neon on Breeze. They did the whole wall up mid run up and then TP. That was
That's
cool.
like
I
change mid.
really enjoyed his Neon.
I think that
not so
whenever,
much on Pearl.
I think that I'm down to give Breeze another chance when it
No,
when
you're
it comes
not.
back.
It's gonna come
to
back
last. It's
one
going to come.
game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to take one game, or I think it's because when it happened, when the map was played, especially when it was first introduced, we had so many long games, overtimes. It got very repetitive, and it to me it just felt like what's this movie that it's the same day over and over again? And
Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was to me. It was like that because I remember. Do you remember Harry? Just Harry when we not this Harry,
He
just
was right
Harry
next to us.
Yeah, the CS caster. We had him.
Oh, the
for,
tall Harry. Yeah,
Yes. The ginger one. Love the guy. We had him to cast when we were in Freaks for You back in the 2021.
Yeah, 22. Would have been 22.
And
Yeah.
and him and I casted a Breeze, and it was like one of the first times that he ever casted Valorant, and it was a Breeze.
Was
And
it? That's good to hear.
It was like a 2018. And when we were done, he told me, "Is this always like this?" And I was like, "Well, on Breeze, yes. In the rest of the maps, we're going to see." But at some point, we literally saw the same round being played 4 times in a row.
That map, not my favorite, but I think Suigetsu needs a special mention for Breeze against Paper X as well.
I think that,
Yeah.
especially with the such fun ascents that we've been seeing, I'm down to give it a second try. You know, I'm down to be like, I'm gonna see if I can enjoy it. Again, it's going to last for 1 map.
Yeah.
But, you know, my mental is there, PMA, positive mental attitude, and we'll see how it goes.
For me, it's like fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, still shame on me. And now if they fool me 3 times, it's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. But I mean, maybe with like Waylay and stuff, maybe with all the other silliness that we're
I
getting.
wonder if they will change anything, or you know, I'm down to give it a
Any
try.
leakers? We got any leakers?
No. I
Any
honestly
leakers
don't
in
know.
chat? Yeah.
Sometimes I'm
With
like, I know some
Waylay.
things and I won't say it, but for this one, I actually don't have a clue.
That's the thing though, I'm thinking about all the new agents that we have, like with Waylay, yes. Teho, I could see
Teko's
it.
missing out. Teko's dying soon.
Yeah, he's gone.
Harry's wearing black for
But
us,
like
you're not.
Vice, like how are you going to play a Vice on Breeze? It's
Not
too
playing it.
open. Like I'm trying to...
Just don't play Breeze. Yeah, that could work.
What about Deadlock?
Deadlock, I mean, with some
like
of
with
our
the
teams.
wall, like the wall. Every time I say wall, I think of Netag.
The barrier
wall?
mesh.
The barrier mesh.
Yeah.
I see possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with some of our teams in the league right now, you know, Liquid are definitely going to lean into that when it comes back. Na'Vi is going to go straight in with little shenanigans like that also. You missed out on our Sliggy discussion earlier.
Oh, what happened?
What do you think
Kid
about...
you not, I was preparing a telestrator on Navi and the Deadlock.
What do you think about when we... Well, what is Sliggy's legacy, you think? What is what is exactly what is his? What is
He is better
wholeheartedly
watching
his?
Liquid than Coach. To me, I think of
The no smokes comms already been mentioned.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think that's
Him
fair.
stealing stuff is also
that's
been
easy.
mentioned.
I think I asked him one question that to me stuck to me forever, and is when there was this point in Team Liquid, a very long moment in time where there was no IGL, and they thought they could run it like that because it was the system that they had created. I asked him, so who plans the rounds? Like, how does that work when you're in game? Like, if you do not have someone that makes the decisions, when are the decisions being made, and like, how do you operate? And he told me that what he did was that he would give them a plan for the first 6 rounds. Then after 6 rounds, he would call a timeout, and he will give them a plan for the next 6 rounds.
Wow. Damn, Sliggy.
So he was IGL in it coaching.
Just like MBS.
Yeah,
Masters one. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. That's your Roman Empire. You think about that every single day.
I think about all the versions that I've heard about that, because depending on who you ask on a set back then, you will hear if he was or he wasn't. It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to take the trophy.
I don't think there's ever been a week where you haven't brought that up into conversation.
It's the same as me, so like sometimes he will appear. You are aware that we're in Germany. Like he could just come to the studio. Nobody would, you know.
MBS?
No,
Niso.
Oh,
Niso could
be
literally sitting in the audience right now.
Yeah,
we wouldn't know.
I'm a Niso defender. All right. This is a chat for a whole other time. And I feel like if I am a Niso defender, because you know they played against Summon FC, so yeah. And also in that final, it wasn't him that was insane. It was Lao. He was ridiculous. He had some of the, you know, best rounds I've ever seen out of anyone in that grand final. We miss him. We miss you, the battle stage. To me, he is the battle stage. Who's your battle stage? You're gonna say Kayak.
I'm gonna say Kayak.
Yeah, you're gonna say besides Hoodie. Who's your battle stage outside of Hoodie?
Scream. Yeah. Scream. The tank.
The tank is up there.
He's on the wall.
Yeah,
he's doing.
I feel like Forsaken.
Okay.
Forsaken is up there. Yeah, Forsaken on any agent. Literally any. Brimstone, Forsaken.
Are there any agents Forsaken hasn't played?
Yes, there's like 3, I believe.
And they're the last 3 ones that came out?
No, it's not even that. But there are 3 that he has not played. I think it's 3, maybe it's 2. Actually, it might be Brimstone. I don't know why I said Forsaken. I think that's probably why it was in my brain.
I mean, something's played Brimstone now.
Yeah.
So that's one more ticked off for him.
There you go. But I would love to see Forsaken in EMEA. Think about EMEA with
next
him.
Import?
He is probably.
I think it's pretty hard to get. I don't know.
You can shoehorn him on so many teams. Imagine Na'Vi Forsaken, Angel's favorite. But Angel will not be playing until later. For now, we are going to jump back into game for what looks like inevitably Mission Tom in overtime. Over to you.
Just one overtime, Sue? Don't sell us short like that with these 2 teams. We could be here all day just for Haven. 2 rounds, though, for BBL to lock in an overtime foot on the defense, and they have been looking pretty decent here. We knew that BBL had a strong defense to show, but it went missing today.
Yeah, for sure. No, they had a rougher first half, and then it has been those sort of battles back and forth. Of course, the timeline looks a little bit interesting right now, but of course we've had ourselves a reset. While Zeus is already looking to try that aggression once again. This is something that's been attempted a fair few times by Foot, with Cracks being the main catalyst alongside that chamber for BBL. They're going to go running straight in towards that B-side. Mr. Fallen already here. The Jet making his way past, and while Mr. Fallen in the corner, it gets traded out, but Adacaptain goes huge.
I'll tell you what, his mouse is working now. That's a quick double up for Adacaptain, and the round, indeed the map could be theirs as a result. He falls though, and Magnum pops up here and now when needed most. Another 3-piece for Magnum, and they'll have another shot at OT, and there it is! Locked in 12-11. He saved the day again.
I think even the music started playing for a second. It was so close to that round going over the line. The jumping shots being made from Yedeshi, I think realizing I'm going to be revealed any second. I've got to try something. I've got to take a risk here. But I don't know how they turn this back. It's the reverse of that first half. And well, there's no doubt that if you have a tactical pause here, you better use it for doing just that. They need a second.
They're going to be seeing a lot of wingman profile pictures tweeting out very soon. 1 round away.
As if they weren't already.
25-14. No, what a phenomenal performance from Magnum. He started it out with a 3-piece. Not quite ended yet. There's still a round to go in regulation. Maybe he can step up to the plate again. The guy's been hitting home runs. Foot, they called a timeout. This is it. Both teams have burned up their timeouts just in time as we get towards the end of the game. This is where Foot have been dangerous, though.
Yeah, for sure. Every single time there's been a high pressure round in this map, it seems like it goes their way. An SMG for Ada Captain is not ideal, and funnily enough, 0 ultimates coming in online to round 24. 1 or 2 of them close to the tour de force, but for Zeus that at times has felt meaningless. But it all comes down to this one chance. Both sets of coaching staff have had an opportunity to talk to their players, come up with a singular idea, but the plan, if I'm honest, for
Right there.
Foot looks exactly the same. Set up aggressively on this A site.
Deep stuns as Zeus goes walkabouts. He's just stepped out of range of that TP. Okay, gets right back in just in time. The pressure applied, BBL get map control, but they've sent a lot of the squad backwards. They're just getting Magnum embedded for the late round. Whether it's going to be the flank play, the lurk up through A, or whether this is a ruse remains to be seen. But the C site's certainly a bit more open.
Claiming of the orbs isn't changing too much. It seems like they are going to look to dive in towards this setup. Yedoje has been an absolute superstar. Krax is here as well. They've still left that solo Cypher behind and just ground to a halt, maybe expecting that there'll be some sort of swing, some sort of peek, some sort of hunt for information. And now with the cages being thrown in, it did slightly bait those rotations back. Krax under pressure, paranoia thrown through, but they still hold the line at the back of the site. The wraparound coming in from behind though. Yumpy, Prophet combining a kill apiece. Ada Captain already here though, but he can't find a single kill. It leaves Mr. Fallen and Zeus.
Judge is going to finish Mr. Fallen off. He's a madman with the bookie, but he's going to be mad once that smoke fades. Never mind. He survives the blast of the Judge, and Zeus comes in to help him out with the next. This round is far from over. Magnum still draws breath, the hero that has been there again and again for BBL, and he buys them an overtime.
He shouldn't have needed to bury them out of that situation. Like, that was a 2 versus 5 as they tried to retake, and somehow Zeus and Mr. Fallen make that look competitive. The take was perfect, but the hold was just disjointed. The pressure may be getting to them in those moments, and, well, thankfully they have got Magnum to drag them kicking and screaming. Bear in mind, he was on the other side of the map. Bear in mind, they were so far down, and well, the stress, the sleepless nights, they are all building to moments like these. 12 and 12. Of course we went to overtime, of course. Well, Sue said it as well. We learned yesterday that that's always going to happen. She has the script. I think she even writes it.
Magnum, he's been moving around this map often alone. But not all who wander are lost. He has been paving the way for BBL. They get an overtime as a result, and now he'll be point of contact. They've stepped up to the plate, but it's Magnum who's hitting it again and again. He's got himself one. The second, though, proves to be too much. Zeus dealing with him early on, and a new hero needs to be found for BBL.
He's been spotted under serious pressure, but it's only going to be the trade. Prophet still here, needs at least one, and that's what's found. But the trades again from Foot are sublime. Immediate in their nature. And now the remaining players are so very far away. The Turkish members left on this Turkish organization, Sociable and Levin, looking to try and give BBL the lead.
Trip broken behind. And the response from Foot is to go pushing deep into the spawn. It's Yedoje dropping Levin. Now they've got the information to play with. They were 12 and 10, multiple match point, or map points, I should say. And now it seems like they'll have another. The plant is perfect. The cam spotting him. And already the defuse halfway, but pressure not really on with bodies still lurking around the reveal. Still there! Desperately close in the end, but time had already ticked away. Foot, they have another opportunity to close out BBL's map pick. A map we have not seen much from Foot, and in fact, where BBL... All right, where BBL absolutely trashed Team Liquid 13-4. Foot, well, they received a 13-4 in the other direction. Seems like they've learned a lot since then.
It's safe to say, though, both teams were definitely proving more prominent on this attack side. So it might be the first, but as we've seen before, getting the advantage in overtime between these two teams means absolutely nothing. Once more, we see that aggression from Zeus taking full A control and the B take being attempted. The paranoia, the stuns are good, but nobody caught. And Anna Captain is still in position. Even still, though, Levin's taken one, but these trades, again, take it back and forth until Yedeje gives that advantage. And now they look to play together.
He's fought them on both sides. Eyes now drawn in other directions, perhaps an opening for Zeus to walk up behind. Players left of no traps to play with. Yumpy and Sociable. Shock darts, recons regenerating. Yumpy's got a flash. Looks like they might get a little bit aggressive. Tap on the spike. Both players split too. But ultimately, they're not looking to take this site just yet. In fact, we may see them wrap all the way around. Right now, it's an information finding game, and Foot are giving nothing away.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to work out where these players are coming from, and Foot have just taken the time to group up into a unit. Take this as 3, and BBL have got nothing of what they wanted. They were hoping to be given a fight, and eventually they find it. But it's now left all onto the leader, Yumpy, in an attempt to try and save them. The man who has brought BBL to the playoffs now has to try and do that little bit more, and he's got a player coming up behind him, and Yedeje will put this one to bed. A map on paper that looked like it was BBL's to lose, and Foot have come in with a nasty surprise.
When we saw this veto, Tom, I was certain we would go all the way to Ascent, but seeing Foot pick up that opening map, now that casts a bit of doubt into the equation. A bit of uncertainty lurking around the corner as BBL have looked untouchable here. But Foot have drawn blood. On now to their map pick after the break.
Nice! Nice! Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won while it's traveling.
What a way for Foot to close out Haven and bring us to a map 2 in just a moment. I'm your host, and I'm once again joined by Gorilla and Billy. Now, that should have never gone to overtime, you know? Had BBL won that, things are going to be a little bit dicey, but Gorilla, it's not easy, right? You take an extended break, you come back into it, you got to focus up, so at least they managed to win.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing. I was a bit worried because Foot's a very momentum-based team, right? We see Yetajay streaming after every round win, so a bit worried that the tech pause sitting in silence might affect their flow a bit, but it's, you know,
they did it, yeah.
And I think if you're BBL, losing your map pick going into this, it's not looking great for them.
Yeah, don't worry yet, don't worry yet. We've been here before. But let's talk about the comp, because this composition from Foot is uniquely theirs. Nobody in the world in Tier 1 currently runs it. The chamber is a little bit spicy coming into it as well. What was your initial reaction when you saw it, and did it kind of go the way of your expectations?
No, I still expected BBL to kind of pull out. I think Double Sentinel is a big risk on Haven. I saw a lot of similarities to how Na'Vi run it, because they run the same kind of archetype with, was it Zeus on Chamber just running down, placing the trap, whereas Na'Vi kind of just do it with the vines. But no, I didn't expect them to be as strong as they were on attack, and I felt BBL kind of autopiloted, like they were playing against like a mirror matchup again, because we saw the basically Zeus just disregard the A stun, and then Foot transition more into garage pressure, and then by which time, I was going to say Na'Vi, BBL.
They play later.
Yeah. By which time then BBL stopped kind of going for that hard A pressure, and then Foot had A lobby for free. So I was expecting BBL to do a bit better on their defense.
The adaptation.
Yeah, Foot definitely had their number.
The thing is, we've seen this from BBL before, right? Where it feels almost rehearsed at points, where they're just doing things that maybe have worked out well for them in scrims, and then when it comes into an official and they go up against something that they're not expecting, they do struggle to adapt to that, especially in those first few rounds. I thought BBL starting on the defense would be good for them. I was like, okay, they have a decent win rate percentage on defense, but it was actually a struggle, and it wasn't until they got onto that attack that they decided to start pulling the rounds back into it.
Yeah, my goodness, you know, when you look at this combo, when you think about who is going to be on what role, I think this behind me, Cracks on Neon, is probably the last thing you would have expected from Foot. But I was chatting to Ness from Giant X a little bit during this map, and she taught him everything he knows. You know, she's like, yeah, I did teach him a little bit.
I love that.
Yeah, and she was like, he's very good on this. He plays a lot in ranked as well, this agent, so it's definitely not super new for him. But Billy, when you're being thrown into elimination and you have to bear the responsibilities of playing Neon on this map with a brand new comp, I think he did everything he could have possibly done.
Oh, 100% he did. This was such a chef's kiss decision from Foot. I honestly thought that we were going to potentially see a double duelist coming into Haven. So yeah, seeing Cracks on the Neon, although it was a surprise, I think it was a welcome surprise for me.
You like it?
Yeah, I think maybe it's a new look for Foot. Like maybe it's their next step in the direction. We saw it on Split a few weeks ago with Cracks on Raze and Zeus on Chamber. So maybe it's just like their new kind of thing.
Yeah. Do we want? Obviously, the other component of this is Zeus on Chamber. Again, not something you see on Haven these days. Once upon a time, every single map, but now still a little bit funky. So would you like to see him do this more? Considering watching him op feels so weird.
Yeah, he's. For those that don't know, Zeus isn't really an AWPer. Like, even back before VCT, he just never picked up the AWPer, or even when he was playing Jet. So it's a big surprise to see him do this well, this quickly on these kind of agents, considering how different his playstyle is to normal, traditional Turkish duelists.
Yeah, I completely lied when we got to that agent select. It was the Outlaw that I'm used to seeing him on, not the Operator. But I think as well, when he joined this team, it was a big thing, you know, is he going to be able to pick up a sniper when they need it? Because of course they had CNED before, who's known so much for his Operator skills. But I just think Zeus, being a rifler, being so mechanically gifted, I don't even think it matters what gun you put him on at this point. Like, he's just got such raw talent.
Is this now the identity of Foot that you would like to see going forward? You know, we have a couple of more maps coming up as well. Do you want to see the Cracks Duelist arc and the Zeus Chamber arc?
No, I want to see double duelist.
Yeah,
I want to see double duelist from these two. Yeah, why not? I mean, they have the Turkish firepower, so I want to see it.
What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement. I think the KO is getting a bit too readable. Obviously, that Fracture looked really good the other day. You know, not a lot of teams run it, but on the maps that they do traditionally run KO on, it gets a bit readable. You can kind of figure out what their game plan and how they want to play around it is. So I like this. It's something new, something fresh.
Well, let's talk about this split because against some of the other teams we've seen in the past, maybe this pick would be a little bit risky. You know, in the upper bracket, we heard Fnatic say, why the hell did they let us have split if it was a weird decision? But Billy, in this scenario, however, it's a smart one.
Yeah, because of course we've not actually seen split from BBL this stage so far. So, I mean, in saying that, we hadn't seen Haven from Foot either, so it could completely turn on its head and they might regret having that decision. But again, this is when I want to start exploring the idea of the double duelist. We see so many teams running double duelist on split in our region right now. There's no reason why they can't go and do that, and I can't wait to see what they've prepared.
Yeah, now on kickoff, you know, we did have Levin, Yoru, and Sociable Raze. I don't see why they wouldn't just run it back with that.
Yeah, but we could also look at BBL's progression since kickoff. You know, they were playing a lot more strategically and that, but now they're leaning way more into the Levin on Jet, sorry, and basically just going into boxing fights instead of trying to play chess, right? Like, they just want to go traditional Turkish style. So I'm hoping to see a lot more, like, basically just, you know, just go for it, you know,
yeah,
just rush, just send them in.
They're Turkish.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of you are Turkish.
Some of them.
My question is, what is Magnum gonna play here? Because for me, he is so, okay, we talk about goats of certain maps. Magnum on split every day of the week. This man, he's clutching, he's an incredible side anchor. I'm such a big fan of him on split, and you know, that ace that we showed in the beginning when he came back into the league. So it's surely on the Sentinel, right?
Yeah, you have to kind of play Cypher or Viper on this map in basically every comp that you run, just to deny that A vision on attack and make them, you know, question mark themselves. So Cypher or Viper, definitely.
I think as well you have to consider BBL would have been planning to have been playing with Chiwa, so of course Magnum is just going to have to either slot into whatever they've been able to do with that, or actually they've decided to maybe get a bit creative knowing that they have Magnum.
Oh, this is a little bit juicy. We got a little bit of some changes from either side, so let's address the BBL side. Levin will be on the Raze, and we have, I guess, a little bit more meta stuff.
Yeah, I think Breach Teo, this is probably going to be one of the last times that we see this comp on split. So I'm excited to see if there's anything new that they can cook, considering I think everything that, you know, has been kind of invented has already been ran. So it's definitely one that Foot are probably expecting or well practiced against. So.
I just know Mini is sat at home rubbing his hands looking at BBL's composition. Yeah. I mean, we consider all the different choke points that are on split. They're going to be able to set up so many nice like trap crunch plays with that Raze, with that Breach, with that Teho. I'm expecting them to be able to have good synergy on this map and have their ideas fully fleshed out, given that we've not seen split from BBL this stage.
We haven't, and I believe they have to bring out something spectacular, because if they don't, Mitch and Tom, the season will end right here, right now for BBL.
It has been a good showing from BBL. Looking back at this year, they came in, expectations, I mean, after the first couple games, expectations were high, that's for damn sure. Now,
originally they were probably between 10th and 12th.
Yeah,
we're being brutally
expectations
honest.
were low. But after the first few games, expectations rose to levels we'd never seen before for a BBL roster. They even managed to win the Turkish Derby, something that no BBL roster had done before. But now, one map down, and history may be about to repeat itself in Foot's favor, eliminating BBL from the running.
But this is the thing, beating them in the regular season, beating them in the playoffs, I know which one matters the most for Foot. It is the chance to drive towards another international event, as said, in history. Since we have got ourselves into that league format, they have always made it to at least one of the Masters. For BBL, that is something that they have yet to achieve. A squad with high potential, but will the pressure get to them when it matters most? Foot are going to be kicking things off on the attack side. We've seen them thrive on the defense when it came to that Vitality matchup. So now we get to see what's on the other side.
Magnum's the one to be challenged. His opening pistol was impressive. He managed to score himself a triple kill, but not this time. 2 barrels on the short. Only one finds its mark with cracks down. Pressure put onto the B side, put onto Profek, and he's not able to rise to the challenge, but Yumpy is leaving them into a 2 versus 2. Ada Captain tagged, and he goes for the sneaky spot down below. It doesn't work out, because Sociable's here to claim the pistol round.
Yeah, I think important to get right back into the swing of things for BBL. You lose your own map choice in close contention after a slow start to the game. That was kind of the story, I think, of BBL when we go back to kickoff. They were very slow to start games. I don't think it's been an issue so much in stage 1, but we've got to see if they're going to build into this series or bow out with a whimper. Seems like the morale is definitely still high at this stage, and Yedeje still performing. He had an unbelievable map number 1. And you look back to their match versus Vitality, he was arguably the best player. It was him, Zeus, and Ada Captain all within a couple of kills of each other. I think that's the level they need on this sort of map. It felt like the momentum went in their favor, whereas you go back to kickoff and they face the likes of a Vitality, they got smashed.
This follow-up still presents some danger. Foot were able to make miracles happen with low buys.
They don't have a bucket this time.
Oh, true. Never mind. Nor a headhunter, Tom.
That's true as well.
So this one already in the bin. But no, it is something that you'd expect BBL to be quite cautious in how they approach. Sociable. Caution thrown to the wind. He is walking it up through vent by himself, isolating himself in the duels, but taking them all down.
Fine.
That's one way to go. He'll grab himself some orbs. Profek.
Did you see his cam?
I didn't.
That desk almost got pounded. That's all I'm going to say. Not a happy bunny. I think after the first round, a little bit of a whiff. And then this round, losing to a classic of Ada Captain, there's definitely some frustration seeping in. 11, this will end up being an easy cleanup. No chance to retrieve the rifle, and a Captain made absolutely sure of that. But they will still come in with 4 guns of swords.
Yeah. Not ideal losing the Bulldog in that situation. That's why you see that frustration. Hey, he smiles. He smiles right after. He catches it. It's all good. It's all good. Keeping the vibes up. 4-0 start for Sociable. We talked about him on Haven the last time that we'd seen them before this. It was, what, 29-4, you said? Something ridiculous. KD off the charts. And, well, it was Magnum taking the mantle in the previous. Although, talked a lot about Magnum, about his impact. Yedeje, massive clutches across the board and ends up, what, dropping a 30 bomb by the time we come out of that map? Levin is in danger, and he will not get out unscathed.
Only a Marshall lost. Was just trying to be a little bit cheeky with it. The shock. Put through the wall. I don't know if that was intended, but it hasn't delayed the opponents at all. And the only real battle I want to be watching is Profek. He gets another bite of the cherry and he loses just the same. And a Captain already starting to dominate that early battle. I think that's 3 in a row now for kills versus Profek, and this round is looking very clean indeed.
Oh yeah, there's no danger for Foot. A 5 versus 1. Magnum coming in, Spectre in hand.
Weapon here.
The only thing is maybe he can isolate Mr. Fallen, but that's a battle he's not likely to win. 2-1 we go, and an in-zone flawless for Foot as they get their first round on the board.
Best way to break back into things. I want to keep an eye on how that battle between Ada Captain and Profek goes, because that has now been 3 different ways that fight has gone down, and every single time, even though the rounds were going the way of BBL, every time it has gone the way of Ada Captain, even with a classic in hand. And that's going to be one, if you can deny that space for whichever player is going towards B main, the map becomes so much more difficult to control. That's a part of the map the defense is constantly going to be fighting for.
Ton of credits for Foot now. Margin for error quite high, and they come into this round with full rifles. This is a very strong position for them to battle from. Gonna see double flashes thrown through, but the TP is a fake. Foot approaching this one relatively slowly, considering they've already burned up quite a bit of utility. Zeus doesn't have those initiating flashes, and the backside's being cleared. They see the markings on the floor that this was a fake, and it's worked wonders. The A side is wide open at the moment. The adjustment from BBL will be to push mid, but that's right into the waiting arms of Foot. But Profek, well, he is course correcting, decimated in some of those earlier duels, but now he's dishing out the damage, and it's at a captain on the floor. A potential ace for Profek, and he's gonna go hunting it down. No frustration to be seen if he grabs this one.
You unlike this man when he's angry.
Oh no.
There are some players that almost seem fueled by the frustration. I think the mention of Didier Drogba has been said in football. Left. Someone that you play them when they're happy, it's an alright game. You play them when they're mad, and you better watch out. And right now, that seems to be the case for Foot. Profek desperately hunting for where that last player is going to be. That little bit of an extra confidence boost. It's Ultima already online. There is nothing else other than removing that weapon from Yedajay's hands, and he will find the fight. I think he's just spotted the pixel around it, and it will be the ace for Profek. A way to bounce back, as said, it was 3 battles in a row, and he turns and takes every fight versus the squad of Foot.
I tell you what, there's a big smile on his face as he finds that final kill. Every battle he took here, precise, clean, and in these rounds, sometimes you go, yeah, but Tom, they had a few pistols, you know?
My first ace in VCT.
His first ace in VCT, and he reckons the best one as well. Certainly his best one, I'll give him that credit. 3-1 for BBL. We've seen this before, and it all fell apart. It went downhill, and Foot had a much worse buy to make that happen.
Hey, it worked last time, Profek. Oh, I respect it. Almost exactly the same spot that he just faced in the last round. You can see this time there is going to be the drone sent up, and he's actually been immediately dinked through the wall. Now, bear in mind, Yedajay found a gap in the previous round, even if it wasn't exploited, and he's almost done. Now he's stuck in the aftershock, has to face forward, but still manages to win one of those fights. But Yuppie comes back with a double trade.
Oh, they're not happy about losing Haven, I'll tell you that. Back with a fiery vengeance. Foot had a full buy in the previous, and one man stood in their way. Now, they come in with the same. Credits invested, opportunities, but not seized. As BBL have the man advantage, and they're looking to bring this towards the B site, bring it past Levin. It's a brave play. See if he's going to be hitting his shots. Taking him down puts a lot of pressure on Magnum, and it could see the round switch into their favor. And in fact, even just sending him backwards could be enough. Magnum has to step up yet again, and he will find the first. The second player, though, could be his undoing. Will be, but Levin trades him out. Wonderfully done with Mr. Fallen all alone.
Time. That's the main issue. 15 seconds left on this clock for Mr. Fallen to try and achieve anything. And I don't think there's any world in which he manages to win this one. Does at least clear out the first. The second goes this way, but the time is gone.
No time.
All he has to do is hide, and well, thankfully, that's exactly what the IGL will do. That was somehow within a semblance of a chance, and honestly, I think if it was anyone else at BBL, they might have risked that. But Yuppie is a calm head. You might not think it from the cams, but he is.
Too late. Wow. Yeah, and as well, he already had a decent round. Many a player would go for that swing. It looked like that one was locked in. Profek goes from an ace to
he
not
even quite
looked
being able to exactly where Yuppie was, by the way. Like, that was where he switched his aim to. He's like, I know where he is. I got 4 seconds to hit this shot. Like, Mr. Fallen is so intelligent in those moments.
It's a great read. The execution still leaves BBL with the advantage. 4-1. And now a rifle for Zeus. The rest of the squad playing with pistols. It's a similar buy, indeed a better buy than where they managed to turn the tide back on Haven. So no room for error when it comes to BBL, and Profek falling off rip. At least they will find Yedajay. That closes off this Vents approach.
Yeah, I don't think you want to push that anymore. Definitely not ideal. Doesn't manage to scan anyone. Knows that at least they're partially clear. I don't even know if the stun would help out too much. Zeus still trying to fight tooth and nail, but he will be able to retreat, and then even has the salvos of his own. Dimensional drift used, but even though he's been spotted, it's not going to be easy to clear. And in fact, they did get spotted. How has he managed to do that with nobody noticing? And it's like Zeus must have walked directly past him and seen him, but I guess they just didn't expect that so Sociable would show them that level of disrespect, and he's come back in for more. 4 kills for Sociable. Can we get our second ace already? He's going to get the fight, and we will! What is happening with BBL? 2 aces in 6 rounds!
Well, we talked a big game about their defense over on Haven. This is a defense unlike any other that they've shown so far in VCT. 2 aces in 6 rounds! And it starts with a man, a judge in hand. This one at least against pistols for the most part, but it goes to the win. The confidence on display. It's got Foot panicking. They're calling a timeout.
Let's go. It's crazy. Like I still don't understand how nobody was watching that. Like he couldn't have made it more clear that he was in the vents. He like used every piece of utility, killed a person just before. Someone went past him with a dimensional drift. Like he might as well have been running around with a Sova dart attached to his forehead. Like I genuinely don't know how he's got away with that. And yeah, guys is gonna take a pause here. I'm not surprised. He's not pleading and he's not angry, so that's a good sign.
He's not stood up. That's all I need to see.
I think that the one for me was when it looked like he was emotionally pleading with the team, like, guys, please stop, I can't. And then like holding his chest, I'm like, oh God, do we need to call the medics? But right now, no, that's a chill, guys. That's a chill guy.
Yeah, we'll see how long that keeps up. They've got 1 map advantage, but this is their home turf. This is where they decided to take the fight to BBL.
That's sort of the interesting thing, though. I wouldn't consider this a home turf.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
You play it through, in the year, they're 1 and 3. In the stage, they're, oh no, sorry, 1 and 4. They're 1 and 3 this stage. So it's not been a good map. They smashed Vitality on it, but I do feel like that's because Vitality might have other issues. We'll see. Their defense was very good, so they may not need a mass amount of rounds on this side.
Either way, they came in today and they thought this could be the map that puts them with a leg up, that helps them bounce back from Haven if they do end up losing it. And from what we're seeing here, that OT went the other way. It could have been a death sentence. Zeus, an aggressive play to pick up 2. They've got themselves a lot of control now. Pressure onto Yumpy. Magnum on the other side of the map, and that's not the man you want to push into. It will be Yumpy that's challenged, and that challenge quickly sees a conclusion.
This is just another Zeus round to add to the collection. And I think he had the perfect read on that scenario. The salvos were to clear him, and then the spams hoping they would kill him off. He just goes, okay, 2 players have just spammed a full mag at me. They maybe have a couple of bullets that they're not going to expect me to burst straight through the smoke. Just an individual play that completely wins the round for Foot. And I think something that was needed. You have a couple of aces go against you. You need someone to turn the tide. For Magnum, credits are good on the squad, so the goal, clear some guns.
Think back to Haven, the exit that they tried to play. Over on A, he was able to do a lot of damage.
He's hit a good timing.
They're all coming his way. Oh, but he's giving the game away. Now you'll just see him back off. That rifle carried through to the next. It's not needed. He can afford to go down. Every little helps at the end of the day. And you're not going to be getting very much. A few spams, that's all he's going to attempt. 5-2. Foot after the pause, they find a correction, which, you know, I'm not sure how much time you put into the strat of Zeus just go and shred them all up in heaven. Flashes himself in, finds himself that double, and from that point forward, it seems like easy pickings, especially when he then follows up onto Yumpy.
They have had some legendary strats in their day. Kiwi go kill, CNED go kill.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Zeus go kill.
It worked right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Fallen, generational talent.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the Zeus go kill strat this round has failed, so they're going to have to go to plan B, as he has just been domed, I think also through his own fake out. The team immediately trying to react off that. A quick push up middle. Spike the last man in, which is a little bit dangerous, but they have managed to get quite far.
Reveal goes a little shallow. Could have found a lot of information on the site, but players still up on Rafters undetected. They try to deal with him, and Yumpy steps up for 2. Profek in with another, leaves Yedije alone, and Sociable's play through mid lane. Catches him off guard. A good correction by BBL. Back now at 6-2, back into winning ways. The economy not quite fully broken for Foot, but it's getting there.
Yeah, I don't mind the call from like, you've seen quite a bit of utility sent over on that A side. You lose your duelist, you go, okay, well that's our space taker gone. Like, a lot of the rest of our utility is set up around that. Let's try going elsewhere quickly and catching them off guard. The thing is, that wasn't the majority of the players. BBL were very quick to react on stacking up the remainder and a flank as well from Sociable. For the attack now though, slowing it down a bit. Their credits back on the brink, and well, BBL have not really had a dent made in theirs just yet. Ultimates also firmly in the defender side favor. The one really on the board is Yetterjay's Viper's Pit, but can get into a post plump. Well, they're being cleared out of B main.
We've seen a few times from BBL, like, look at their mid control. After they find that successful bit of aggression, they try to replicate it at least in some way. That's why there's 2 players towards this side of the map, waiting for that aggression to come through on A. And Yetterjay at least able to trade out his teammate, trade out that showstopper too. And having dropped 1, with Levin out of the equation, they seem confident in taking this towards the A site, but rotations have come in. Magnum started the round up in heaven, his trap still covering mid. He's on his way into the danger zone, really. He's the one at risk being the main victim of this split, but he's got another trap down in vent, waiting for this exact play. And he backs out as well.
30 seconds left.
Expecting a B hit.
Well, I think as well, you can kind of leave Yumpy because of that Rolling Thunder. He can try and push the full force of the squad back, and especially with the amount of time left on the clock, he's just trying to slow them down. He's been having a game. Even has Magnum for support. That'll be the reveal on the remaining players. They know exactly where they are. The spam coming through, and they still need to plant. They're not even going to get close. A solid hold on the A site, and a BBL that looked flat in map number 1, half number 1, are really looking like they're back to play.
Yeah, I mean, you even see that Rolling Thunder go through. Both players in heaven remain untouched. At least I think they did. Managed to just about dodge it, and still,
yeah,
he's delivering that.
But he pop flashed through the wall as well.
Still didn't catch him.
Yeah.
They dodged all the utility, and still he's able to just win the duel. And the Rolling Thunder
right now
caught the player just in front of sight. He's got to go somewhere. Thinks the smoke towards screens is a safe spot, and it was not being watched in the end by Magnum. 7-2 now. BBL in a very strong position, even if the rest of this half falls apart. And Tom, they're up against a very low buy.
I never doubt it. Not for a second when Foot are the ones with the low buy. Somehow it seems to be where they pull out their best rounds. The amount of kills they've got with a classic has to be up there with the best of them. This one's at least started well. Another conversation to be had is about Sociable on this Teo. I remember Sue in the interview asking him, is he in the conversation for best Teo in the region? He seemed almost gobsmacked by the question being asked. But you look at the way he's playing right now, I think that's his 12th kill. An ace in one of those rounds as well when starting with the judge. And oh, he's going to add another to the tally as well. An in-zone flawless. But this man has genuinely looked so stellar. And if they carry on this way, I'm almost hoping that Sue will ask that question again.
That is it. You sort of got a flare of this starting it out when he was 4-0. A lot of confident duels coming out of him too before we even saw that ace in play.
Right there.
We talked about Haven and how he had this massive performance previously, but in the previous map it was Magnum taking that mantle. Well, Sociable is back to claim that crown. Another timeout used by Foot before the half is over. They've used both of their timeouts, really showing where we're at right now. 2 rounds on the attack, it's far from enough.
Okay. A little bit more frustrated on the guys' front. You can kind of understand why. A lot of what's happening is these early battles not going their way. I think also BBL have done a very good job to force them into more disjointed takes, like be it the delay from the Teo utility, those salvos causing issues, or just Yumpy with the stuns. I feel like they've caused so many problems where you're watching never like the split, especially onto the A side. I think from Heaven and through main, it never comes in at the same time. It's never been able to because of that denial of utility. They now come into this round with 4 of their 5 ultimates online, and while BBL have been slowly expending theirs in order to take rounds home, Mitch, there's only 2 rounds left in this half, and we might be singing the praises of the defensive side. But this would have to be very strong one at this stage.
Well, it starts here. 8-4 possible. 4 foot. They need rounds on the board. They need foundations laid thick for the next half. Profex brought out an Odin to great success. Spamming through the smoke, finding one. The backside A pick as well. As the ult used by Zeus gets them no round, and Sociables picked up a double. That's 3 through the smoke. After that timeout, Foot couldn't possibly account for this. And now Mr. Fallen again, trapped on the bottom of ramp. Sociable kills him in almost the same spot as the previous round. This time, it's a bullet salvo more so than a rocket one. 9-2.
The 29-year-old rookie coming in going 16-3 and looking like he's playing this game with straight wall hacks. I'll also say as well, half of the utility at the beginning of that round was used to target Levin. At one point, he's genuinely just walking around completely blind. The blind fades, he goes, oh, he's there. It just gets an easy kill. It looks like they're just unable to target and combine any of their sort of util into an actual kill. Which is, yeah, considering you look back to the previous map, that hasn't been the case. Now the Nightfall used, desperately trying to get into a Viper's pit. It's been online for so long.
Oh, it might not get an opportunity to be used. They dodged the ult. Magnum slipped into elbow then afterwards, but he's being put to bed. There's the pick. The Viper's on site. That deep pick can come into play right here and right now. There's a gap for Yumpy. I don't think Sociable's quite so lucky. And in fact, yeah, he gets absolutely nothing. The shorty from Yumpy. The shot to the head of Zeus. And double digits at the half for BBL. Unbelievable. Their defense on Haven seemed like the thing of legends. Well, we should have been talking about Split, evidently.
Well, it has been a crazy, crazy half, and I think maybe a few people potentially wanting to give us a little bit of a reaction to that one. We're going to have a halftime interview with Alfia, Kayak, and of course, Yinsu.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Special guest here in the Riot Games Arena. I'm now joined by Alfia and Kayak from Fnatic. First of all, welcome back, boys. I didn't think I was going to see you so soon after yesterday, but who are you supporting? Why did you come here today?
We just came to here, enjoy the matches, and I support both of the team, but my heart is a little bit from BBL.
What about you, Kayak?
BBL.
Why?
My boy Profex.
Oh, your boy Profex. Speaking of your boys, Sociable, I think he was pointing at you after that clutch. Did you see him?
Yeah, I was talking with my friends on the foot side, and after he saw me on foot side, after he said this to me, I just changed my side. Yeah.
Did you change? You were on the BBL side. Oh, I love that. Now, both of you play Duelist on Split. You have a very nice time there. Which comp do you prefer? Do you prefer the Yoru or the Raze? Whichever side. You can answer.
I prefer Yoru. I think it's the best entry in the game right now. I think it's so strong.
Okay, that comp is better for you. What about you, Kayak?
What are they playing?
He hasn't been watching.
Race.
Yeah.
I would say
BBL because of Profec?
No, I would say foot comp. I like the Viper. I like the Viper.
Foot comp. Okay. But as we switch to the other side, it is 10-2 right now, so it's a little bit dire. But BBL have a really good chance to close this out and go to the next map. What do you think after facing Foot is Foot's biggest weakness on their defense side? How could BBL win this map right now?
To be honest, I don't remember how they played, but I mean it's 10-2. Hard to come back for Foot. I think they need to get pistol, probably bonus actually. So I think BBL gonna close it out.
Oh, they're gonna close it out no matter what. Please tell me that you remember playing against Foot. Do you remember? Split.
Yeah, I remember playing against Foot on Split, bro. It was like 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was.
I don't remember.
Do you remember how you beat them on your attack side and when they were defending?
Yes, I think I remember. I mean, they have a really basic game plan. And like Zeus is 12 round in on ramp, so probably BBL is reading the game right now and they are winning. I think they're gonna close this out as well.
All right, thank you very much, Coach Alpha and Kayak. I'm just happy that you're here. And we'll throw it back to Mitch and Tom and see if BBL can indeed close this out.
I feel like Kayak's my spirit animal there, man. I'd be the exact same. Wait, what comes to that?
Well, that is literally, I think that is me and you. Like, I'm literally out for in that moment going, that was 2 days ago, Mitch. She's like, I don't even know what happened this morning.
I'm sure I enjoyed it. I don't remember. I'll tell you what, BBL feeling good after this 10-round defensive side. Moving on to the attack. This pistol could be the end of it all. And for Foot, we know that they're capable. We know their defense can be strong, but we need to see
there he is.
Another level from them. Yeah, the 3K pistol god. Let's see if he can do it again.
They are walking in towards potentially the most dangerous man in Yedaje. Working around that angle. Levin's already going to be there to stop, but they have no idea how much ground they've lost. Just walking straight into such a dangerous spot. Well, it was neither. It was Levin to take home that pistol round. Quick and easy for the side of BBL. That was over in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, I think, do we have these map picks backwards? Is that it? Foot with the surprise Haven pick, and then BBL been prepping Split for a long, long time.
I do believe that they've been prepping Split.
Yeah, evidently.
The veto being backwards, not so much.
It is an unbelievable display from them, considering that slow start to the defense, and I think that speaks to how well Foot came in prepared for that Haven. Also to the preparation that BBL did, kind of going out the window with the composition Foot brought to bear, and it working out remarkably well. Now, in this round, there's clearly going to be rotations with the spike all the way down in the spawn, as we've seen. And early on, it is the pressure applied to B to drag this rotation around from the A site. And as they move to be heavier on that side of the map, they don't make up for it around the A site, around B aggression even. It's mid, where the pistols are waiting for this close range fight. The player we talk about that you can isolate is Magnum, and they will. But they only get a stinger for their trouble, and the A site is completely lost.
It's not the gun you really want to retrieve in these sort of moments. When you look at the other side, everything else has its additional price tag, and one of those rifles would be nice. You've also likely got to go walking into an angle that's being held by Sociable with a sniper, and he is currently 17-4. You mentioned that Haven performance versus Gentlemates. Well, he was 26-4, so still got a way to go for him to be able to match that. But if more players keep walking into the crosshair like that, it's going to come in nice and easy.
It's also difficult when you have a team, even speaking about Sociable's ace being the pistols, but certainly Profx, where he would be down and out at the start, being put in his place. Then he comes out and single-handedly destroys one of the first full buys that we've seen from Foot.
That was costly.
Costly at 12-2. It might get them around, but there's so much room for BBL to have those shakier starts. Hey, Crashies.
Can we zoom in a little bit more? Just get it right into his face. I think he'll appreciate that. Just hold it there. Solid minute. That'll be our entire post map.
Yeah, why are we doing replays? Can we go back to Crashies?
Elimination, of course, on the line for both of these sides, but it's looking like Ascent is on the horizon. Definitely getting some flashbacks. This is a third map decider, the longest map in history last time out. And already a death-dealing blow to Yedaje. He was phenomenal in map number 1, but he has been taken out within the first 10 seconds of this round.
The call from BBL, making some noise on A. Mid has been overtaken, especially with Magnum dropping Mr. Fallen. It pulls this rotation off the B site, which is now wide open for the players that are lurking their way up through. It's going to be a free take without a captain dropping Magnum. Sociable spotted as well, I believe. I'm pretty sure they know that he's here. Paranoia used, but it's dodged nicely, and he's causing problems. He's buying time, but Foot have managed to equalize now in a 3v3 for the retake.
Yumby's still only with the Spectre, but a full belt of utility to play with. Levin just making sure that he's not falling for the Durkaroos. He will just about manage to cling to life and then takes control of the spawn as well. That's another angle that has to be cleared for Foot. And that time now continues to tick down, already getting towards the spike, but Profx winning the duel when it matters the most. And now all that remains is Zeus. It will be a 13-2 decimation after a close call on Haven. It's not quite the 2-0. A third map is going to be needed.
This could have been the 2-0, a round in the difference over on Haven, but they lose it in overtime. Now, we have made it all the way to map 3, a necessary map between these two teams. The Turkish derby ends on Ascent.
Please ace, first ace in VCT. Yes! First ace!
Nice! Nice! Let's go! Nice! Nice!
Ace! Volkan, ace!
Nice! Nice done! Nice, boys! Let's go, boys! Let's go! Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Nice, Martin! Nice, boys! Let's go, boy! Nice, boys. Good job! Nice, Martin! Nice, boys! Let's go, boys, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Nice, Falcon! Nice! Let's go! Let's go, boys, let's go!
I'm gonna need Yumpy to come in here at the end of our day and just tell us what a nice job we did.
Yeah. Give this man a crowd.
Nice, Kakuka,
Seriously.
nice.
Yes. No, even when he's like, good, nice job.
I like the Martin, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
You got any favorites of Yumpy's
Of Yumpy, I think it's just we're going to Iceland, like from the original Liquid VOD, yeah, like.
That was a really good one. We're rolling back the years.
You did a good job today.
I like how charitable they are because they're like, you get an ace, you get an ace. We don't have enough rounds for another person to get an ace, but I'm sure if they played even more, maybe Magnum could have gotten another ace on Split.
Absolutely, with the performance that we've seen from Magnum, how he's performing this past weeks, absolutely yes. But as you're saying, especially very early in the round, after losing such a close Haven, a map that they've been so successful in, going into Split, when it was Foot picking it for some reason, we see the kind of confidence that gives you and allows you to have those aces. Also, props to everybody in the team for allowing Profek to get the ace.
Yeah.
Everybody literally walked back. I would have liked a little bit of baiting for him, as in I will be your human shield. But especially with this first 4 kills where he's just waiting one after the other, and he just walks around the map to find the last one. And for some time, those were the only 5 kills that he got. But congratulations, Profek, on your first ace.
Yeah, I will say though, Sociable got done a tiny bit dirty there because it is his ace. Yumpy's had his, fair share in the past, but Sociable's time to shine. And you heard it there in the interview that Sociable, after doing this, had the audacity to look up, spot Alpha in the crowd, gestured to him that, why are you sitting on the side of Foot? And then Alpha promptly moved over. And Gorilla, that is the kind of confidence you need to have in a game that's this high stakes.
Yeah, I mean, it just reminds me of when my friends have asked me for tickets, and same with my assistant coach has asked for tickets, and then we see them in the other team. It's like, you traitor, man.
Yeah.
Like, come on,
Why are you doing that?
I can't be dealing you tickets if you're not coming to support me.
It's the fact that he's sat on that stage, just lost map 1.
Yeah.
He has a million things he needs to focus on, but it's Alpha here that he wants to point at.
He's very cold-blooded. Like he keeps calm under very high-pressure situations. And I think that this map, even though it was very quick and brief, like Mitch would say, it was a great display of his abilities. Every single time that we see him playing on the Tejo, he has the kind of impact that many players struggle to find. Having the confidence from swapping for the abilities, and not only having a brilliant individual performance, he's always on top of everything. He doesn't save that much of utility, and he sometimes have the bold movement of just keep pushing with the judge. Go for it.
Yeah, I think an issue that a lot of Teo players struggle with is overusing the utility. At every point, as soon as you get a kill, you're instantly pulling the rockets out, or trying to stun, or trying to drone. And the thing that I like about Sociable is half the time he's not even... See, he's got full util here already. Like, they've taken ramp, and he's just facing, right? So it's the thing where it's like, he just doesn't need to use his util. He's just so reliant on his aim, and so consistent when he's doing it.
I love that word, consistency, because I think it's really difficult to be consistent in this game, but he's really, really up there with every department, the mechanics, the aim, the util usage, as you mentioned already. But it almost felt like too easy. Foot didn't really even get into the game. And is this at all just because of the veto questions that we've had this entire playoffs?
I mean, yes, let's bring the conversation back. Okay, I will mold. So you go up against Fnatic and you ban Icebox, a map that they do not play. Do you really think that BBL are going to pick Icebox? Like, coming into today, knowing the stakes of today, they're going to play to their strengths. Do not get me wrong. The chances of them picking the Haven, if it were not to ban it, were very high, and that was a win for them. They had something prepared. We see the cracks going on the Neon and a different plan that throws BBL on a map that they've been extremely successful on, completely off the charts. Going on to Split, you pick the Split, another map that has been good for BBL. You pick the Split, and this is where I expected to see something different. Some maybe double duelists with cracks, another change of composition that we didn't see. So I guess we have to wait and see how many rounds we see this time around in Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is Foot had a good showing against Vitality on Split. Maybe let's lean into that, because maybe that's our map. I think it comes down to, honestly,
he better be sitting on the side of BBL right now, by the way. Sorry, carry on. What's Mini doing? Mini thinks he's on the team. Mini's just like, oh, oh, you know, get me back. Oh, whoa.
Wow. In front of Mila, that's...
It's because Mini has been told so many times that the vibes got better after he left. So he feels like he's got to prove himself a little bit, right? Sorry, Gorilla, I derailed you there. But let's take a look at Agent Select and tell me, what do you think about this, Harry? Which one do you prefer?
Honestly, like, so when I think of Zeus, I think of Yoru, and so it's, you know, it's not necessarily the CNED playing the Jet, it's the Zeus playing the Yoru, so I think both comps make sense. I would like to see BBL kind of exploit their kind of triple initiator a lot, not using all their wave utility at once, and maybe keeping a bit, so maybe catch foot off guard, because they're going to be using their knife and their recon 140, 1 minute and 30 seconds. So that's what I'd like to see BBL do a bit more than what they did the other day against Heretics.
And coming into today, they had the higher seed. They decided to be that team A, so they get the first ban, and also they get to decide the side on the last map. Also with the chances of it being Ascent, they get to start on the defense, but of course, elephant in the room, the triple initiator, and as Harry was saying, a little bit more of layering. You have so much to work with. You need to be very smart in when to use it, especially now that Zeus has moved from that Jet onto the Zero.
Well, last time Mitch and Tom brought us 48 glorious rounds of Ascent. I think we can aim higher than that. Let's go for 50 today, boys.
I genuinely just said the same thing backstage.
The thing
50
is,
rounds.
everything Sue has said over the last couple of days has happened.
It has, hasn't it? She called the OT. We got there. She did it yesterday. We got there. Tom, we're going 50 rounds. Lock in, buckle in, and buckle up. The Turkish derby, it has to end on the 82nd province. We're going to Ascent, formerly a staple for the region. Other people have caught up, but now it's time to fight for that crown. BBL looking to not just beat Foot in this head-to-head for the first time, as it was when they faced earlier on this stage, but doing it twice in 1 year. Not even Foot have managed that.
Interesting. BBL have the lowest retake win rate of all EMEA playoff teams.
They have more rounds played on this map, I reckon, than any other team in one series. So I'll cut them some slack there. It was an attack-sided affair when we got to overtime. We'll see if it's the same thing as we run it back again. Zeus swapping up.
Regulation, it was only 7-5, so it really could be the smallest of rounds that makes the difference. That's not the start they were looking for. Luckily, Profek is still here to do the damage. Levin has managed to find one with the distraction, and Yumpy trying to flash back into position. The fact is, though, they are still looking to go in this same direction. But it seems like the play here from BBL is just play the retake of, wow, Zeus has been caught while trying to cross.
The retake gets that little bit easier now, doubling up on the advantages.
Spike planted.
Cleared out Heaven already with the Prowler, and this is going to be their signal to group up. 4 players coming in together. Utility, not quite gone because you've still got those salvos, those pesky salvos are causing problems. Genije, not able to tuck in anymore. He's out in the open, isolated, and beautifully played by BBL. They tip the dominoes and watch them fall 1-0 for the defensive side.
Yeah, I think one of the major highlights for me going into this match, and more the matchup, is the swap up for Zeus. It is the only change in composition, but I can only assume that is more of a comfort thing than anything else. Like, the guy really struggled in the Jet v Jet battle, so he's now going to try and change that play up. It was mentioned by our wonderful analyst, Alphia, that he thinks that Zeus, or not Zeus, Yoru is currently the greatest entry in the game at the moment, and it's going to be so important when it comes down to this map in particular. Getting through some of those choke points, A main, B main especially, is so tough if your entry is not having a good game.
That's a lot of information to work with. Deep nade going to be sent through. That's a lot of damage, and indeed it will be a couple picks. Although Zeus manages to fire back, Cracks and himself are desperately low.
So's Profek.
Yeah, Profek has taken a few licks of damage, and he's the only man here. He's got some support in the side, and he's not afraid to fight. This could still be relatively costly. They lose another player. Mr. Fallen looks for a bit more, but won't find it.
Yeah, they still keep the majority of the heavy weapons, at least. But this is something that BBL do quite often. It's like not the biggest of investments, but they still buy. Like, it's not like they're just going for a pistol. Like, they consistently buy up SMGs. And I don't think we've seen a massive amount of success when it comes to third rounds. Maybe just making sure that this can't quite escape from them in the conversions. But this is where Foot come in with a mammoth advantage. Full shields on every single player, rifles as well. And Levin sniper, not going to be an insta-kill.
This is Foot's chance to correct early on, get themselves on that board.
Enemy mark.
They've done it so far. Times very convincingly. Slow approach to start this one out. BBL, look at the control that they've got towards the A site. They're allowing the walk-up, and they've got a little high-low setup in play. Profek and Levin, you know, although Levin will be facing off against full shields, if Profek just lands one shot from the Bulldog, that A site will be well and truly defended. The push is coming in the other direction. It seems clear to us that it will be a B split. They've left players outside A, left players watching mid. They still have the chance to go back. Now less so.
Sociable. Definitely the highlight of the previous map. Their domination came through off some of his individual brilliance. Well, he's going to be under some serious pressure here, trying to just get up in their face and nothing found for it. And while an attempted push through from Yumpy is met with exactly the same fate, in fact, even a fadeaway shot for Krax to add another to the death toll. I think we saw this in the last map. A flawless, potentially on the cards, although there has been a timing for Profek. There's so many players still within this site. I'll be surprised if he's not expected.
I mean, there's something as well that we've seen from Profek. Going back to the previous map, he had a lot of patience in looking for those flank players. You can see he is very much expecting that to be the case. Yet again, that someone's trying to sneakily come up behind him. The recon gives away the game though, and it's Yedege jumping the gun, getting ahead of it. An in-zone flawless in round 3. I said they've managed to win these third rounds after losing the pistol quite a lot. They've done so quite cleanly at times. This one, I felt like every fight that they took was on their own terms.
Yeah, very, very comfortable stuff. And I think at times a little bit slow of a reaction from BBL. And around where you have this many weaknesses, I'd like to see them just gamble a little bit more. But for now, this is where the proper purchase comes into play. Ultimate's not particularly close, but one away will be Mr. Farland. I felt like this has always been a map where his Sova is incredibly difficult to play against. Just a comfort individually, which if your IGL is comfortable, that's always a good sign. Yumpy has to be careful, almost losing his life, and well, Magnum's position is very much known. Hasn't been cleared just yet, though.
He will be. That nade still sends him out into the open. No way to fall back cleanly in the cloudburst, just a little late in landing. So he will be traded out at the very least. Yumpy threw this nade through. He gets aggressive. Wants to push his way up. And after not finding that initial fight, more passive approach. That mid position held down by Sociable. A site being watched by Profek. He's under a little bit of pressure. If they were to walk up short, there could be a gap. The Sociable peeks it here and there, and with Yedege down, Wood are sending it in his direction. It's Profek with the pressure on his back.
Yeah, the rotation again not coming. He's now finally made the spot, but this now becomes more of a survival effort. Maybe in the hope that somebody will be able to get there in time. Just created a little pocket of space for himself. This angle is just in case anybody crushes to the side of the site, and that's exactly what it's done. Clever stuff from Profek, still surviving in the backlines. He's lasted such a long time. And that means that spike is still yet to go down. 10 seconds as the rest of the players will now start to move their way forward. Nice shot from Mr. Farland, gets rid of Sociable, but Levin's there as well, and he has to try and stick this plant. Profek, for me, ends up being the hero of that round, as BBO again are off to a strong start.
I agree with you 100%, Tom. Profek buys so much time sitting down in the back of the site, picking off the first as they come through and making them push his smoke. It's only when it fades that he's really in danger. You can see already trading blows. It's coming down to a narrow margin, and the fact that one player almost has to stick that spike allows those 1v1s. The switch up, dude. That's like two personalities. Nice, good job.
I love Magnum. I genuinely think I could just sit and listen to his comms all day and I'd have a great time. The fact he admitted in the last match I'm giving fake comms is hilarious. Beautiful flash. Ada Captain now being pressured. A second flash through. And while Ada Captain to win the battle versus the young duelist there again after getting an opener. Going to immediately react off the back of this. Now there's 2 players within the site.
Nice flash by Zeus. Profek, though, still going. This smoke, we saw a similar one in the previous round, and it's bought them an advantage, or at least, rather, it's pulled it back into equal footing. The problem is, the advantage goes to Foot, as the B site now wide open. They've stepped in already. Yedajay's closed that door, and Mr. Fallen has a free route down onto site. An open plant as well. They could play Boathouse. Move back towards main, where they've actually embedded Ada Captain. A lot to work with.
Against the Teo, it's much more difficult to play that backside, play off those crossfires, because it can be so easily cleared by all of that utility information. Attempted to be found by Profek, but they still have to clear that backline. The dart does well, but more importantly, it gives the space to Ada Captain. Yedajay there as well, and now all that stands is Magnum, nothing to be had. It is Foot with, again, a quick response in the calling, finding that gap in the form of their Sentinel. And they're right back within distance again. I'm seeing that back and forth, Mitch, already.
It's deja vu, man. Deja vu's kicking in. This is exactly the kind of vibe we had starting out the previous time that these two faced, the 25-23 game. I say game, it was just a map. But there's series that looked like that. You're high-fiving him whether you like it or not. And you better like it. Foot, 1 round behind. And look at BBL's buy. This should be the round where they equalize. Profek, player with the biggest gun for BBL. He's being spotted. They won't be surprised by him there, but he has rotated around to spawn as Magnum just takes a heads-up duel.
But there was a lot of util thrown in there. The salvos, and I think there was also maybe an extra little piece before, but yeah, that cross being held. Cracks, no, it's not Cracks to go down. In fact, it's Yedajay to fall. They've also left Levin at the back of the site. Zeus is trying his best to maybe create some sort of distraction on the other side, but he's now going to be tagged up as well. A lot of players ending up low.
There are problems being created, but the thing is, look at Foot. They need an individual to step up. Everybody's isolated. The idea to move towards the B side, it's the best one. Zeus will be able to fall back. He has ult for the reposition, for the clearance of site, but they'll go in ahead of the clock. 40 seconds. Have some time to play with. Maybe hoping the backside is clear. Now they know it isn't. It's only a Sheriff standing in their way, though. No shields even on Levin. He's in a lot of danger in this battle. The numbers thinning out. Yumpy goes down. 1 kill here for Levin. Would be wonderful, but hard to land up against the rifle of Mr. Fallen. BBL. They have recovered a rifle for Sociable. They've got salvos online, but the advantage, again, goes to Foot. And the post plant on B will be tough to break back into. Maybe those salvos can force the players in the open. That's best we can hope for, but you gotta get past Zeus first.
Yeah, he also has dimensional drift, so if things get dangerous at any point, he can look to regroup, but it isn't gonna be the case. Looking comfortable once again, and even gonna use it just to clear Sociable. You know this guy has been a real danger, just almost trying to ignore his opponent, who has every single piece of information. Sociable's goal now is just to try and clear them as they fall out of the site, and it's only gonna be the one. Good recovery from Foot. The initial deficit now depleted as they look to build into this attack.
Yeah, I think looking for those exits, a good idea. He wasn't going to get anything done if he walked out. It would be the easiest spam of these players' lives. The fact that Zeus is able to take down Magnum, split these players up on the B side as well, and then continue to fire up in market. It recovered the round that was very much under threat. And it was great target selection as well. The fact they moved towards B, the players waiting for them there, the classic, and a Sheriff, no shields. A very different game. A very different one that we're walking into in this round. The operator of Levin, and maybe about to see action. Yedajay is waiting outside B, pressure on middle, but the spike, it is shifting towards this side of the map, right into Levin's waiting arms.
Yumpy almost gone. They've had some trouble around that short control, and yeah, already forcing them out of position. That paranoia has removed the danger of the setup. That's the issue of not having that sentinel over on the defensive side, is you need to have more of this aggression, target selection not working out for Profek, and it's already falling apart. Magnum almost hoping for a bit of a miracle spray because they have completely lost control of the site, and even with bullets being spammed through, nothing is found.
There was a moment where it looked like Levin was about to pop off. He was about to have so many opportunities with that operator. But once Yumpy goes down foot, they realize there's a weakness. Where Levin is right now. Time is ticking. They found a pick. Ult's going to be committed. They're going for this, even with Levin so far away. Yedajay's had all the time in the world to wrap around, and he's about to execute Magnum from short. In fact, Mr. Fallen gets ahead of it, and the ult will be lost in the end. That looked like conflicting ideas. Two different calls, and the wrong one was made in the end.
Yeah, I think that was Magnum purely doing that of a reaction to his own kill. I think that was a call in the moment of like, right, now we go for it, and maybe not realizing how far away Levin was, but that definitely feels like a misplay. Like a single kill really hasn't turned the tide of this round, even with that Nightfall being available. And that is that has made things so much more costly for the side of BBL. A 3-round streak and an ultimate expended because of it. A BBL timeout, and I think that's exactly when you need one. That is them overplaying their hand.
Absolutely. You know, you look at Levin, he's holding on to the B site control. There's two minds I'm in about that. One is that he's looking for a flanker, which we've seen BBL be very conscious of before. But with that A hit coming in, you have to think the flank's hardly going to come from B. Most of the time it won't. The thing is, if he is looking for that flanker, or if he's doing the second thing of just saving the weapon already, calling it where it is, and maybe seeing if they get a huge opportunity on the A site. The reality is that after that much time has passed, the call is made for you. That is a save opportunity. And if you go for it, a massive risk. The problem is that if he was watching for the flank, it did come in. It came in, but on the other side of the map, it came in on short. The more normal place, I suppose, for players to come up behind you. A misread in the moment, and I think that will be Powell's opportunity to call that pause and tell the guys, listen, we're overplaying our hand there. We committed too much. We lost our up.
Percentages are so close to perfectly matching up. The worst 5v4 and the best 4v5 right now. It seems like everything's working out for Foot. Even when some of those disadvantages come through, they've been able to turn the tide, and after a bit of a slow start, doing quite well. Now Profek here is just the bait. The goal is to sell the idea that their player in this corner has already been cleared. It's definitely an unorthodox position to see a Blaze-Storm. First two knives have missed, and while the next ones have not got any better. In fact, it's only Profek that ends up getting the kill. The full setup hasn't really helped them out much, and that quick trade means it's all for naught.
Time to jump. Especially with what's left in the hands of BBL. That advantage will be so valuable.
Fake teleport.
And Foot again, switching directions. They've done this a number of times. Sociable is not falling for it. He is going to stick around. Levin is going to rotate into the B side. They've got the read, but the weaponry just doesn't match up. Big performance needed. Sociable has been good so far in this series, especially that previous map, but now dealt with cost of having the Sheriff in hand up against the rifle. It's Zeus instead who is dominating the round. A triple kill, the site taken, and with 10 seconds on the clock, they're even swapping the spike over to Yedajay to get the ult online for the next round. Nicely done, and Foot seemed to have full control of this first half.
Yeah, it's looked incredibly smooth. As I said, I think that individually a fantastic map for Mr. Fallen, but clearly with the way that the calling has been going as well, like this guy has basically been able to just find the gaps wherever they were needed, and there hasn't been any of these nasty surprises. And that's been the sort of the weird thing about this. Like, you are playing a composition that has a triple initiator, and yet Foot, I would say the majority of times, have walked into the emptier of the two sites. I don't feel like BBL have been able to utilize all that extra information they should have to get themselves in the right place at the right time.
No time like the present to make a change. BBL defensively, perhaps looking for aggression out on mid, but it might be too little too late. They've already made it up short, and Zeus correct. He's given a lot of time to find his spray onto his mark. Yumpy's head ripped clean off. Ult no longer available. Sociable's got his. He's on the wrong side of the map. 11 though. Just to catch Yedege. That's cutting off their ability to go back to B. They've lost mid, they've lost the B site. But maybe just shoehorned into this A play, and Profek very much happy with that scenario. He's picked himself up a double. We saw him with a slow start over on split. But once he managed to hit a few shots, well, it was an ace that came right after.
Cover going out. Not wanting to overplay his hand. Krax has been spotted as well. No real need for the defensive players to fight too aggressively in this moment. Krax has been able to bypass the utility, and it seems like maybe even a plan to try and teleport into the site. It hasn't worked out, leaving only Krax remaining, and he will get nothing for it. BBL return to form, bring the distance down to just a singular round, but realistically, a lot of these rounds seem purely based around Profek. Like, his A-site hold has been fantastic. Like, genuinely having a solo Omen there has been enough in a lot of rounds. But whenever they go in the other direction, it feels like Foot have it done.
Yeah, without a doubt. The push and pull of the map's gone Foot's way many a time. After 4 rounds in a row, a single bump in the road, 1 round lost, and that is going to be the timeout called by Foot, their first used here on Ascent.
He's going to say, just go B.
Just run it down B,
For
guys.
sure.
Stop over.
Zeus gets a kill, and then we go B. That's all he's going to say. But it does feel like an awkward composition to play without having that sort of rock on the site. We talk about the B site of this map where we have seen a million different Cypher setups, Killjoy setups, you name it. There has been so much in play. Deadlock now becoming very popular. So this triple initiator has its issues. Now I think Magnum actually does a pretty good job at times of making that B site look like it has a Sentinel just because of the way he plays at the information he gathers for himself. But it has definitely been a vulnerability, and with that little bit of pressure on A, we've seen a lot those late round flanks to the B site, and as it was shown in the stats earlier, the retakes on this map for BBL are pretty horrific in terms of their success rate. I think it was around the 20% marker.
Well, after that timeout, there's a bit of a shuffle in positions. Magnum was towards this A site, now he's over on B again. Whether they just canceled the play that was called or they've got an idea of where that aggression needs to come through. We see A jump spots. There'll be late round Profek control towards that position as A main is locked down. Yumpy again looks for that short control. This is where he was caught when he had just that pistol. He's called in for some backup as well. Flash thrown over. That was from BBL looking to force this fight on middle, but it doesn't go their way. Levin taken down, and now, well, I mean, they can even just wait this out. No control of A main pushes, but they've pinged it. Someone's going to be watching for that flank.
Where's the Armageddon going to go? It's ready and raring. Like, Sociable wants to try and place this. I don't know if this is to try and force them back into middle or force them forward. It's going to be that aggressive push from Yumpy. There goes the Armageddon, trying to trap them in the corner, but it's missed just by a millimeter. Sociable has been able to pass, and Magnum checks the one angle that hadn't been cleared. A nice little set piece, leaving Ada Captain alone to try and fight this back. We mentioned those mid-splits with late aggression in towards B. Well, they denied them at the split.
That was really nice. The ultimate at first, you know, the full freeze coming out of Foot, and BBL's response, like you said, Sociable had the ult in hand, waiting for the Armageddon to come through. The timing, catching Mr. Fallen, going for the recon, and then, as you said, there's a gap. Salvos aren't even thrown into that gap. They are just sure that they can hold them in. And as they come swinging back out, it's an easy pickup for this squad.
Their fears betrayed them.
I didn't mind Foot's idea to just wait it out, but, well, evidently BBL were very much expecting that. And it was the Prowler being kept late that confirmed they were in that corner. Magnum getting that info is the trigger point.
See this challenge into middle, but
Placing alarm bot.
there hasn't been a whole lot of success in those individual fights. We've seen it attempted by Profek. Levin now once more. This round has fallen back. Still though, going to be challenged. Consistent use of the nano swarms just to make things more awkward in the battle, and Profek trying to defend, but the paranoia is solid. It leaves both players completely blind, but there's been a counter. Lockdown also utilized by the attack.
Well, the head spotted, but Mr. Fallen is the one walking away with a double. Profek gets in there just in time to cancel out the lockdown, but they've already gone in the other direction. And Tom, this is something you highlighted, the difficulty that you have when this B site, you know, we see a deep prowler go through, we see them lose control, but now they have to still cross. Flash used for that, but disadvantage, and this is the difference. Foot have either been on level playing field or with a massive advantage by the time that this pump fake came into the B plant. But now, they're a man down. Maybe a riskier play needed, and look at how BBL approached this. 3 players, a conga line moving towards the B site. There will be no untradeable kill offered up.
No command. Was picked up by that plant for Cracks. Doesn't seem like something he wants to utilize though. At a captain's position should have been noted, but Cracks looks for the swing, does a lot of damage onto Levin, but now there's nobody left on the site. They're both looking to pincer him behind a nasty surprise, but then an immediate couple of kills in response. Oh, he said the BBL's retakes have been unsuccessful. That could have been another one, but once more, Profek is the man of the moment.
6-5. We could have another 7-5 half, Tom. Deja vu, it's in full effect right now. With elimination on the line, the stakes higher than they were before.
Nice! Let's go, Volkan. Insane comes. Guys, lay insane.
There'll be no taking the foot off the gas on this one. The pressure, though, being applied by Foot towards this B site. They're dodging the early reveal. They're dodging the Prowler, often fighting for that mid control. But then there's a vacuum of information coming out of BBL.
Maybe this round they'll go there a bit more direct.
Well, that's the info.
Oh, wow, okay. An immediate use of the Nightfall. Is there going to be something to play off of this? That's the second time that we've seen Magnum throw
it got the short
in.
push.
Well, in from behind them, Zeus is trying to really battle and brawl, create a disruption for the rest of the team to make it out of that smoke. This is such a peculiar round for them, but already Yumpy will be lost. Cracks has only been downed, and Zeus just striking once again. It leaves a 3 versus 5 and an attempt, and while Zeus is not done, he wants a little more.
Spike planted.
Levin's moment to strike. He's found himself one, but down below at the logs is out of captain. He won't make it away. That TP, near or far, he wasn't making it out. A 3 versus 3. Players all on site, stacked up. Salvos will clear out the back. Boathouse wide open, but the players were way ahead of that. A shot, but the wall gets in the way. Yedege still drawing breath. They'll deal with him. And Sociable with the shorty. It's Profek and himself firing the shotguns to lock in that 7-5 half.
It's deja vu. And it really is breaking that retake stat. I don't think they should have been coming out with that round onto the board. But what a first half in the decider of the Turkish derby. There's still another to come.
Red Bull gives you wings.
For one of these teams, stage one is coming to an end. For the other, the Turkish derby will be theirs. Back to back for BBL. Coming into this year, they couldn't do it once. But now, the chance to do it twice, and with a 7-5 half under their belt, Tom, well, it really is anyone's game.
It will be a second opportunity for BBL to take themselves to Toronto. And for Foot, they haven't had the chance just yet. With an earlier defeat, but their run through the lower bracket seems to only just be getting started. Liquid or Na'Vi, of course, will be the one they have to face against. Neither an easy opponent, that's for sure. But at this stage, it is still anyone's game.
Got to look at that first half. A lot of problems for BBL in containing that information. On the defensive side, the push and pull was their downfall. Maybe the Sentinel was a problem for Foot. That won't be an issue. They were able to stack up one side of the map, and Sentinel is here as well. They've got numbers, boots on the ground, and the Spike in the same position. It's down in the open. And this round, it's not looking likely to fall to BBL. This could be Foot's way to equalize early on. But Tom, last time they faced, it was the pistol, it was the follow-up on defense for Foot. And only 3 rounds from that point forward, BBL had a lot of momentum on the attack.
Luckily for both sides, they've had a million rounds to look back on. Can't always take everything at face value. That is a kill that definitely makes things a little bit more interesting, but with a player still towards A main and 2 sat underneath, it's not going to be easy to clear any of these remaining members. 30 seconds to try and find something here, hoping that maybe it gets revealed, but Ada Captain's already going to catch one. It leaves Magnum with an impossible task. His position known and only 18 seconds to play with. This pistol is going to go the way of Foot, as Ada Captain will bring them within 1 round once again.
Well, the pistol now the follow-up. Should be a much easier affair for Foot. One player that we look at coming into this, Zeus, had a much tougher time when it came to playing that Jet last time around. That's the one change that we've got between this series and the last, between this Ascent and the previous 48-rounder. Here in the defensive side, it's going to allow for a lot of rotations. It's going to allow him to get out of jail free, when previously it was easy to stick him into corners for BBL to catch him with no way out. That's an audacious play from Levin. He will be punished immediately by Ada Captain.
They have nothing in this round, so he's attempting to try and use the shorty the best he can. Also a fairly light buy coming up for the defensive side as well. No expectation of any real investment, so they've decided to go with a couple of pistols, a singular Bulldog, a sniper, an SMG. Be curious to see if they buy up a couple of extra guns going into the next round. Nice shot from Mr. Violent. While Zeus is back to his old tricks, just trying to farm up orbs.
Looks like it'll be an easy close, 35 seconds. OHB on Sociable, Zeus able to take them down. He scoped in, and that's his downfall. A hip fire, I'd be confident he would have hit that. But an easy cleanup for the rest of the squad. Mr. Fallen rushing his way, well, no one's rushing their way in. There we go, finally. He'll grab himself the Marshall. Yes, he did get it, just about. So, 7-7. Tied up, and the defensive side gets off to the same start as we saw last time. This is where BBL started to put up resistance when rifles came in. Triple initiator comp. When you're talking about the defense, you can already imagine the struggles sacrificing the Sentinel. When you're talking about the attack, you can imagine the advantages.
Well, we saw that going into the pistol, though, is still that disadvantage of not having it. Is Magnum was basically having to take direct contact, and the defense were happy to just run it down towards B. They're doing it again. They want to take that space away, knowing that either there has to be someone there directly holding it, or there's a lurker still, but just not with the same utility belt there to support. And I think that's something that Foot have clearly come in with a game plan of, okay, they have that vulnerability, let's pressure it.
Mr. Fallen, the one to keep that
It's a tag.
Rifle given over to Zeus. The A site, where all these weapons are found, there's a flash in there to try to sell a bit of a ruse. But the thing is, for Foot, they know now that the split isn't coming in, not least because Mr. Fallen's covering that space, but with the alarm bot there as well, they can afford Mr. Fallen to be that little bit more loosey-goosey, running around the map, filling in the gaps that they see fit, reinforcing a site. Quick rotation possible as well for Zeus, as he's got himself that gate crash, and it will be used fairly soon as the pressure comes in, and Renegade only good for one.
Yeah, Krax is there for the immediate response, needs a little bit more, but look how low these players are already tagged. The SMG is becoming weaker, but what a shot from Profek. Straight through the smoke. That's something that BBL have to think about going into the future rounds. That Prowler didn't clear that close corner. We'll see if the damage is fatal.
So low on these players swinging, but that's why they're going in together. Getting ahead of the problem, leaving out a captain all alone. A clutch he's more than capable of winning, but
how did neither of them fall?
Levin continuing to aggress there. It made me worry, Tom, seeing those yellow health bars. But hey, listen, the confidence is key, evidently.
I guess when you're up against a Turkish aimer, they're only going to hit you in the face anyway. So if anything, health is meaningless, but you look at the way that round started, and with an SMG in the corner, Krax holding the cross, it was a nerve-wracking round, and that was just the bonus. Foot now immediately get to respond with rifles. There is the Armageddon in play, which leaves a lot of spots, I'd say especially on this B site, completely unplayable. You can't go to the back site anymore when there is an ult that can cover the entire thing and your escape.
Well, Zeus is feeling a lot more confident. He's already got as many successful opening duels as he did in that 48-round game. Evidently, the Yoru allowing this aggression is enabling him much more. You look at that mid-fight that he went for just there. You've got flash over, push through the smoke, and an immediate fade out. He's using himself as a drone that gets 1 or 2 bullets off before it disappears.
It's a nice problem to have. I think a lot of teams struggle at times to get their players to play the Yoru. You have a guy who doesn't want to play Jet and wants to play the Yoru. I think that Geist has got to be very happy with that. Maybe some hypnotism came into play, as a Turkish Jet is something we've talked about many a time. 40 seconds now on the clock. 2 players here to defend, and a captain now in the same spot we saw from Profek, and Levin leading the charge.
Levin's the one to find one, but they have to clear out a captain. Done well. Flash in from Zeus. Another to be found. We're level again. A 3 versus 3. The door closed and the plant enabled as a result. They're going to wait now. Oh, not wait for Yedajay. I thought he was coming short. I thought they'd group up and play this together. But of course, that flank is going to be wide open. Sometimes you'd worry about a turret, an alarm bot, but it's not in play. Instead, you have to worry about Yumpy. This machine is the one that's giving them the advantage. Now a tough position to fight from if Yedajay doesn't get anything and he's been spotted. The element of surprise gone, and they were watching it anyways. Now in a high-low, Yumpy to be cleared from the close corner, but they've managed to win the fight. Here comes the big push. Krax left alone, and both players facing. BBL doing one better than before, stringing rounds together early. The attack side has a 2-round lead and a massive economic advantage.
Yeah, I think having a piece or 2 missing, but it was just those effective trades after Levin takes the space. Like, you're always going to see this when watching a Jet on this map. There's statistics. If they are good, it means they're having a phenomenal game, because on the attack especially, you are basically just having to gamble your life every time. But the way you tell if a team is good at the attack is how they deal with it afterwards. And that was what BBL did to a great degree. For now, for Foot, they're in an uncomfortable position. A couple of sheriffs. The only ult. Oh, there's a couple that are close, but they're not really ones that you think about in terms of that extra damage dealing that can maybe turn around. The dimensional drift is probably the one that I'd most like to see, but it's easier said than done.
Watch out for Magnum, he's up close. A big problem as he gets isolated. Pistol swinging in deep. Prowler gets you a little bit less information than Magnum himself did. 4 players suppressed. Not only is that going to pump the brakes on this push, but that's so much information for Foot to play with. The thing is, it's an immediate response from BBL. They start to wrap back in the other direction. Back, though, towards this one rifle that Foot have in play. Back towards Yedege. This time, he's only good for 1. But the advantage is kept for Foot, and they could recover a few pistols, or weapons. In fact, it's out of Captain in the back of the site. He's committed the TP. He's put through his paranoia, but now that advantage fades.
Hope was to slow them down, but Profek has done God's work for BBL. The paranoia slowed anybody coming through the smoke, left one isolated and puts everything onto Zeus with the Sheriff. He's hoping that
time to jump.
A miracle shot of his own might just turn things back, but Profek is there again. The bouncer on the entry, as they will now hit double digits on this attack side. And while this is where we almost need to see a response from Foot, or they are heading out of the tournament.
You talk about that response, the exact same thing is felt by Foot. They're calling a timeout here and now. It's not that big of a commitment from Adacaptain to go for the TP, but those numbers could have been helpful in pushing back through. But of course, as you said, buying that time, a couple more seconds there. 1 pick, and that round is theirs. Players are flashing out of the smoke, seizing spawn control. And the happiest man to win an anti-eco that I've ever seen.
The thing I've noticed with Magnum, those screams come through more if he dies first. Because I think it's the guilt. It's like a guilt scream. He's like, yeah, I died, so I'm going to get really hyped because I didn't do anything in this round. And it's again something noted that they are constantly pressuring him. That's another 2-man push where he's caught isolated. And normally you just stick a turret or an alarm bot or something easy to hold them back. But the only thing he can do is time his Prowlers right, which... yeah, it's not been going fantastically for him. Luckily, the rest of the team have been picking up the slack. Profek is having a game. 19-11 right now at the top of the server. As he had been enough in important rounds, was the major factor on their A-site defense, and now seems to be having a great time on the attack as well.
Yeah, this man was activated since round 4 of Split. He hasn't let go. Coming into round 18. Ulti's online on both sides. Information for Profek and Zeus. Execution for Yumpy. Perhaps that denial for Cracks with both null commands online. 1:30 on the clock, and already BBL are on their way up through middle. Prowler leading the way. Ultimate activated here by Yumpy, taking down all of this utility on the B side, stopping them from having any sort of flashes or initiation. They have to just swing dry into angles. Zeus does well to find one. The trade outs have been there, but one player brought back from the dead. Yumpy down but not out. The player on site under so much pressure. Yedege! His side is secured by Mr. Fallen. And because of that, Magnum left in a 1v2. He's going to force the issue.
He's trying to bait them into thinking he's down on the site. Timing almost works out for him, but maybe gets a little bit nervous. Dodges the paranoia, but Adacaptain is quicker on the trigger. Yedege, what a round from him. You said it, they revived a 4th player just to challenge that solo Sentinel. You see the value that he brings on that agent when in the right place at the right time. And there is no way Foot comes out of that round on top if it's not for him.
Yeah, it was back and forth, you know. Yedege finds one on Yumpy, but he's revived, and then he finishes him off in the end, the second player down. And it's because he doesn't have to switch back and forth between the stairs and the alleyway. He knows nobody can come stairs, as Mr. Fallen holds it down the entire round. An 8th round now for Foot, a gap of 2, and an early engagement for Zeus.
Hero right.
Oh, Profek. He's angry again.
You've only got one rifle. Don't run out of bullets.
That's a fair point. Even if he goes down, well, there might be one to be retrieved in middle. BBL setting their sights on it.
Smoke to mid. Drone going through on the other side, and there's something Yedege's done quite regularly is take this deep control. It was something that caught BBL when they went there before. Instead, though, they're walking into his alarm bot. That's at least the information. The Nightfall's going to find nothing. They're definitely wary.
Weapon here.
Actually, Levin's taking a hell of a lot of damage. There is the pounce. And there is even Timmy the Turret coming up with another. Yedoje nowhere near the action, but they do have an advantage nonetheless.
The lockdown only further cements that. Boathouse still
Forcing it back.
Look at the flank up though from Ada Captain. Everybody gonna be going towards the B side itself, taking that gap. This is the opportunity now for Foot, knowing everything else is clear. They've got them boxed in. Weaker weapons, no abilities to fall back on here. Yumpy spotted close, the shot not landing. And although Magnum gets one, that is all that BBL can muster. A solid retake from Foot, a 9th round secured, and the gap down to just 1.
Yeah, I think they're probably improving their 4v5 right now, because it's been a couple of rounds where we've seen somebody get caught, but the reaction, and it's Yedoje. Like, he had a quiet first half. It can always be difficult playing that lurking role, but he's been happy to get aggressive. Sure, Timmy the Turret does most of the work, but it's his utility that does a lot of the damage on the way into the site while they try and react.
Nice! Nice!
I think it was nice. But just 1 round now. The difference between them and BBL are going to try and halt their progress with another pause. I think this is the last one, right?
Indeed, the last pause of Ascent until we inevitably get to overtime. Sue's called for 50 rounds, so we're not even halfway there by the looks of things.
She can come and cast round number 50. I'll be dead.
Calm on the side of BBL in that coaching booth, pal. Speaking at a slower pace than normal. This is his last moment to touch base with the teams, but you know Geis is doing just the same. Leveling that rudder, steering them right the way to victory. 1 round, and they'll be neck and neck again, a position that both of these teams are all too familiar with when it comes to Ascent.
It's been a tale of Profek performance. Mr. Fallen currently top on the other side, but I do think although Yedoje a little bit further down, the last couple of rounds have really come down to him. I want to see now if BBL opt to move back towards that A side of the map and while Foot are not just going to sit around, maybe having the expectation that it will be. So they've used an immediate dimensional drift to disrupt whatever plans there were. And the thing is, nothing else has been kept. The only goal was confusion.
It certainly worked. Players looking left and right, not sure what's going on. The B-side push-up is a vulnerability, has to be watched by Sociable. The same can be said from what we just saw there on Profek. They've got the laneways, the side of the map on lockdown, short covered by Yumpy. These players right now operating on a major freeze and hoping that someone on Foot makes a mistake, goes walking into them. It's not going to be Zeus. Not today.
Just throwing out a flash, maybe trying to sell the idea that he's around this angle, but an immediate gate crash out of position. Oh, almost caught. That was a little bit close for Cracks. He will fall back to the side, but Yedoje will take the damage for it. The left side completely sectioned off. He's being hit by every piece of utility, and a second player spam. Zeus is there, cooking up. That's 3 now. They've just decided the only way is through the walls. Don't let them see you.
That's one way to do it. Great reveal from Magnum to start it out, but from that point forward, a little bit ridiculous. Ada Captain left alone, and he will be saving this weapon by the looks of things, at best containing, but this round is done and dusted in favor of BBL. No equalizer for Foot just yet. And now the pressure really on as BBL enter the home stretch. Elimination on the line. Foot looking to get to that international event, looking to right the wrongs of previous events, and now that's being cast into doubt.
Well, okay, so Yumpy's made a little bit of an error, which, considering their economy is not really built at all, might come back to bite them a little bit later on, but yeah, I think that is the main story point. BBL are on the road to their first ever international. They'd need to win the next series as well, but they have proven they can go toe-to-toe with anybody. For Foot, it's much more about longevity. They've always made it to a Masters. 2023, lock-in. Masters champs. Last year, the second Masters and champs, they have always been there, they've always been competitive, and they've always been better than BBL. That has been a constant factor. The BBL are starting to have other ideas. Their new look roster, impressive. And while Levin already puts the first body in the bag.
And it's not just about Masters, Tom, not making it there with the chance to earn more points and even play those lower games. That could put the champs appearance.
Yeah. They might have to finish in that top 2 spot, which we're looking at EMEA right now. That's easier said than done.
Absolutely, and there's going to be roster changes for other teams. They're going to be working hard.
They've got the right read here, though. Foot have got 3 players on the A site, 1 towards short, leaving Yedege alone, but he's taken an awful lot of space. That's why they're confident in holding on to these positions. BBL are going to be walking into a stack.
Flash ready for Zeus. The swing on the back of it, but there'll be no flash. Not anymore. That knife hits perfectly. Sociable isolates cracks. Here comes Zeus, but he's not the hero that they need. Mr. Fallen won't be either. All of the players from Foot have fallen except for Yedege. 2-round gap, and it looks like it's about to extend. Foot will need 3 in a row as Yedege sends it to the B site. The save in full effect, and BBL, for the second time this year, they are a round away from winning the Turkish Derby. No roster that BBL fielded before came close, even in our minds, to beating Foot. Doing it twice, well, you can put Look out of the equation.
That last time was incredibly close. This time it is looking just as similar. They are desperately trying to remove this gun from the hands of Yedege, but I think the rest of the players are going to be too far away to deal that death blow. But it does mean they're going to need him again, because the weaponry going into this next round is going to stink for the side of Foot. It's going to have to be either shields missing or just not having that extra piece of utility that you desire, and that is not what you want to look when you are facing elimination in the tournament.
This is what it all comes down to. A 3-round streak for Foot to claim an overtime, as they did many times in the previous matchup. And if they can't keep their feet, they will be swept out of stage 1. BBL, the team to do it. It cannot be a nice feeling to be sat in the Foot camp right now, but they've managed a decent buy. They've got utility. But so far, these rounds, these last few, have been convincing for BBL.
The scariest thing is there are no ults that are even remotely close. There's nothing that will pad the gap of those minor weaknesses, and once again they're going to attempt this split through B. Yedege realizing he has to move forward. Nowhere else for him to go, but he's found the gap that was needed! Mentioning they'd need a hero, and he has come alive at the exact moment. Zeus as well to trade out with 3 of his own. You might be talking about the stories of BBL winning, but they have got to get that last round over the line. And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, at times they have been a roster to crumble in these moments.
So they were left in darkness after the round before, but the light has not gone out just yet. Yedege and Zeus digging deep and sparking the flames of hope for Foot. 2 more for OT. They face a full buy, but weaknesses can start to shine afterwards. This is the road to recovery for the defensive side. This is the last stand of Foot in stage 1. If they falter, if they fail, they'll have to wait and watch from afar as Masters slip out of their grasp. A quick play from BBL.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing. They split through, but this time they catch Mr. Fallen. They fight towards the spawn instead. Levin is going to go dashing in, trying to isolate Zeus, and that's exactly what he's done. Winning that head-to-head again. 2 already to the good. 3 players stand, 2 of them at the back of the site. The other is out of captain, and he's going to be the one under pressure, trying to fight forward against the full force of this squad. Yedege has found 1, but it might be too little too late. That A site is completely under their control.
Spike planted.
Magnum was left behind on the switch. An attempt to finish this round early. He was taken out, but there's another snake in the grass. Hell, they're everywhere. Sociable drops Yedege and cracks now. The last man standing. We talk about his KO, but this is too much to ask. BBL, they've claimed Turkey's 82nd province. They've won the Turkish derby not once, but twice this year. And FUT are sent spiraling out of stage 1 as a result.
The crazy thing as well is this time they did it in regulation and it didn't take the full 50 rounds. They've undone some of the calls, but more importantly for them, they have taken victory when they needed it most. They will get a second bite at the cherry, a second chance to take this organization to an international for the first time ever, and for FUT, a team, as said, that has always made it to Masters. It will be their Turkish brothers that deal the death blow. They are out of stage 1, and it is now all about that recovery, that return in a few months.
BBL, they were just 1 win away, and now they'll be 1 win away again. Their opponents to be determined, unshaken against FUT. For the first time, this squad will not be going to a Masters event. We have to say goodbye to FUT. We'll see them again in stage 2.
Yeah, always an entertaining squad. The second they came into the playoffs, we were talking about their chance, but they have fallen to the squad they probably least wanted to fall to. It's BBL. They built a new squad. They gambled, they took risks, they brought players from the tier 2, and they are looking damn good while doing it. They'll have to face off against either Liquid or Na'Vi to take their way to Toronto, but I think either way, it's going to be a very competitive series. They are a team that has been so impressive, getting better and better as the weeks go by, and I have to give a real shout out in this matchup, or at least in the last map, to Profek. What a game he had.
Oh yeah, on Split, he got mad. And I'll tell you what, FUT don't like him when he's mad. Destroyed them, but another man who won our hearts throughout this series is down there on the stage. Give a warm welcome to the interview with Magnum.
Throughout this series, Mitch, I think Magnum's had our hearts since 2021. But congratulations today, another Turkish derby under your belt. You're getting pretty good at this, Magnum.
Yesterday I didn't play well and I was feeling very sick, so it was goal for me to give everything. I cannot even speak, as you can hear me. And I'm so happy we managed to come back. We show character, we helped each other, and yeah, obviously it's still pain that we didn't win yesterday because we could have. But we go next week, we get revenge hopefully against Liquid, and we go Toronto.
It wasn't just the way that you came back from the loss yesterday, but also from map 1 too. That was your map pick. It didn't go your way. So what do you think was the reason that you guys maintained such a high energy? And you even said the comms are so good. So how are you doing this? There's a lot of resilience.
So first of all, I think obviously because I played well, I could hype up the team. It's way easier. But on Haven, I think they just won the clutches, disadvantages. But it's footballers; they are known for this. And like we shouldn't want that map, and I think that's what kept us like going even harder, because we knew we can do this if we just talk in retakes and advantages. And yeah, we did it, and I'm so happy.
I'm so happy to see you back on Split. It's been a long time. It's even been longer to see you play Cypher. I was so used to seeing you at Fade at this point on the Split. So what was it like for you to come back on Split, play the Cypher again? How long have you had to prep for this?
I mean, we played Split a lot of times. It's just map that usually you don't want to pick. So yeah, I feel super comfortable. I didn't do anything. I was just talking. They were acing, first ace, second ace. So yeah, I just was sitting in camera, eating popcorn and chilling.
Is there a reason that it was Cypher over Fade and Killjoy?
On that map, I mean, I'm like here in this team, I have different role, and Sentinel on this map is kind of, you either play Cypher or Viper, and we just felt Cypher is better for me, so we just went with it. Not much deeper thoughts behind it.
And it's been a while for you to play, you know, intense back-to-back games, you know? We're kind of used to waiting once a week, having all that time to prep. Are you happy to be back in this environment? It looks like you guys are thriving.
So these games are the hardest one to play because you play from day to day, you are playing tired, you don't know if you fixed enough. But these wins feel the best. Like honestly, when everyone puts their heart, like as you can hear, I cannot even speak, and I think Elias, he won't be able to speak as well, our other guys. And I'm just happy we won. Like this win means a lot for me. I never felt so proud after the win like today, and yeah, I'm like so happy.
Earlier you said hopefully against Team Liquid. Why?
Well, I think, like, I love Fnatic boys, but I think they should have won yesterday, Liquid.
They're here, by the way. They can hear you. I don't know what you guys think about this.
I mean, Fnatic should have won, and they...
No, you said Liquid should have won yesterday.
But
so
I think Liquid should have won. But
yeah.
Fnatic are great as well. But yeah, I just want to beat them because they are a great team, and they beat us once, so yeah.
And speaking of people in the crowd, Coach Mini is here to support you. You know, always speaks very highly of you. We've got some of the Fnatic boys, but most importantly, we've got the fans. Your fans are so unbelievably loud. So is there anything you want to say to them?
Like, honestly, I was all my girlfriend watching, so that's lovely. But yeah, like you are incredible guys, like all of you. It's like insane. It's insane when you went around and you just hear this shouting, you know, BBL. Like I was in KC and it was like fans were crazy here, but here it's like you can feel 2 times more, you know. Like so, thank you guys, you are incredible.
I love that, and they're gonna love that as well. But thank you very much, Magnum, for joining me today, and we'll see you back here next week.
Thank you.
We are gonna go to a break, but do not go anywhere because after this, Profek will be joining us at the analyst desk.
Sana zomba bomba. English? Zomba bomba. Say them zomba bomba. Zomba bomba. What does that mean? Nothing.
Nice, nice.
Oh, it is a
Red Bull gives you wings.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of 2 worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of 2 worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
I wish I could have that level of energy at all times. What a way for BBL to win out in this Turkish derby. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm joined by Kakuka and Profek as well. Now, Profek, we know Yumpy, he's got his whole finish thing. He jumps up and down. Magnum, he's just a silly guy. Sometimes he hits himself with a monitor. Levin likes to eat cheeseburgers. Sociable is, 30 years old. What's your thing? What is the Profek, the thing we could tie you with?
I'm just chill guy, I'm just playing.
You just chill guy?
Yeah, sometimes make jokes and that's it.
Oh, a funny chill guy.
I think you should embrace the pose that you have in the back with the, I think it looks very good on you. I think that you should embrace it
I was
and just
forced to
big
do this.
brain.
I was forced to do
You're
this.
like a monk. Yeah,
But I was forced to do this.
Oh my God.
I'm monk.
Yeah, you were like a monk,
I'm down with the chill guy that sometimes makes jokes. I like that. But it wasn't just that though. It was so much energy coming from you guys. We could feel it from over here. Magnum spoke about it as well, that his voice was even gone. So how did you maintain that after losing yesterday and then having to play again today and then losing map 1? Where do you guys find
I mean,
this?
honestly, like the loss against Heretics gave us a lot of confidence because they are one of the best teams, and it was like literally close games. Icebox we throw, us and we just start really slow. And against Food, the Haven was a little bit shaky, I would say, but nothing you can do. We just move on into the split and really huge. Like, we won only because of the PAL, because he did like the best anti-strat in the world. Actually.
Really?
Yeah.
On split?
On split.
Okay.
Did you expect the map veto that you saw today?
Yeah, I think we expected split Ascent, and it was Haven or Pearl. Yeah.
Okay, I guess we didn't expect it as much. Did you expect to get an ace today?
No, no. I was hoping to get ace one day because always 4K, and today the day happened, so I'm super happy. Actually.
Let's take a look at it so you can see how it happened.
Relive the moment.
Yeah, and how much do you love your teammates for not stealing it from you this time?
This time?
Yeah.
Do you not see it? Like everybody literally walked it, like everybody literally AFK so you could run around the map.
So respect to them,
Yeah,
because usually, usually that is not happening.
Nobody moved.
Then
Everybody was frozen. Yumpy went onto CT, onto the respawn, be like, I'm just here.
Usually when someone is getting 4K, someone is saying, guys, let me kill. I'm one of orb, I'm one of ult. So today it didn't happen and I got my first ace.
And then Sociable stole your moment, I feel like. Then he got an ace as well.
Yeah, because he wants to be like me.
He just wants to be you. He wants to be you. And one other thing I wanted to ask you is about the comms, because we've heard a lot from you guys that when the comms are good, you win, no issues. Can you tell me a little bit about what that means?
The comms?
Yeah, what is a good comms?
So basically, the updating information, saying what we are holding, because I think that's the biggest weakness, because when the pressure is coming into us, we are not coming that much, we are also a new team, we have 4 rookies, and when the pressure is coming, we can feel this in the server. And that's what happened on Haven, on the first half. We slowly were going back, I would say, but it was not enough.
You speak of the preparation being very good and the expecting either this or that. What happened when you saw the composition that you saw on Haven? Did you guys expect that? Did you know how to work around it?
No, I just laughed.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because for me this comp cannot work, and I'm super pissed that we lost.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
In what sense?
So what? Yeah. In your opinion, what is it that happened then?
We are not coming every round when they were doing something on attack, we knew what are they doing, literally. But we were not that confident to commit into this, So we are just not trusting ourselves.
They won a lot of clutches too.
Yeah.
It was very close.
Yeah, but we could win instantly the round because we knew they are ending A, but we are not going A for some reason,
So when it comes to seeing the comp for the first time, obviously you guys can't anticipate anything. Whose responsibility is it in that moment to make a plan, to execute a game plan?
I think everyone needs to help Yumpy, also the coaching staff, but we are trying to solve problems together, not only one person. So yeah, I would say as a team.
I like it. So what did you bring to that when you saw the comp? Were you like, guys, I think we should do this and this and this?
I just laughed.
You just laughed?
Yeah.
Your contribution was just laughing?
You laughed, Yumpy screamed, nice.
Yeah.
So how often does that happen that you just see something and you just laugh, You're like,
Sometimes.
Sometimes. What about the times where you see something and you think, oh, I know what to do? Like, Yumpy, I need you to listen to me because I think we should do this.
No, I mean, for me, I just trust Yumpy. You know, I don't want to like make a calls because for me, that's killing like the confidence of IGLs, you know. Of course, it's nice to help to add something into the plan, but like I just don't want to counter call him because let's say we win round, then next he's calling the round and we are losing the second round, you know, and then the confidence is going low. So I just don't want to do this. If someone will do this, it's not on me, you know.
What do you think, if anything, was different from the foot that you faced off the first time to this one? Because of course, both of you wanted to stay in the run for Toronto, but you already have experience against each other. Did you spot any difference besides the composition, I guess?
My performance, just better performance, and that's it. I mean, you know, we know how they play, they know how we play, so it was coming to the micro, I would say.
Okay, but now, you know, you've won against them twice.
Yeah.
How are we looking now that, you know, coming into the playoffs, you know that you do not have a lot of time, but you're going to get a little bit this time around, another week. If you are to make it to Toronto, is that something that worries you, that having to prep a lot for very different opponents?
I really want to go to Toronto. When I first like signed the contract, you know, I just said to myself, I need to go either Bangkok or Toronto. I mean, Paris also is nice, but you know, Bangkok, Toronto is just, you are exploring the world, so it was like my little dream, you know?
Yeah.
To just go
Paris is down the road, you know? We can go there anytime. We can go there anytime. But let's take a look at the bracket because you do have to take down some very strong opponents if you want to make it to Toronto. You'll play the winner of Liquid versus Na'Vi. Now, Magnum seemed pretty confident that it will be Liquid. How do you feel about it?
For me, if Liquid, like, the loss against Fnatic, like, I don't know, to be honest, a shaky question because I think Na'Vi can win, but their loss against Fnatic, like, could, you know, the morals from the team go down. So I think it's literally 50-50.
Who would you prefer to face? Who,
Na'Vi.
If you have
Na'Vi again. Na'Vi again.
Just again.
I don't know, I think it's just easier, you know, like against Liquid we lost twice, so they are just, you know, like strong opponent.
Ah, I like that. Very strategical. But thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go and prep for next week as well. We are going to head to a break, but do not worry. After this, we're going to bring you another elimination match. Liquid will be taking on Na'Vi right after this.
문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Tough guy 된 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade I just said wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 요즘 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge All for a bite If I never leave I'll never fly I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Run
Na'Vi are about to take on Team Liquid in the next elimination match. I'm now joined by Na'Vi's head coach, Happy. Now, Happy, Na'Vi versus Liquid is such a legacy matchup in Valorant. We've seen it a lot of times, but this will be your first experience. So what do you know about Team Liquid, and how do you see them as an opponent?
They are a good team, obviously. I wouldn't put them like as the most informed team at the moment. I think Heretics takes the spot with Fnatic, but they have very strong fundamentals, and like they like to play scripted a bit, and they have a good script, so we have to beat that. It's that simple.
When it comes to the bracket stage, you know, we don't have a week to prepare anymore. I think it's where the individuals like yourself and Angel really thrive. I don't think anyone in this league has as much experience as you guys in these situations and scenarios. But how do you translate that to the younger members of your team and teach them how to behave and what to do in these situations?
Well, that's the trick. You always want to balance between your own gameplay and what you need to do in order to beat the opponent, right? So obviously we came in well prepared, but you also have to like filter and select what you want to bring to the youngsters, because obviously their attention span is like limited, not because like it's just the way that it is, and a player cannot like regurgitate all that information all in once. So you need to select like the key few elements that are going to make like, you know, swing rounds, and that's it.
What do you think are the advantages of maybe having some of the younger players here? Because so far, you know, individuals like Hero doesn't even look like he's stressed.
Yeah, I mean, I love youngsters. They are all firepower, and you teach them a lot, and they are sponge, so they just like, you know, take in a lot. I love working with youngsters, not playing with them. But yeah, it's been very good, and it's always very impressive. Some of the players like Roxic and Hero. Hero is for his aim, and Roxic will be a consistency and crazy part. So it's always like very appreciative from my side.
They can always flip the script, I think, you know, when they're in a clutch or something. Now, your opponent, Team Liquid, you share some similarities, particularly in the double Sentinel on Lotus, on Ascent as well. I think there's only 1 or 2 agents that are the same. So were you inspired at all by the things that they brought? What do you make of the differences between your double Sentinel and their double Sentinel?
Well, I would say our double Sentinel is the advanced stage of that comp. I think it's the better one. Now, again, like player comfortability is the most important. So if they go with the Jet, like that means that they have their own reasons. But yeah, like we've been playing that comp with Jenny, so Koala, for quite a little bit of time in NA, and we are very confident with it.
Is there anything that they bring, such as the Waylay here and there, that you think it might be difficult to deal with?
The Waylay could be, but I don't think it's going to come up in the map pool. But yes, it's one of the few teams that did have success incorporating her. The only other team I can think of is G2 on Ascent. So yeah, it's fun to watch.
Oh, well, I can't wait to see which version of the comps we're going to get today. Thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck.
Thank you.
I really hope that the version of the compositions that we get includes that double Sentinel, because we need to take a look at some of the things that Na'Vi were doing the other day on Ascent. Listen, I love the fact that we get to speak about Angel just playing on the Deadlock, and I'm going to give you a few examples of things that I think he was implementing very well, and I actually think it hits him more than we expected. We're going to take a look at some rounds. This one, the first one, is round number 7 here on Ascent. Na'Vi are currently out of a timeout, and they are playing with an eco. The economy is not very good, but there's an intention behind every single thing that they do. If we roll the clip, we're going to see that they go for a small aggression on B with some salvos, also trying to guarantee the orbs. Very good plan. We see a couple of players already taking mid, and as I'm saying, there's going to be intention behind everything. Getting that orb is one, and then getting that contact onto A very slowly, also clearing mid with that drone followed by the smoke. Again, very intentional. The knife is going to spot only 2 players. Everybody's going to get together on the side of Na'Vi because, of course, playing the numbers is very good. And Angel's going to throw his barrier, get Avis after, you know, a little bit of shooting. And it's very good that he spots that there is a hole in that wall that he's going to push. Everybody else goes onto side and gets a lot of kills, just playing the numbers again, pushing together. Okay, this is clean. Now let's speak about conditioning, because when we move on to the next round, round number 8, we're going to see Angel already ready to be using that mesh for a different approach. The wall is going to end up falling on the same position. If we roll the clip, we're going to see that he already has his lineup. Angel is very, very much ready for this one. But this time around, 2 players are going to be coming from main that are going to be spotted. Again, Aves was doing his homework and he was spotting the players. There's also a quick reaction from KC using that Hunter's Fury and trying to avoid this situation. But just because of the movement and everything else that is falling, we see 2 players already on side. Hero with that other Sentinel guarding the back, and another very good round for Na'Vi. Now, what can we expect from the defense? Of course, having double Sentinel, you're going to have a lot of freedom in which defending sides are, but it is important also that you keep it a little bit varied, and this is one of the things that I think will fit Angel. If we take a look at the next round, round 14 of that same map, we can see that Angel and Ruxic are playing together. This is against an eco this time around, but it is very important. They are still playing for those orbs. If we roll the clip, please, we see already a very forward position for the side of Koala, and what Angel and Ruxic are going to do is push, using also that barrier to try and find a kill, try and find a lurker, and also just leave the wall there because they will have to hear that noise. See, they can secure the orb, and they have to force the other team to break it if they want to execute onto that. And I'm loving the duo that these two are making. If we take a look at the next one, and this is the last one, trust me, we see a very similar approach. Again, this is going to be a little bit different with the sensor being put on a different position, but KC were struggling a lot getting into this A side because of this reason. Let's roll the clip, please. As I'm saying, KC, they already hear the utility and whatnot. Angel, super quick. You take the sound out and the barrier instantly. Ruxic and him playing together, slowing things down a lot, but also thinking on their feet, what is happening on main? Let's go and put some reinforcement. They can be so sure that they're not being pushed because of that barrier mesh that they can just go again on the hunt on a position that Suigetsu was playing a lot. Easy kill, and again, they do not have to worry going back onto the side because they know that that barrier has not been broken, and unless they have been pushed through middle, they should be fine. So I'm really looking forward to see more of this double Sentinel. I don't care if it's from Team Liquid or if it's from Na'Vi, and I believe that we also have someone on the desk in Su that really likes the double Sentinel.
Yeah, so Billy, what do you make of the double Sentinel?
That's crazy, you're gonna do him like that. No, on you go, Gorilla. What do you make of the double Sentinel?
I really like the double Sentinels.
Do you agree with Happy that it's the more advanced version of what Liquid do?
Yeah. Like, they've had more time on it. They're obviously really well thought through. We mentioned earlier about Foot's double Sentinel on Haven, but I use references from Na'Vi. Like, they're at the moment, because we stopped running it after kickoff, they are the staple double Sentinel team in EMEA.
What does it look like when 2 teams that play similar comps like this go against each other? What would you expect?
Well, like when they both play double Sentinels, yeah. I'm expecting like really long drawn out rounds because there's a lot of utility on the defense that you have to break, a lot of flank trips, so we're going to look into more traditional retakes, trying to flood out instead of letting the Sentinels get set up in the post plant.
And of course for Na'Vi, they've watched Team Heretics qualify. They didn't make it for the first event. They watched Fnatic qualify, another team that didn't make it to Masters Bangkok. They have a very good chance if they were to win today and then win their next game. It's easier said than done though, but Billy, there's a reason why they decided to rebuild this roster, and it is to make those global events. So do you believe that Angel plus the kids can do it this time? Shao counts as a kid as well.
Do you think Shao counts as a kid?
Yeah,
okay, we take that. Yeah, I think that we need to actually consider the rebuild that they did have this year, right? Because this is the first major change that we've seen from Na'Vi since the initial signing of that FPX core. And honestly, I think Angel is doing a great job with the kids so far, and I think Hero has been a standout moment from that. If he can perform consistently, he's going to be able to take over the win today.
He's probably been the shining light, right, for Na'Vi so far at playoffs. Gorilla, what do you make of Hero's performance?
Yeah, I think Hero's playing exceptional. We're seeing like kind of like glimpses on back to that stage 2 Fnatic Hero. So yeah, I think honestly he's coming right back into form. I think he struggled a bit during kickoff, right? So yeah, it's really good to see him perform.
I mean, he's such a great site anchor for this team as well, getting away with lurks. I mean, every time he's anchoring that site as well, he's always good for like multi-frags. Like, he's always getting a couple of kills and he's never really overwhelmed by whatever teams are kind of throwing at him. So I think that he's been really good in that sense. And like I said, the Ascent as well, he looked absolutely amazing on the Ascent. Of course, playing that most played agent of Cypher. He's comfortable, to bring out the comfort words.
Yeah, he allows Angel to just do shenanigans.
Yeah.
And he allows Angel to be be Angel, because you do have someone like Hero to fall back on, who's so reliable on that Senti. But on the other side of this, because Na'Vi, they won their game to be here. They have the momentum. But for Team Liquid, you've heard it from the entire community. The way that they lost against Fnatic, it is extremely heartbreaking. But Gorilla, how in the world was Nats on the side of the losing team? Because if you look at his stats from yesterday, he was absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, we mentioned it yesterday as well. Nats is really, again, coming into form. Like, he's in discussion at the moment for the best player in the world. The fact that he's playing this well and being this consistent, and he's IGLing at the same time is honestly really good. And to add on to that as well, he's on the other side of the map half the time. He's out of the pack. He doesn't see what the other players on his team does, and you know, he's locking down his sight. He's getting the lurk timings. He's getting AWPs on the fracture. So yeah, he's playing incredible. It's a shame Profik said it, like sorry, Magnum said it. Liquid should have won yesterday, and Fnatic did a great job to pull that back, but I think Nats is gonna pop off again today.
I'm sorry, but this man went 17 first kills and 3 first deaths yesterday.
Stupid.
That's outrageous. And then they still end up, that is heartbreaking. And like, how much more can you ask from him? He's doing everything.
And I hated that lower third saying Nats tried his best. I think he did more. I think he didn't just try his best. He tried the best of the 2 people sat next to him and those 2 other people as well. And somehow he still lost. But here's the thing, because Nats is not the kind of player that's going to lose his cool. You know, he's not an emotional player, so to say. But if we take a look at that clutch, he could have been the hero. He could have been the hero. He led from the front. He did everything you possibly do. And Gorilla, how do you mentally recover from this?
Yeah, I don't think he did. I don't think the whole team did. Like, especially at that scoreline, 11-12. Like, I think that's the moment that Fnatic won the series.
Yeah, and look at the reactions from the 2 IGLs, because Billy, if there's anyone else that could... Oh, you never seen Nats react like this. But if there's anybody else that could get into his head and maybe serve him a similar dish, it's gonna be Angel.
I'm thinking back to Angry Angel. Like, how fired up is he going to be today? He knows that he needs to win if he wants to make it to Masters Toronto. And let's not forget as well, the main storyline that we're selling here with Na'Vi is that Koalanoob wants to be able to go to Toronto, where he's from, and play in front of his family. It's such a beautiful story. So yeah, I think Angel, just even on that aspect, will be wanting to win today.
What a head-to-head this is as well. But if you take a look at the color scheme of this head-to-head, it's been overwhelmingly on the side of Angel, and he did not have to go through the trauma of yesterday. It was a little bit easier for Na'Vi, you know, to take down KC to make it here.
I think as well we have to consider them not making a global event last year, right? So of course that's even more fire in your belly to want to be able to make it. But yeah, overwhelmingly on the side of Angel.
Do we believe in Nats recovering overnight, coming back, get his speeches on, and just GG go next?
I do. I think, honestly, Nats is probably the most collected player that we have. Like, you know, we always talk about how he gets an ace, doesn't react. Like, yeah, nice guys, let's go next. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a really good showing for him.
And I think that's the million-dollar question at the moment is, are they going to be able to bounce back from that loss against Fnatic yesterday? Of course, the game finished so late. You need to come in and have prep done for Na'Vi and be able to kind of build up any form of momentum if you want to go on a lower bracket run. It's definitely a tough ask.
And I hope he doesn't, you know, feel like it was his fault, because it was not. Because my goodness, they wouldn't have even made it to map 3 if they won for Nats. But here it is. It's one of the staple rivalries of EMEA. And for the first time since 2021, Na'Vi will be facing Team Liquid in an elimination situation. The stakes are very simple. A win here will give them a lifeline. Without further ado, let's send it down to the stage and bring out the players.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. I can't keep up, play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether.
had countless iterations of this head-to-head, but this could potentially be the highest stake match we've ever seen with Na'Vi versus Team Liquid. We saw Liquid already yesterday. I do wonder, as we take a look at the map vetoes, Billy, if they're going to play anything similar to what we have already seen.
Well, straight away we see them take out Lotus. I think Happy kind of alluded to that in the interview by mentioning that he doesn't think that they'll see Lotus today. But Na'Vi actually deciding to select Icebox.
Oh, thank God we have a Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent is another interesting one as well. But what do you make of this, Gorilla?
I think Icebox is I'd pick Icebox if I was Na'Vi. Liquid, yeah, they won Icebox yesterday, but it wasn't convincing at all. Liquid as well, going with the split pick, that's kind of tried and tested for them. They always pick it, and yeah, I'm surprised Na'Vi took out the Fracture though, considering it could be some demons that Liquid could have had from yesterday.
And in terms of that Icebox, because we did see a very recently from Team Liquid, what would you say the Na'Vi could take away from seeing them play yesterday? Where could they exploit?
I think having the Omen is really going to work in Na'Vi's favor. It's not something done too often in EMEA, even like in the tier 2 scene, so Liquid might not have as much practice against it, and they, as Happy said, they've been running it since tier 2 in NA with Koala, so definitely have the experience and the kind of on the advanced stage of that comp, so there's definitely like, smoking the turret and getting some lurk timings that Liquid might not be ready for.
I think that's the big thing, right, is that they have experience of running something like that and that they feel comfortable enough to be able to pick into that. I think when we look at Team Liquid's Icebox, though, they did win it the other day against Fnatic, so...
Yesterday?
Yeah, literally yesterday. So yeah, I mean, maybe Na'Vi have seen something from that they think that they can exploit.
I definitely do think there's many areas they could exploit, but let's take a look at the agent select and see if we're going to see any changes. We won't, but as you mentioned already, the M80 stuff we don't see very often. So what about the other way around? How could Liquid exploit Na'Vi here?
I think not letting Na'Vi set up for post plants is going to work really well in Liquid's favor. We saw yesterday with Heretics how they used their Neon to not let BBL set up for their post plants. So fast retakes, instantly get the wingman on the spike to get the defuse whilst you're there going in and killing everyone else. Is probably going to be where Liquid are going to hit success on their defense.
Yeah, I think that part of Team Liquid's attack yesterday as well was being able to push up as much as they could and stopping Fnatic from even being able to get in whatsoever. So Na'Vi are going to have to be really cautious of that and plan their retake kind of around that, expecting that they're going to have a lot of clearing on site, which of course they have a lot of kit to be able to do that, right? You've got your Gecko Flash, you've got your Teho utility, and your Omen Paranoia as well. So it's just a question of, are Na'Vi going to decide to play retake when they move over onto that defense, or are they going to decide to fight more for the site?
And for me, yesterday on that attack side, Paddy and Serial, they got caught out a lot. There were a lot of situations where before the round had even gotten going that they were down some major util. So I think for Na'Vi, maybe that's what they got to do. They got to target those areas and just get those early picks.
And this is one of the only maps that Serial does play that Sentinel. You know, we spoke about him coming into this roster for stage 1 and how he's going to have to flex around roles that Kamek played previously and be able to fill into those. Of course, Sentinel being his primary role that he played coming into this. So you would think that this should be a star quality map for him.
I mean, you should, and I'm so happy to see Nats here smiling, giving the speeches like he does every single week. The content, we love it, but I'm also happy to see that he doesn't seem to be affected whatsoever, but we're really never going to know until we get into the game.
Yeah, and even then, Nats is such a hard player to read. Like, he's not a very emotional player, which is why the Fracture clip that we saw in the pre-roll was, such a big deal. So honestly, I think you might even have to ask him. I don't think it's going to carry over into his gameplay. But yeah, he's pumped, he's ready, trying to hype up his team.
I think he just has to put on a brave face as well, right, for the rest of his team. He knows that there's even more pressure. Angel is chilling, bro.
Training.
But I think as well, I don't think that this is the kind of pressure that Nats would get to him, but I mentioned it at the top of the show. We need to consider the fact that Vitality are not in contention for going to Masters Toronto. That means that Team Liquid are the only team within our region that can make it back to that back-to-back global event for the start of this year. It's worrying because then champs points start slipping away as well, and you have to start thinking about what the end of the year looks like.
I mean, a lot of teams do be praying for Liquid's downfall, because if they don't make it, then it opens up possibilities for other people to get those champs points, and it is going to be very, very, very important. And more important, I think, for a team like Na'Vi too. Like I said, this head-to-head, long time we've had in the EMEA. And of course, two people that have always been there, not calling them old, of course, just experience. Here's Pansy and Hybox.
Yes, thank you. Haggard, ancient.
Part of the furniture.
Any of those, feel free to go for it. But yeah, these are two legacy teams, as kind of Yinzu is leaning towards their legacy players who've walked on those international stages, but only one can carry on. Mike, where are you leaning here? Because there's a lot of fear around this Liquid roster. You reckon Navi's got what it takes? Because I don't know if they do.
Well, we're talking history.
Yeah?
Liquid, history, heartbreak. I don't know.
That up.
Yeah, it's this is a tough one to call, because if Na'Vi hadn't, and again, the scoreline's kind of deceiving with their series versus KC, but the fact that they actually bounced back, for me, was a huge statement to be made for a lower bracket run potential. But Liquid, even in their loss versus Fnatic, have looked so good recently.
They are on the warpath. I think Fnatic had to dig deeper than potentially most expected they could. To an extent, you saw the state that Fnatic were in after the back of it. And it does bode the question of fatigue. How much have Liquid suffered due to this? Na'Vi, of course, coming in relatively fresh in that regard. Let's see what we have here on this 3-2 start.
So Kiko seemingly knows Hero's whereabouts there. He's going to actually dash away. Oh, kill comes through. Actually, Camo comes through there. Actively clearing out Hero here. That will be the green light for Na'Vi to head towards A.
Cover going. They're pretty close already. Like, Na'Vi have made it up pretty far here. But you can see the Liquid are playing pretty passive. They're not overly holding to the site. They're kind of working their way in cautiously now. And Na'Vi's patience, does it get rewarded as well? Curious here, both kind of waiting to commit, and now we do see that commitment in the form of Koala Noob taking a lot of that space and getting a challenge I don't think he expected. Camo striding back on the side. What a stunning shot from him there, taking away Angel. Bring it down to a 3v2, Rooksik and Xiao. Just Rooksik now, gone.
Chance there for Rooksik to make something happen from Tube, but like dominoes, Na'Vi will fall. Camo is picking him apart here. Real resistance on the way back in here. Maybe to isolate a few duels here where seemingly Na'Vi are kind of mid-reset. Plants coming through. Unfortunate timing, but Camo off to a flying start here. 4 on the round for him.
Still there for him. Getting those little moments early. Feeling warmed into the game. We do see the Outlaw coming up for Koala Noob, so eyes towards what that can achieve here. Plenty of opportunities. Well, I say that, actually it's only Kiko who's going to be the one who's vulnerable to it, but some chip damage could be happening.
Rip though, Patatek's found Rooksik. Kiko's found a follow-up as well. Angel down already, reduced to 3, so Koala Noob now definitely the one you look towards. Serial, I think actually spotted maybe, but shoulder now, probably won't see another peek from him. You're going to have to pull off a miracle here to flip a 3v5. And a pause for thought, potentially. Despite not committed anywhere, and unlikely to see so unless we see some notable damage. Kiko in a position to farm here. Koala
nice.
Swings on, but beheaded.
Yeah, super clean with that. And it's just not feeling that threatening from Na'Vi yet. It's still early days, but for Liquid, this has to be quite methodical, really. It's eyes on the prize now. Being so close to that qualifying position that obviously Fnatic took in their place has got to be a real wake-up call now. That they can't drop anything. For now, Patatek will spot out the players here. Hero going to make good at least towards Patatek. Last should be collected, and it is. Camo there again. Very early work for his ult here too. He's going to be building towards that very quickly, but 2 rounds posted on the board for Liquid.
4 survive as well, so we'll give a little bit of a buffer coming into the bonus. Well-rounded, 2 scopes, but so Shao being the one to purchase previously for Koala Noob. Struggling here. It's a bit of Sheriff to bring into this. Koala Noob himself only down on the Bulldog as well. Actually, on the flip side, Shao's actually ahead of Camo on the ult status. He won off himself.
Let's see if that comes in here. Bonus round, Kiko making a... Oh my god, Kiko could be on for it. Nats has already got Xiao. This could be everything. Kiko doesn't know it. He's just spotted a player though. Has a glance. He knows there's now 2 there. He should have noticed it was, I believe, the Omen he saw earlier. Yet now he notices, taking a second glance. There's now a 2v1. A disastrous first buy coming in here up against the bonus. Angel got his work cut out now in a 1v1. And this brawl so early.
The regen bringing him back to 85 overall, but health advantage certainly in favor of Serial here. Actually, Angel needs to maybe maintain distance. I mean, would have caught Serial there. Whether or not Serial's going to look for an upgrade.
Bomb grenade out.
Now as well, the penny's probably dropped for Angel.
Time to get a wiggle on. He gets more and more dangerous though in that post plant. You look at that utility.
Yeah, definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
and a big
what
gap
scares
as
me.
well. The fact that Serial is actually posted up here, waiting outside A.
Felt like a gamble either way.
Run
right?
down the clock a lot.
Spike
Plant in.
planted.
Okay. In my mind here, it's on Serial. I quite like the path thing if he just shifts soon enough though. There it is. Silence now falls across the map and they look to potentially pass each other. Angel, right place though, safe work from him with the Red Bull clutch, but bigger picture, Mike, that's not a pretty first gun round.
Absolutely not. Just the one rifle in the hands of Angel. Carried across here. We'll have to see how the purchase will lie. So Liquid taking a smaller victory within that. And I love the attempt here to try and convert and brawl outside A from Liquid.
Nice, Angel.
I mean, all things considered, not the worst. Just a Bulldog wants it well. One Bulldog. This time Ruxic. Ultimate online for Kiko though. Does have the knives.
Oh, quick towards middle. And look at this. Yeah, that position from Serial felt like it was kind of falling out of date, right? Beyond its sell by, waited too long and got punished. Really surprised that Liquid left these options there. Nat's going down in middle, a little uncharacteristic, but fair play. But Na'Vi finding that value on the site is more surprising. Serial losing out, and now we get to the post plant. This is when that utility becomes absolutely paramount. Already Kiko trying to be disruptive, but they're not giving him much play here. They've got plenty to pour into this before they have to start swinging, which Hero does. Camo goes down, leaving just Kiko and Panatek. And you can see Angel waiting with those salvos, the final blow if they need it. Panatek trying to wait for this. Ult gonna come in as well. I mean, they're doing well here, but it is just gonna be the eventuality of the utility defining this round. No options left to Na'Vi. Much cleaner now through round 4.
3 for Ruxic to tie things up as well. Nat's dead off rip. Like you said, opens a ton of opportunities for them. We really need to rely on it. Like you said, Serial slipping the net early on.
One enemy remaining.
Opens up the site completely for Na'Vi. Benefit being Kiko didn't pop the knives, so something at least to invest in here. We'll actually have a full shield behind it as well. Which looks like potential to go aggressive on A. Over the other side for Na'Vi just yet. I'm gonna bet that Hero's gonna be patrolling that part of the map.
Looking for any opportunity, right? Gathering towards middle and making their move. Ruxic was sharp before, beat Nats towards that tube, but those knives looking to be brought to bear, but already gets past the first hurdle. Panatek put to bed. You can see an attempt made nice from Serial. Good little 1-2 punch, but the backline from Na'Vi came back around to support. Koala Noob not leaving it untraded, and a little audacious from Camo, but trying to tee up Kiko. Still going, the knives fade, but a rifle gathered. And he gets away with 22 HP and a good idea of where they might be heading.
Camo puts his life on the line. Try and play Kiko in. Still have 2 knives left, but Hero's already posted so deep. You can see on the player react. Not expecting that at all.
Great from Hero, just holding that deeper position. Nats now, that's nice. Took a lot of damage for it though. 20 HP and 2 to find. Angel's not having it. Na'Vi taking the lead now.
Right back on top. Fantastic recovery and frugal in terms of this ult cycle as well. Unfortunately here, you can see Na'Vi desperate to try and prevent them from retrieving that rifle. And his Heroes reposition amid the fray. Cuts that off. Right there. said now, Hero, Ruxic, and Angel all with their ultimates. Xiao actually already halfway back.
Oh, Kiko though with that operator. This is huge. Getting that online round 6 now. Up towards that fridge position, or gen, whatever you like to call it. He does get forced away, respecting the Dizzy coming in, but Koala Noob taking a little bit of chip damage as Kiko's still waiting. It's Koala Noob to get traded in on. Good first pick from him, but instantly brought back.
A little bit of information as well on the back of the knife. Starting 2 members of Liquid committed towards this site hold.
Initiated.
Lockdown will force that out. Be a clear indicator of intention here.
Oh, Angel.
Did actually spot him, yeah?
Yeah, Kiko's got to move out now. Wait out as long as he could.
Go ahead. Stand
Looks like Padatek was caught there, but lots of ults being forced in on this. I understand the Viper commitment. That seems pretty fair shout, but maybe a little excessive with Angels on top. But let's see how it goes. Very hard to navigate through. Tricky to locate a player. But Nat's feeling unfazed so far. Xiao still trying to cause a couple of problems, make them know they're still up on the site. You still got to clear this. You can't just skip through to the back line as Hero still allowing no access. Na'Vi doing well here. Looking comfortable in that Viper's pit. As Kiko looking like he knows it. And look at the timing on that. Xiao catching him in the heels. As now just Padatek does keep the operator a prized possession. They are hunting him down though, Mike.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to close the gap, but it's definitely why we see Kiko trying to reset, but Xiao catching just a split second as Kiko turns away. The problem being as well, this pit is so safe with Ruxic's position, so difficult for Liquid to dig him out of there. Obviously the lockdown coming through. Angel's ultimate, I guess, just to make sure nobody's there to contest the pit going down potentially. One of the worst things you see, the pit goes down and somebody gets caught
charging, yeah.
mid-animation or something. Or even an early spam when, you know, before Na'Vi can reset into more comfortable post-farm positions. But 4 on the bounce now.
And honestly, I'm not going to sit there and overly critique it because I find myself more on the side of I'd rather see you use it than not. The amount of times we've seen teams sat on these ults, not being proactive with it. I'll take it for now. And I've got to say, critically speaking here, Na'Vi taking the lead with 4 very clear-cut rounds, not particularly looking fussed by Liquid. Yes, Kiko's online. Yeah, he's hitting a couple of shots, but that is not the overall solution. I need to see Liquid looking a little sharper because, again, the conversation of fatigue comes to my mind. They were playing a marathon game against Fnatic, nearly locking into Toronto just a couple hours back. And to come back in here and face the likes of Na'Vi, it's not easy. I think a lot of people on paper favoring Liquid, but circumstance dictates outcome potentially. It's early. It's still 4-2. But there's worrying signs to me here for Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid definitely need to slow things down a little bit. Just a pause for thought at the start of some of these buy rounds. Wait to see what Na'Vi are bringing to the table. See a lot of those ultimates now burnt up. Still have Koala Noobs. Xiao, like I said, close once again. It's definitely swinging in Liquid's favor right now. The other thing being, if Kiko can make this operator work.
Well, to make that sing this round. Yes, that Guardian is there, but it is mostly on the shoulders.
Yes, Kiko, he's got to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah. And for Na'Vi, I like this. Very composed under this question mark of the round. What do we know about it? We know they got out, at least with a weapon. Do we know is the operator? Probably. So looking maybe to identify that early. Go through the protocol list and see if they can make that operator sing off a shot. That would be huge for them. But the time will drift away, but there's a reason we call them Na'Vi-esque rounds, Mike. They're happy to play these late sometimes.
You've got to credit them when it does go their way. You want to see them maybe looking to isolate somebody, because well, Kiko can anchor, yes, but Nat's still over there on B site. Serial to try and second prong to that here with the Guardian. Actually fallen already, that's the Guardian gone.
That's huge.
Unretrievable as well. He's in a committed position here.
Looking to try and get chaotic, but already being cut off once again, almost at the heels here. Ruxic just slicing behind them. Nice from Padatek and potentially a rifle to hand, but they're going to need a lot to go right before they want to get committed.
And no command off, I was going to say Padatek catches a couple of tags, but no damage done. Like I said, no commands here, but they needed another kill kind of in the next couple of seconds here.
Need it fast and it ain't happening. Right, Shao still willing to be on the site. Same with Koalanoob. Nats, you are a marvelous player, but this is incredibly difficult. That time hasn't quite gone yet. Angel doesn't have the salvos either. They're not back up until now. Just coming online. Here comes the stall. And that puts Liquid now in the predicament of what do we do here. You can already see Nats trailing on out of there. The operator becoming the poison chalice. You want to keep it. Commitment didn't work. And Na'Vi with another. It may have been scrappy. It may have been close. But 5 rounds now carved into the scoreboard.
Curious to see how Serial falls there. Whether he's just caught maybe on an angle he's not expecting. I believe, yeah, it was attacked through the wall. And a chance maybe to set up a crossfire. And unfortunately, I think that's just the moment Kiko unscopes here that he's caught. Desperately waiting for an overstep on the side of Na'Vi, but it just never came.
Na'Vi look kind of calm right now. You know what I mean? They're going through the steps.
Really composed.
It's not looking hurried. It's not looking unthought through. This looks pretty good. Nothing spectacular, you know, it's not lighting my world on fire, but they're doing what they need, and maybe that's how you deal with Liquid. As it stands, first time we're seeing a committed start towards that B site, and it looks a bit pacey here actually. Yellow going to be hard to hold, but Angel going to take away Pad Attack. That removes the player at Yellow. Kiko now called in, but it's looking a little too late as Shao going to find Camo. Love to see how that happened on the back of the site, not too sure. Kiko does just about evade here, but Na'Vi with such numbers.
And again, it's all ahead of the spike even being really planted here. Mountains for Liquid to fight back into this round once again in a 3v5 retake scenario. Ultimates, but I think that's the moment. Yeah, you can see Nats turning away, starting to give this one up. Looking a little shaky here from Liquid, to be honest with you.
I'm wondering if it's gonna be a double timeout first half, Mike. I don't know.
I mean, you wouldn't blame him for it.
Not really. What, attack side? Yeah, just go, mate. Easy. This is it, and it just looks flat, right? It just looks a bit flat from Liquid, and that's what concerns me more than anything. That they're going to be walking away from this Na'Vi, going to be grinning, beaming at this point, having access to the map like this, sick.
Well, again, when you've got the operator out, especially on a map like Icebox, you want to let it do most of the work in the early round. Yep. That's the key component to slow these rounds down. Na'Vi aren't doing that. They've just come back out. Again, the timeout may be expecting a set piece from Liquid. They slowed things down, really worked the map effectively. Here, though, all guns blazing towards B, and both players falling off rip.
I'm very
again, and the issue with that, as we know, once those rifles are unrecoverable, the operator in the retake, it's just rough. I mean, you're almost having to stack up with one of your 2 remaining teammates to play off upgrading to that rifle potentially.
And back to business. A little bit of a different look, a 3-2 split
Wallace
this
committed.
time. And Nats is so unawares. What is going on, Mike? Koalanoob doing really well, but you don't often catch Nats looking asleep at the wheel. It's Serial Messi. Oh, God. This is looking like going out with a whimper, and once again, the save will be called here. I'm really worried. Now, don't get me wrong. I want to give credit here to Na'Vi, but how often have you ever seen Nats looking like that?
Well, I'm sorry.
Serial.
Well, I was saying this the other day. You haven't seen Na'Vi look like this most of this stage, to be honest with you. The performance versus KC, like I said, the scoreline, you can kind of take it with a pinch of salt, but it was actually the fact that, again, Shao coming back online on split, things that we've kind of been asking of Na'Vi. Here again, I think this is the next level.
It's wild to me, and the kind of, I don't want to say irony of it, but seeing someone like obviously Happy at the helm of this, and they've taken away the 2 weapons they have, but just kind of seeing them left on that operator, almost becoming that, guys, if we just get like a pick on the map, maybe we get the second, they're gonna call a save. It stops you being as enigmatic around it and going for that potential, but this, I still can't believe it. Again, Serial's been super clean, and I'm worried it's exhaustion, and I wouldn't normally say that, but you're seeing frustration there, and again, that's a very calm player, very composed, but
yeah, no, I think anybody lucky enough to actually see the speech that the Nats made yesterday. Again, you know the amount of experience that he's bringing to the table, and kind of, look, guys, just forget what happened in that series. We've got to come back in today with 100%. So now as a leader, he's really going to be called upon, tapped in once again in terms of the experience that he brings.
Yeah.
Because we've just not seen it in the first 10 rounds here.
No. And yeah, look, the difference of being here or now knowing your place was in Toronto is what, 2 rounds OT, basically?
Well, 1 Boaster peak away.
There it is. Right, so there is some real brutality of knowing how close you were and watching it slip away. Right, it takes genuine leadership to try and bring the team back. We know that Liquid are capable. That's never been the question. Odds alone have dictated they were the team to watch, the ones to look towards. I don't even say dark horses, up in that top 3 pick for most people. And now Na'Vi coming out with, what, how many rounds straight now? Plenty. 7 back-to-back impact rounds, and Liquid have not had a reply. Double timeout in the first half. That tells you enough. It's time to wake up. And Squalanoob putting them to bed. And it looks like they were expecting this. Hero's waiting, but it's Camo. Big impact from Camo. Give me that replay. I don't care if we don't have it. Give me what he just did. I don't know how he got through there, Mike.
Yeah, Na'Vi looking to reset away from Koala, opening this round. In the blink of an eye, Camo's given Liquid the advantage. Nats back down to 33 HP, still desperate to have an impact here. So the chance though, Angel looking towards this utility on B. Fact finder, sorry, sent out on mid. Roxic sniffed out, but Angel can actually do any further damage here.
It sounds so silly, but it almost felt like just play to get away. Whoa, 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 whoa,
3
whoa,
HP,
whoa,
somebody kill him.
Guys,
Somebody kill him.
Guys, we are... Guys? Why do I feel weird about it. I feel weird about it.
30 seconds left.
He's crouch peeking corners. He's... Surely not. Okay. There's something in the air today, but 3-7, the double timeout worked out.
Response here being Na'Vi last time expecting a set piece out of the timeout here. Liquid bulldoze their way down tube.
This was the beginning of things.
Again, this is look at the clock, by the way.
Yeah.
This is literally as the barrier drops. Angel looking 15 years younger in that replay.
Yeah, shame we didn't get to see obviously the impact coming in then, but it's what it is. Ruxic now challenged and up to it. Camo with a good trade.
Another instance here, stacked up. Liquid kind of moving in pairs now in the early round, trying to mitigate some of the losses they've been suffering. Straight to a 4v4. Squalanoob though.
Here.
The operator.
I've liked
said
him
he
on the
is,
operator.
I mean, he's been the best opera in the region. And don't have many willing to pull out as often as he does.
Steady.
Get done here.
Yeah, there's 3 players here. None easy to the eye. It'd be a committed angle if he wants to pry them out of it. It's giving him much pay. We're waiting for the rest of the team to kind of group up with him as well. You're going to see the Dizzy probably held in hand, the flash here off maybe the contact. And the timing of oh my god, it almost fell apart there. Just on a nice edge, but it's Liquid coming out on top. They've held this correctly. Felt like it got a bit dangerous. And again, the operator, you're not wanting to probably, I mean, why not go for it? See what he can get. Not enough. Camo, gonna catch him.
Pockets fairly flush across the board for Na'Vi. Be comfortable in the final purchase of the half. Actually, Liquid, 3 ultimates to their name. Already now fixing some of these early round issues. I think as well prioritizing towards B potentially. They can slip into a more passive hold on A once the numbers are reduced. I think that's the thing that's going to be ever present with Na'Vi. Take a casualty, they always slow the round down.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, that timeout between what? Round 9, round 10. It's got enough of a buffer for Liquid to work with. Whatever was said, you'd love to be a fly on the wall for that. Has absolutely hit home. And Na'Vi's caution once again being displayed. But look at this stack up, Mike.
Say actually with Kiko solo anchoring A, Liquid are going to proactively push through B main, but Camo almost giving one away. That's kind of uncharacteristic considering the adjustment we've seen Liquid make so far. He's been a key component for that.
Yeah, a little surprised at that. That felt very singular. No trade, obviously.
Just before that, there was 4 members of Liquid over towards B.
Yeah. I kind of thought maybe if they were both going to fight it, maybe it's on, towards back yellow, sure, but... And this still doesn't look good, actually. I think a little bit of a misread from Liquid, at least in that sense, but...
Serial's still got the lockdown, so he can slow things down here on B. Potentially, that's tech as well.
Okay, take a freebie when you get one. Brings you back to a 4v4, and the lockdown is in play. Koala still looking for a man, though.
Got to be so careful with this angle.
Ooh, no more jump spotting today. Plant's gonna... That's gonna go through. It does. So now 4v4 retake.
And that's to regroup here, but Xiao with his ultimate down to 48 HP, so he's going to be able to basically throw an extra body in terms of info onto the front line here.
Oh, and instantly Hero picking up that operator that's being filtered through actually delivers on Panatek. Passing forward, Serial, how did you just get that? I don't get it, but Kiko now the last one alive as Na'Vi rights the ship and denies Liquid, pulling this all the way back from that timeout that gave them 2 key rounds. I don't know if it's going to be enough though, Mike.
Yeah, A4 is a dominant way to start map 1 in this series. We'll have to see if that does continue into the second half, Lauren. I'm already pretty concerned about what I'm seeing from Liquid. Confidence levels, ability to really stack up, play together, really get those synergies online, but yeah, Na'Vi looking fantastic.
They certainly are. I feel like I've got more questions than answers, but we'll find out everything after this. Well, if you're looking at the scoreline and thinking, Na'Vi up 8-4, well, you were right. I can't believe it either, but Na'Vi today have come out looking sharp. And they've taken every opportunity that Liquid have left open. It was a little bit of a resurgence back in that 10th, 11th round for Liquid, but other than that, it's been quiet from them.
It really has, and credit really to Na'Vi bouncing back from an 0-2 versus BBL. Showing now that they've got that lower bracket fuel to add to the fire. Sig, his hands full here with Sheriff. Does actually have Hero as well, but we're looking to pop off the alarm bot. First comes through, Rooksig found one. Hero's found 2 as well.
Okay, Na'Vi picking up where they left off. And again, Serial and Nat's going to be asked a lot of here. Can they outdo the odds? Spike is still left loose. They have to get this going on their side. So Nat's now removed away, just leaving Serial weapon out. Salvo's going to go in, but Serial finds ahead of Koala Noob. Nat's going to find Xiao, leaving just one man alive.
Still so healthy.
One enemy
Whoa!
remaining.
Whoa! Angel! Who is he? What year are we back in?
who's looking snappy earlier with the rifle. Even more so here in the pistol to kick off the second half with a Red Bull clutch. Angel coming alive. Yeah, you can see he was shaking his hand afterwards. Beautifully done.
Guys, who are you picking, no?
Who are you peeking? I love it. And it feels like watching this, Na'Vi don't look like they've got pressure on them. I mean, they are up now 9-4, don't get me wrong. But they look kind of calm. They don't look super stressed. It kind of feels like they're just having a good game here. I genuinely am a little bit surprised to be seeing this so far, but as it stands, until there's a reply from Liquid, this is the way it goes. And Koala Noob showing up again. A real sensation with any scoped weapon, but now forced to heal, but they're gonna not clear hero. Cool, brilliant, Liquid. Have a look. Oh, God! Na'Vi making them look so lazy.
Hero looking like Angel now. 2 snappy kills from him. And Nats try and get something back, but already you can see Na'Vi have reset away from this. Want to let the clock do the work for them. No need to push forward, risk any of this inventory, but not much of it. No surprises. Silent RV in a second round. Chance here, though, still for Liquid. Cyril's got a Sheriff, but again, RV just not giving them anything at all.
No, from quite aggressive to very disciplined.
30 seconds left.
Hard to get a pulse point on Serial, and Nats. It feels repetitive. It's these two last alive. And Koala Noob's not letting him get any play here. His synergy is off the charts. Na'Vi comfortably making it through that round with an in-zone flawless. I'm getting nervous for Liquid. Now, okay, this is Na'Vi's map choice, right? Let's contextualize it a little bit. But I think we can all see how these rounds are going.
One enemy remaining.
Can. And the concern being we come back to that same point around confidence and fatigue coming out of such a hard-fought series.
That's a nice...
77%. Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, man.
He's still got it. The many doubters silenced for at least one map.
What a time to be having it, though. Ooh, Koala Noob staying confident on it. Not again. Not again! Wakey, wakey, Liquid! This is not the game that you get lazy on. Get sharper. Already, Patatech is taken down a little bit lower. This is going to be the bonus round pretty much here. And look what Na'Vi have already done, but they do have weapons to play with still. Angel's got the Vandal, Rooksik on the Phantom, and Chow, of course, with that Guardian. On the other side, a little bit of a wounded Patatech. The other three standing fine.
Concern's going to be Rooksik gets played in here. I think Liquid very cautious about their approach. He's in a situation, if he's unchecked now,
I'll lose it. Okay, they gave it a glance. They trade in at least. Spike gonna be brought back to hand here. Angel, though, the final boss. Coming on in, Shao with him, could send him into motion here. Just needs a couple of shots to hit, and Angel ain't missing today. Takes away the wounded player. Looks for another, not gonna get it. Liquid stabilize. 5th round found and hard fought for.
Can this get the ball rolling now for Liquid in this second half? And not going to have too much of an impact on the purchase going forward here, but another situation, almost carbon copy on B main here to play hero in, unchecked once again.
It's good to see them get a little loud, get a little bit of pumped up here. It ain't easy, but it's time to put in the work, right? You're now going to be looking at the ults here coming through as well for some of the real early success stories, at least for Na'Vi. You've got Hero very nearby, Nats close by. I actually think there's someone else too, but what does it matter when Koala Noob's running at him? Shao tries to join in, this pacey beginning. Maybe trying to offset a little bit of those expectations, but it falls flat this time.
Here.
Come out on top to kick this round off, but Hero wants to have a say in the matter. There is a turret guarding him. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Thought it was up on the box there, but we're the other side of the wall.
Was that the same TP that Koala Noob did before, I think, on the barrier? So, be interesting to see if they're a little bit maybe aware of that. It was something that people were paying attention to. But like to see him go for something. You've got buffer rounds to play with.
So Nats has to almost hard clear this ahead of the orb, and he's aiming on it, but Hero comes out on top.
Yeah, and he's got ult off that too. That's going to be that kind of sinking feeling in the stomach now. Not nice to have that in the back of the mind, but you're right. Red carpet, a little rolled out here, trying to catch him on the way out. Kiko with a big punish on towards Angel. Ruxic made it out alive, but Hero's locked down. Does he decide to invest? He takes away Kiko instead. And now it should be the green light, right? Yeah, no plant even hatched yet. What's going on here? Oh, now going to be going down. Just about going to get that through and get back to the post plant.
Got a fragment, 1 nano down, still 1 nano in the pocket of Serial.
He's been detained. He wants on that fast here, Ruxic. Tries to get it going early. Looks like it was... Oh, what a shot! Hero! Banging out Panatek! Serial, know your lineups. Here we are. And up on the pipes. I don't think he's going to expect it. Death from above. Hero living up to the moniker. Na'Vi up to 11.
Again, the fact that he gets detained isn't really even the issue there, but Panatek has to scramble to get a fragment down because Ruxic's still up. That wall can just cut sight lines, and Hero even playing ahead of it to punish Panatek.
God, and what a performance from Hero. The desk kind of talked about it a couple of times now, how he's been such an upswing of a performer for them. And we're seeing it here today, 21-9. Very, very key work from him. And 11.
Just the crazy thing coming into this, I think Ruxic's still statistically sitting ahead, which is just crazy to think about. I mean, not much in it at all. Hero definitely the deciding factor here on Icebox will open this series. Kiko. Anything done with the Blade Storm here? Koala Noob trying to get cheeky ahead of this smoke, but didn't catch the cross here.
It's really getting tough now. Oh, and Serial's got Angel down. Here we go. Xiao now on the chopping block. Can't get away. Liquid. Nice scaling up together on this. Good spacing, good trading. No one being on their own there, really. Everything was absolutely considered.
Actually, rifles in hand now. And Ruxic are going to have to consider retreating. Does he get caught? He just slips away. He's still Panatek and Serial's ultimate, just in case they're needed, but we'll be here with Na'Vi looking to hold on to these rifles. Be a 6th on the round for Liquid. Friendly fire.
This feels so necessary, though, for Liquid. A couple of rounds, right? Get into the game.
Some breathing, well, I'd say breathing space. It's not really, because Na'Vi up on 11.
Yeah.
They don't have much of a margin here. It's probably another round needed to completely reset the economy of Na'Vi. I don't think they've played it since we were casting the other day.
They made a scene, skip it. Na'Vi, though, this is their timeout. And actually probably a gift for Liquid, too. They burned both of their timeouts in that first half. So be able to get this opportunity now to check in as well will probably be key for the coaches, and obviously Nats there as well, having a chat. But for Na'Vi, they do have a couple of rounds to play with, so I didn't mind them getting a little bit aggressive here and there, taking a couple of gambles. But now, you don't want to let that momentum build up.
So yeah, what was that?
I know.
Yeah, obviously Angel one away. They said the fun's in a bit of an awkward spot. We had to muster together a purchase at least. I actually didn't even realise how big the gap between Hero and Ruxic was actually here. Ruxic was sat in second, but Hero the only one north of 20. Toying with the idea of maybe riding this one out, seeing Koala Noob consider a bucky. Not Na'Vi have got anything to potentially try and convert around like this, but actually settling for rifles. Xiao going to be the victim of that.
Okay.
But yeah, like I said, this will be the one to reset the economy and potentially put Liquid in a pretty good position. Ultimates considering.
Good, look, gateway round. The remix. There we go, pacey beginnings. Deep flash to facilitate this push up from Kiko, the Dizzy then to follow suit. They know yellow's clear. How far do they take this? Rotations are on the way. Ult to be layered on top. This should garner the respect of Na'Vi.
Be able to deal with the plant coming through, but immediately Angel going to post the ult.
Eco on an island now. Trying to get back in time to make sure he's got some support, but no one gap closed in the time that was available.
Yeah, but not under any pressure.
Yeah, which, again, Na'Vi clearing out the path, but not making the most of it. And now the lockdown on top. This one might be sewn up here. Plenty of ults to play in, and they've got to just sit back and wait. Lovely little flash. Kiko trying to punish off the back of it. Looking like the swing comes in. Liquid holding the line. Hero, kind of the big man at the moment, going down, should kind of indicate this is probably now a save.
Xiao down to 10 HP, probably just going to look for an exit here, but there'll be one chance at it as Camo did go to clear him, but Xiao's going to survive past this. Be able to hold on to the rifle.
Okay.
Yeah, I think as well, with the ultimate coming in from Angel, yes, Kiko's separated, almost isolated at back yellow there, but the fact that so much time passes after that is the lockdown basically decides this. You can see it, I believe Hero, the only one really from Na'Vi to go forward to contest that, maybe looking for a kill or two. But he falls and there's such a huge gap.
Seeing Nats with an operator. I'm seeing a broken buy for Na'Vi.
Yeah, reinvestment. Oh, actually not too bad. Obviously the rifle's maintained, but it's Hero Xiao again to struggle.
Nice, good clear towards Koala. Him being caught early feels valuable. Maybe the knife being so indicative of someone pushing up, not just towards pipes, but that closer position.
Yeah, Liquid starting to read out some of these spots that Koala's going to try and play early on here.
Yeah.
That's all the way back in spawn. Camo's now going to try and pave the way. This A site here.
See that scaling up here. Make sure this looks good. Oh my word. Going back in for seconds, but the plant's there. He is playing on a bit of a nice edge, isn't he? Risky, but he gets away with it. No punish, and Na'Vi now left wanting. Xiao and Hero don't have the weapons they'd want for this. Now Liquid with 5 standing. The second go of the ult. Hold on, Hero's got 1. No more, surely. Kiko's still here, playing the best he can. Na'Vi still tilting it back to a 3v3. Cross comes in, and Na'Vi move forward. Nats goes down. It's on Serial in a 2v1. How have we gotten here? Serial this time, though, takes away Angel. And it is kind of a 1v1.5 with Xiao got Wingman there to help him out. I guess we're doing this. A lot of his HP. He has to get close, and Serial does go down, but he's got the time for this now. This is getting much, much closer as Liquid take a step back for that 8th round.
Can have the funds to play out that sort of round. No concern about losing these weapons here, but did burn up a ton of ultimates in the last few rounds. You've got Nats' pit to work upon here. I think Koala Noob has been pivotal to Na'Vi's success early on. Ruxic, though, on the way back in, almost making this a formality. Nats, maybe a little bit of frustration there. I don't know if that was outbound or inbound, but...
Yeah, hard to tell, right?
Yeah.
But something I was going to say is I haven't heard Koala Noob yet given it, right? He was one of those players who's that motivational speaker almost, but Angel once again going down early. Maybe that want to be the hero, to be the difference maker. Not what you need here.
Almost asking the same of Na'Vi here on the defense to slow things down. Allow that gap to maybe figure out some information, but Serial, he's followed through. Koala Noob down once again.
Step by step, Mike. Liquid again in this game back online. I mean, it feels repetitive that run it A, layer it up.
I was going to say, getting the A site simulator going for sure.
Hey, but if it's working, if it's getting you on the board after what was a drought of rounds, you take it. Sick. Oh, Xiao. Caught drift in there, punished. The round's not going to change, but the weapons in hand might. Bruce would like to keep his life here. That's going to be taken away. This is a huge turnaround. Liquid, they're looking lively, Mike. It's like there's fire under them now.
Bit awkward as well, because you actually don't want to see them play. In fact, it doesn't matter to Liquid losing these rifles now. Na'Vi, I mean, Koala, Ruxic, 400, 600 credits. Angel, flat out broke. Xiao, I feel like he's been broke for 3 or 4 rounds now. The Stingers and Sheriffs and whatnot. Does have his ultimate. Rooksick 2.
Is this another timeout for Na'Vi coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Look, the age-old question of how do you deal with that A hit, right?
Well,
and it's
I mean,
been well done by Liquid. They're doing well. The scaling's good.
Absolutely.
You know, everything is there, but I need to see a reply.
And I'm not saying it's as simple as allow that space, concede that space, but slowing things down is always something that allows you to reset on A site. And that is so important. If you give away a kill before people can reposition to heaven or get back into positions to contest the plant coming down, that's when you have a problem on A site.
And we've seen it with Angel going down early. We've seen it with Koala Noob going down early. A couple of these key players here now getting punished on this. Need to see that capability to switch things up. I don't want to see us in that repetitive position. Now, if we can identify it, I bloody well hope they can. But this is giving hope to Liquid, which is a dangerous thing, because at the half, I think a lot of us were a little bit stunned, really, seeing the form that Na'Vi were coming out with. But the real test starts now.
We said coming away with some questions. I think actually we're starting to see the answer of what Liquid have got left in the tank.
Yes.
To bring it back to just 2 rounds here. It's felt phenomenal for Team Liquid.
And I do want to give them credit. There's that kind of old adage of, you know, find a way or make one. It looks like Liquid have started to make one, right? 4 in succession, a broken purchase with Na'Vi. This could be 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Does Na'Vi have a reply?
So you want to see discipline on the side of Na'Vi here in terms of the ultimates. Hero halfway to the lockdown again. This could be a big ult cycle for them. Yes, you're feeling like almost conceding towards Liquid tying things up. Some of them can be so pivotal. Much slower this time around. Rooksick, though, a lot of space cleared outside B. This is a huge indicator for Na'Vi. I think that's why we're seeing Hero rotating when he is. 4 bodies for Na'Vi on this side of the map to try and stop the simulator.
Oh my god.
They're drifting away. Liquid maybe sniffing this out.
Something fell off.
Rooksick, Bulldog.
It's on him. It's on him. That's going to be a whole lot of players, and he falls. The floodgates open here. How much do they read into it, and how confident are they? You're looking at the pace. It looks like they've got the read. Quickly into this. Hero is here, though. Does he try and, again, make an overplay? Does he try and be the one to stand the test? And he does get one, takes him down. They're getting scrappy now. 3v4, but they're up close on the site. Angel needs to land one of these. Someone's got to get a multi-kill here. He's got one. Palitek goes down. Kiko goes down as well. Na'Vi might be breaking their hearts. Nats gets cleared. It's all on Serial. Ult's there. Serial holds his nerve. He might be nervous about this. Now he gets caught! Hook, line, and sinker! Na'Vi getting under their skin and getting up to 12.
Absolute heartbreak for Liquid. They wanted to be decisive, convert this advantage, but the desperation gets the better of them. Xiao flipping this on its head. Serial feeling as if he can avoid all of that risk on top of the crate, but falls here, giving Na'Vi map point.
I will be there.
Operator in hand now for Koala.
But was that the one-off? Is this still Liquid's game to bring back here? 12 up against them, though. No easy task. Koala Noob just needs to hold this line. How long does he stay?
He could get rewarded here.
Oh, that's a big spot.
Where did Serial? No ping came out, so I was worried there whether or not Serial had spotted it. Flash will clear at least.
So tense here. 4 players for Na'Vi on this side of the map. All 5 from Liquid. It's a standoff. Who blinks first? Almost parallel ults as well. Nats has his. Rooksick as well. Koala Noob's got his too. And it's game on. Got to be off to the races now. Trying to scale up, but they still haven't cleared Xiao, but the flash catches. Nat's going to get the punish. We're going to see the plant coming in. A shambolic attempt from Angel there as Liquid back on track. Going to be getting that plant. Koala Noob and Rooksick's options become near on 0.
Again, the operator being a factor here. We know how aggressive Koala can be with it. not shying away just yet. Still got a paranoia, still got a snake bite, still got the pit. They can find a kill, but Camo, third on the round. Looking forward to Koala, but the response is there, and now we'll retreat to try and hold on to this. Liquid will find double digits.
Oh, that looks so desperate from Na'Vi, didn't it? Just trying to claw into it.
It felt like an overcommitment on a few of those engagements that I don't want to say is, you know, ego or arrogance, but Liquid absolutely running away with it once again on A site. Like you said, 4 members, second round in a row. See this heavy lean. Go will fall. No trade coming through there. Again, not necessarily a concern. 7K on Kiko. The rest of the purchase should be fairly comfortable. Nat's definitely looking more vocal in this home stretch of Icebox.
2 more rounds and it's OT. It takes one mistake though. One trip, one missed call, one moment of lapse in judgment, and it goes to Na'Vi.
Switch up here being the operator to anchor over towards B. The pit.
Nice.
The counterbalance that nearly caught on the retreat. Koala was down to 12 HP there with the decay.
Yeah, I love that though. See them being quick about this. Liquid looking focused. Fast to it as well.
Once his plant come through quickly though.
I think I'm just looking for that line of sight. Angel not going to get the opportunity to do much to deny that. And now Na'Vi need to figure out a way forward, but you heard it. The Viper's Pit going down to smother this site. Make it near on unapproachable.
2 committed towards the flank as well for Liquid. So all eyes will be trained forwards here.
Oh, I like this.
This is the late wrap as well, Lauren.
Yeah, around the world. This feels like the full stop to the sentence, doesn't it? Timing's everything, yeah, lovely. And at the same time, Camo succeeding to over towards Yellow, just dwindling those numbers, making this very difficult. Again, that pit's still in play. Nothing easy to be had here for Na'Vi. Struggling to find these players on the other side. That spike is still ticking.
Go!
What? Nats fell! Ah, what is that? Kiko so far, but I think the time is just too late as Liquid make up another step, but bloody hell, boys. How close do you want to make this? 11 to 12 now.
Down to the finest of margins. Again, just too late in the day. I mean, some of the situations you see Hero in. I mean, it just reminds me of the clutch at elbow.
I'm getting instant everywhere I go.
One of those games.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's sitting at 8 and 18. Definitely a rough start to the series here.
He's got to keep his head up though, right? Keep that confidence up, not let it affect you. Easier said than done, of course. Is Na'Vi still held on 12? As Liquid take this slow, steady march back into the game, but once again, it could all fall to pieces in just this final round of regulation. And a cautious start.
That's potentially played in here when you look at the shields on the other side.
Right there.
Liquid reverting back towards A site. A looser hold this time around from Na'Vi. Can Angel sniff out?
Drone is down.
Serial on the other side may not give everything away, but it should be pretty indicative now, right? Layering of util coming forward. Angel waiting to invest.
One away from ult as well. And Hero has the lockdown, so definitely a retake setup here.
Be looking to try and deny at least the plant here. Force them to put a body behind it. Not to be. So now Na'Vi got to do it all themselves. There's going to be the lockdown though, so let's see how this changes.
It was awkward last time.
Certainly would be. It's Camo. Shouldering this up. Looking like the sacrificial lamb. If he has to be, that's 2 detained. Okay, Shao got him in the end, but that feels labored. Down to a 4v4 here. Forced to fight his Kiko, and he finds his man. Hero goes down. And it looks like the defuse is started and ain't stopped yet. Denial comes in, big from Kiko again. But they're back onto business. They're defusing right under their noses. Denied at the final hurdle. Liquid falling short, and Na'Vi snatch away map 1.
In heartbreaking fashion, Lauren. So Liquid almost forced to sit back and see the strength of that double controller composition here. in the retake. We'll have to see if Liquid can reset coming into map 2.
Just for you to understand.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Of hell, maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hot head looking for
They're very aggressive team, guys. We need to kill them once, so they pants, okay? This is going to be enough, I swear to God. Guys, we did their pants already. We just need to calm down, do our job, do the setups we always do, okay? Nothing, and don't pants by yourself. We retake space.
Defend your home.
Yes. Guys, who are you picking, no? Guys, we're picking. Okay, guys, and now chill up. If it's gonna be one more 1v4 and we lose, like with Snatic, so we just focus up even more. Because I will scream if we lose this map. Our Antico.
Oh, Angel, we love you. We absolutely love you. Na'Vi, they're on the board. I'm your host, and I'm back here with Gorilla and Billy. Do you think they made Liquid poop their pants? I don't think I could say the word that he used, but did you see any of that?
I don't know. Did they smell it out there? I don't know.
That is diabolical.
That is horrid. Do you know what? I love this from Angel, though. Like, I love the character that we're getting to see. We don't get to see it very often, and hearing those speeches that he's saying to the rest of his team, it's what character?
Is that the game plan you want to hear your IGL give to the team?
Honestly, I think that, yeah. Sometimes Liquid play very simple. They don't have a lot of, like, I want to say depth. They do, again, a lot of the same stuff from game to game to game. And even in this, we saw them, like, they're just pounding A every single time. So, yeah, bring the vibes up, bring the, you know, the energy up, and be a leader.
And I'm glad that we brought this breakdown graphic up because we requested it initially when Na'Vi started on that attack side because they were getting so many first picks. It wasn't until they swapped sides that they started losing those. So it's weird now seeing it like so even. Like they started that first game so well.
Ended up being so close as well. But Angel rolling back the years, you know, out here dunking on the kids. We heard Sadak saying that he wanted to dunk on some kids, but it's actually Angel out here doing all these very, very impactful things. It's not just, you know, he's getting kills, Gorilla. He's clutching and he's winning the massive rounds.
Yeah, he has periods where he does this. Start of last year is exactly the same with, I'm thinking right back, PTSD, him on bind, acing Vitality. He just does this. He'll have games where he's just going to roll back the ears, he's going to go and he's just going to frag out.
I love it. I love seeing Frag and Angel because I think that as soon as Angel is happy and confident, the rest of his team is happy and confident. So.
And I like the way that they band around him as well. I think they believe it. I know we sometimes like joke about it, take the mick a little bit about him rolling back the years, but his teammates have always said that Angel can frag, Angel is good, they believe in him.
Yeah, Hero was literally talking about it the other day when we were speaking about it to him. He was like, yeah, that's my unk. That's my unk. Like, I love that they all feed into it though. Like, it's just so nice.
It is very nice, and I'm glad you mentioned Hero because the consistency we're seeing from him is outrageous. At this point, I think one of the MVPs of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. I think that when we kind of came into this year and Hero's performance, you know, it wasn't like the kind of start that we sort of expected of him. We had high expectations of him coming into this roster because he was that sort of young star player. So yeah, I think as we've moved on into playoffs, he's been finding so much more consistency, which was what I said in the pre-show, is that if Na'Vi want to push on this lower bracket run, it needs to be Hero that's being more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing flashbacks of Stage 2 playoffs for Fnatic. He really stepped it up there as well. A lot of pressure on him to kind of prove himself in that regard. And I guess same here, as you said, like, he needs to step up. He needs to be the difference maker for Na'Vi. He's doing it.
Yeah, and it angers me that they don't give him a gun in those half.
Oh yeah,
right? Like, come on, I understand, you know, Xiao definitely has potential to do Xiao show things, but
that round with the Viper's Pit, that round, yeah.
With the Sheriff. The 4 other teammates, not one of them thought like, here, Hero, you know,
yeah,
oh my god.
He was performing well, right? And when someone's feeling themselves, like, just chuck them the rifle. And as soon as he did pick up the rifle on that round, goes into the Viper's Pit, he picks up 2 kills, he gets the most important one, the Viper, and then there's no
Imagine if he had it earlier. Imagine. But it doesn't matter, they won. But let's see what they can do on Split, because this is where I would have normally been extremely confident in Team Liquid, but Gorilla, they did lose it yesterday.
Yeah, they did. I think it's their first time losing it since EDG beat them. So yeah, let's see if the game plan's going to be the same, if they're going to stick to, you know, tried and tested. But also, I think it might be their first time playing against the Vise if Na'Vi still running the Vise. So let's see if it's the same or not.
I think this is such an interesting map for both of these teams to go to. Like you said, Gorilla, you know, like this was one of their strongest maps coming into this year. Of course, Fnatic did beat them on it yesterday. But then when we're looking at Na'Vi, like, let's not sit here and be concerned about Na'Vi. This was the team that ended up 13-0ing Giant X on Split. So yeah, I mean, at this point, it could be so competitive.
It could be, but there are tells though, you know, with Koala moving to the Raze here. I think there have been instances where teams have maybe figured out how he likes to play, and Nats is not just giving a speech, I'm seeing, he's going in. That's a very, very passionate speech he's given, and he needs to do that right now, because if Liquid lose, they go from one of the favorites out of the entire playoffs into missing the second event of the year, which is kind of catastrophic for them, if they do.
I mean, yeah, as you see in the Agent Select, we've got the same comps coming through. Angel on the Fade, Xiao on the Astro is saying about how we wish it was just switched. We just want to see Xiao on the reveals again. Like, it's the Agents where he's tried and tested. He's arguably one of the best players in the world at Fade, at Sova, so
And to go back to your point, Sue, about it being catastrophic, let's not forget Team Liquid made a roster change coming to stage 1. You have all of the fans now looking at this team and thinking, you know, was this really necessary? Did this really need to be done? Especially now that they're playing for a lifeline to be able to make it to Masters Toronto.
And that was so fantastic yesterday. Maybe they need some of that magic, Pansy and Hypok, if they want to take us to a map 3.
They need a lot more than magic, if I'm being honest. They're going to need a lot to bring them back here because it's the compounding problem, isn't it, Mike? Not only the map they just obviously dropped, but then you look at the one prior, you look at the series prior, the Fnatic series has to be on the forefront of our minds. Na'Vi obviously not in the same position. They got to sit back a little bit, not be in that same pressure moment. Now the question becomes, can they stand up to the pressure, or will they go down with just a whimper as Na'Vi sit at one map to the good?
I was hoping another Nats pep talk has occurred in between maps here for Liquid to get back online. I mean, the major concern's got to be if Na'Vi, well, Ruxic and Xiao in particular, are able to mimic the same performance they had previously. So it almost felt like Xiao, the second coming of Xiao, almost.
Yeah. Pressure times here. Na'Vi on the defending side, of course, that then meaning Liquid on the attack. And they need a couple of players to really wake up now.
Definitely do. Slow start here. Hala sent out on B main, but noting both players here. Kiko down to 53 HP already, trying to make the Sheriff work. Trade-off of damage, sure, but no harm, no foul. Liquid not able to achieve anything in mid either. Throw out a fair amount of utility though, the Boombot being the final piece there. So it might be the regroup outside A, still 2 members of Na'Vi, Ruxic and Angel. Some complementary utility as well from Xiao. You see the pings coming through, the rotation already happening for Na'Vi.
Look, with that Vice Wall untriggered, utility still in place, they can afford to do this. They can cheat the player over, tuck 2 on the site, leaving 1 towards heaven. That is Xiao with a lot
from Angel
on his shoulders, though.
30
Be careful to
left.
not go down here. That would open up a lot of opportunity, but there's a lot of time left, and the recheck seemed a little excessive there. Maybe you could have let that go, but let's see if Na'Vi can still hold here. Angel doing what he likes best. Ruxic joining in as well. Angel's fallen, so Ruxic isolated on the site, but finding fights against Nats. And now giving advantage over into this 2v2, making a 2v1. Serial out of nowhere, claiming 3 at the end.
Hesitation on the plant as well. A question mark if anybody else had slipped the net and could pressure that. Serial finds 3 on the pistol. Beautifully done for Ruxic. Tries his best in this situation. Gets the follow up here.
10 seconds left.
Maybe just a little eager to find someone else because the spacing just a little bizarre here when it came down to the line from Na'Vi. Like I said, they had the benefit of the clock as well. Maybe throw 1 onto site, contest the plant, especially with a player still safe in heaven.
Now Na'Vi left without really the means to challenge too much, looking for mistakes to make something out of, maybe some little trap plays, something to try and build through, but it does come back towards A. We do have 2 players waiting, a little bit of a forward position as well, so that would be, I believe, Ruxic and Koala Noob here. Ruxic left to his own devices, really. It looks like they're trying to maybe get something working together, but they did dismantle that little bit of a stack towards ramp, but all players drawn.
I was going to say, Camo on the other side of the map has actually slipped onto B site. I think the steps may be drawing an extra body from Na'Vi than you would have wanted.
Do they clear him? I feel like they've got to be aware. Oh no, Hero's got no idea. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, it got a little dangerous, but it's okay. And now they're here on time. And with 40 seconds, it feels like Liquid want to commit. Hold on, Angel's taking down Kiko. Can they keep this correct? Can they keep this clean? It doesn't look like clean's the option anymore as a 1v2 begins, but Xiao only has that classic. This position should be checked. It is, okay. It worried me a moment After we saw some of those corners not being checked on map 1, but now stability in the second.
Reserved in terms of the purchase, so not necessarily a huge loss to Liquid. I think maybe only really losing out on the one player being able to repurchase here in round 3. Yeah, the fact that Na'Vi even get bodies back here to B with camo in so early. Oh. So Na'Vi looking to flood ahead of the plant coming in. So a big win for them.
Cutting through.
Definitely looking better in terms of the round 3 inventory.
Time to jump.
Quite clear in approach, really. Big test for Hero here. Don't know how long he wants to stick around on this. Site's already been taken through. Not only by one, but Kiko kind of supplementing that as well. So the fight back begins on ramp, but Kiko's appearance is divine. Swings through the smoke and connects on 2. Leaving just Ruxic and Shower relevant.
Tough for them to break back in here. A 2v4 for them. That's tagged up, but everybody else looking pretty healthy. And an open plant, so plenty of opportunities for Liquid here in the post plant. Shout's found the third. He's found the second.
How did he get 2? And now look at the final position.
He locked him out.
Nats has to adjust. You can see him. He knew what the issue could be. Dives up towards Heaven early. Stall on the spike. Does Nats believe in it? It looks like he does for now, but he will have to make his hand known. Na'Vi waiting, and Nats' patience is paramount. Shao doing everything he could. And time is going to be on their side for this defuse. But that got bloody close.
Could see almost a little bit of split direction here from Liquid. Maybe not even anticipating the attempt being made. It's stacked up to potentially trade on elbow, but
One enemy
the second swing.
Is ready.
That's why this one falls apart a little bit for Liquid. I think maybe, yeah, the surprise on Koala's face probably indicative of expected to play for a couple of exits, maybe. It's a round win nonetheless. The first on the board for Na'Vi here on Split.
It looks repetitive. Liquid looking to exploit the same sort of thing. Does Koala Noob get any sort of success from up here? A lot of bodies to play up against if they further this Inquisition. This time, though, one player split from the rest. But they're looking for a brawl here, and Koala Noob up to the challenge. Great shot on the second, and Na'Vi this time willing to take the fight. They find so much value.
That crunch on ramp. I think Liquid almost anticipating they would have the upper hand, but this time around, Na'Vi dig a little deeper. The re-clearance was perfect, and Koala Noob getting back-to-back.
Beauties there.
Yeah,
Control
I mean,
on the second,
the
that's
discipline
nice.
ahead of the paint shell.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Beautiful.
Cool, calm, and collected from Na'Vi here to find their second. Reset Liquid. Barring the showstopper, should feel like the third.
Toxins going up.
Kiko has anything to say about it. Bit of a switch up here on the Chico. Hero got to be careful. Ruxic on the other side of this, but you see, maybe he was considering actually. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Grenade! Oh, hungry to have a little bit of a glance through that smoke. We know someone's watching though. It is Nats. Big shot from Nats.
Big
A bit of a
upgrade as
drive-by.
well.
Yeah, that could be.
He's on second.
Come on, how's he getting to there? Oh, and Kiko's gonna find Shao. Hold on, it's on Hero to hold the site. He's surrounded on multiple fronts. He's still got the wall to play from, but this just forces them forward. Found by Nats, putting it on the cape and becoming the hero they need. We ask a lot of him because he seems to be able to deliver those moments. But Koala Noob was clean before. A different scenario now, certainly not like what we saw on ramp. In a 1v3, feels like a fated Nats round. Hard to face off against full util as well, still to play in with, but
Yeah, I think he's
the door's shutting.
thinking better of it.
Oh, Nats, what a round to have.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want from your leader. Here, facing elimination. A map 1 loss. Dismantling this anti-eco from Na'Vi. You see, straight away there, even after the first, you almost expect Kiko looking for something with a showstopper. Yeah. The second comes through. All eyes on B side, get it in there. I mean, even tagging Hero down to 40 HP, I believe. Unlucky not to get the double.
Very nice. Pace save card Thrifty there. They'll be happy with that one. And I'm sure we'll have the replay on this. Yeah. There it was. It was the
clumsy on the first. That's it, yeah.
Oh.
Angel
3 down.
fancied his chances on the rope, but punished. Actually, look at that. It's Liquid up to another 2 ultimates, only 1 away from Serials as well. So great position to be in. Na'Vi looking pretty flush as well in terms of this cycle.
Bring them down.
Liquid going to give up exploring towards A for the next few rounds.
My Potter broke.
So now this B hold now.
I'll handle
We're going to be able to find a ton of information here, though.
See how they couple the utility with this, though, right? You're looking at the ult coming in now. He can come out of this completely unscathed. I say that. Yeah, should catch Angel on the back away. Doesn't actually get the kill. That's Koala Noob. Dives forward himself.
Nobody else is here.
He's backfilled the space. They didn't take the space of that? What stalled them out?
Is it maybe the paint shell from Koala Noob? That maybe keep them
My ult's ready.
from
Locked to
entering.
main,
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's a frustrating one. A lot was set in motion for that. Natch, yeah, slipped the net, but we know that Hero's still over towards that A site.
So being now whether or not, I was going to say Liquid can find a kill in mid. They found 2. Ruxic and Koala will fall.
The Promethean figure at these sort of lurks here, Nats. Progenitor of it almost. Going to slow down Hero's rotation by the time he's causing all eyes to turn towards him. So it's left on the other.
30 seconds left.
They're coming towards this.
Where are
Is this a mistake? No, they've turned tail again. They looked unsure. They looked hesitant. And this could be their downfall. Xiao's still here. Not giving away the game. Oh, clean! Couldn't get the spray in the end. It was a bit shaky at the start, but the correction came through. But down to the 2v2. Zero trying to defend. He falls. Leaving just Patatek alive in a 1v2 now.
Maybe misreading the space between these 2 Na'Vi players, but now Patatek called upon. A 1v2 required.
He's got the Haunt, he's got the Seize. He's got a barrel out of place. Follows it up well.
That's caught.
Absolutely has. Haunt to the right. Gets the ping. And now he knows what the sound of the song is. Liquid again. It feels like the odds are against them so often. And they come out with miracles.
We said he didn't have a chance to get anything done in map 1, but Patatek delivering here for Liquid. A beautiful 1v2. Isolates Hero. Punishes Angel with the C's.
Lovely.
A brilliant recovery, really, around that looked like was going to slip through Liquid's fingers.
Oh, I was worried about that hesitation almost.
Nice, Patrick. Good job.
That look towards A when the pick came up. They're like, oh, maybe this is it.
Nat's desperately trying to orchestrate something there. Again, you can't really blame him for the pit. Angel.
No.
A little bold in the swing in, but would you have it any other way from Angel?
That is true.
Maybe a timeout here for Na'Vi to take stock. These first 6 rounds. So not necessarily a huge concern just yet. Purchase going to be a little shaky here entering round 7.
Again, it does feel like a lot of these have been coming down to that mid-rounding, right? That kind of like once that first move gets made, it's the reaction that comes in. Again, I was question marking that start really when we saw that ult coming through and then that pause, that little bit of doubt with Liquid almost it felt like there in moments, but back on track at this 4-2. Hard fought for though, Na'Vi still very much within this touching distance. That has been a while. What can they make of a Bucky, a Vandal, and a couple of pistols? They get down and dirty.
Ultimates are there though. Hero 1 away. This could be huge in an anti-eco for Na'Vi if they get the upper hand. The showstopper being the one that really could get something happening. Angel kicking himself for that one.
Perilous start really, but
Screen down.
not what you're after. But this.
Ruxic given a chance here.
Looking at who can clear it. Looking at kind of what?
I mean, yeah, if Koala Noob kind of takes contact here, even at distance.
I didn't even see this. I can't even find the right buttons to press, but there, look at this. Closing in. Okay, gets cleared. Serial really heads up work. Checking the corners. Koala Noob next to full. Where there? Nats must have seen something there, but it wasn't much. And now the flank becomes somewhat irrelevant, doesn't it?
They get to reveal inside the smoke. Headshot from Hero, but doesn't find the kill. Now it's just left on Shao. That's able to retrieve the orb as well. Yeah, maybe anticipating. They did spot him, yes. Beautiful round from Nats. The in-zone flawless for Team Liquid to hit 5.
Almost mechanical in that approach there. Really crossing the T's, dotting the I's. And it was just a pixel shown, but heads up work from Serial. And bloody hell, Nats.
Barely a kneecap showing from Koala Noob.
Yeah, on it. Absolutely on it.
Nats bouncing back, punished, a little bit bullied on Icebox in some of those early rounds.
I mean, this is his kingdom, right? This is his map. This was the one that kind of put him there in a lot of people's eyes. Those lurks, so notorious. And now with the operator. Not to be underestimated. Attack side op. To lead them through. Shao, are you prepared for what's around that corner? He's got help on the way, but for now he stands alone. Good on the first and tries to deny any follow-up. Denies the spacing or trading. Ult gonna come through and it's a blind send. Guanu gets his connection on towards Camo and now instantly down to 3.
Now looking for something on ramp, but it's actually the trade from Angel. Nats will negate that though.
And we're down to a 2v3. It becomes doable, right? Serial's got ult here. This ain't over. Hero's got to stand tall here. Beat the denier of the space. He holds the side of this map well. Now putting Serial in a world of trouble.
Have to try and recover a 1v3. Hero shows his hand. There's a little bit of a gap here. Great shell coming through. Everything being thrown at him. Na'Vi, confidence to close this one out. Bringing it within 2 now. Still, plenty of ultimates available. Even with the showstopper being invested here. I think as well, yeah, Nats and Serial maybe now another 5 to 10 seconds potentially to sniff out Hero, but credit where credit's due. He said, yeah, still the Cosmic Divide. Hero still got his ultimate, 2 away for Angel. Cover going on. An advantage here for Na'Vi. So still 3 members of Liquid looking fairly flush financially. Chip away at this lead.
Be cautious now. A lot of util put to try and pry out these sort of positions, pressuring towards middle. A little bit of an exchange, but a very long-held 1-3-1. That's now joining.
Ton of time burnt up by these smokes in mid. Liquid. Reinforced behind it though. Koala Noob got to be careful. Looking for a pixel potentially. Won't be giving it.
Yeah, they're there though. Boombot should show it, and they're speeding up off that. The flash almost kind of denying the springboard off the back. So they get stalled out towards heaven.
Still a full 5v5 though. Members of Na'Vi tucking in. That's the ultimate from Hero, going to slow things down even further.
And they came equipped, but it doesn't mean you're going to be able to make it work. Shorty locked in here. That's looking like it's perfect range towards Ruxic. 25 seconds now. Got to get a wiggle on here. And this site is deadly. Shao showing why with one quick pick, but it's down to a 3v2. Liquid still with the numbers. Oh, big from Serial. It was a bold approach. Spike should be collected here.
10 seconds
Angel
left.
far away. Looking unlikely to change this.
Spike planted.
How are you going to get all 3?
Nats down to 30 HP. Kiko tagged to 74, but Paint Shell will slow things down. Still got the showstopper as well. It's a tall order from the veteran IGL here. I'm thinking, yeah, maybe no shot at this.
Time to walk this one away. And it feels scrappy, this game, Mike. It feels like every time. We had a late round then, couple of ults almost swinging it against Liquid. Doing well to survive through that, though. Seeing that come from Hero, I thought that could have been enough to change it.
It's rough here, because I think Koala Noob's eyes are actually trained up towards heaven. He's the last one holding down B main. Serial, the only member of Liquid there. So that's the key engagement. That's where this kind of crumbles for Na'Vi. You can see them tucking into very deep, kind of ratty positions around the pillar. So yeah, just on the backside of that, as Serial finally comes out of the smoke.
It seems like quiet focus really among Liquid. Like a step-by-step affair, probably a wake-up call after map 1. It's not like this is getting easier. Na'Vi is still being nasty. There's 3 rounds sat by them, and obviously the map in the first. Now broken by, what can Na'Vi do with it? The other side for Liquid, decent purchase. Complemented by these ults now, sat favorably in their pocket. And not far away from Padatex, which I imagine he'll be getting pretty soon. Eyeing up for a chance towards middle. I mean, Camo halfway there, Nat's not a million miles away. LV gonna have to wait and watch in this one, as it's all eyes towards mid.
Yeah. Similar approach from Liquid, given this freedom previously. Now looking to capitalize on that. Showstopper popped as well to follow this Prowler through. Doesn't catch. Blinded Kiko. Can he find anything?
So this might fizzle out, just a blind send. Doesn't get what he wanted, but it's Nats to find Koala Noob. Pressure on the backside now. Hero outnumbered, but somehow Padatek didn't turn in that. Maybe dead set on watching CT push up. But it's Angel really to be the danger man here. Still with that Vandal. Shoulder to shoulder. 2 veterans, Angel wins it. Rifle dropped, all online. That should connect at least 2.
Mark 2.
Not the 3rd though, Serial still unaffected. Comes back in and denies Angel a step forward. The rifle in Xiao's hands now. Drop towards heaven, an attempt made, but an attempt is not enough. Liquid digging in now.
Up to 7. Definitely building upon those early successes. You said the ultimates looking very, very healthy for Liquid now with the upper hand in terms of the scoreline. Operator back in hand for Koala though. Xiao still sitting on the Cosmic Divide.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, you're right. It's, even here on the player react, it's very calm in the Liquid camp right now. A big positive considering that map 1 performance. Felt a little shaky. The confidence was definitely something we were noting in some of the replays. That pep talk from Nats paying off here.
Last time around we saw this kind of stack up towards ramp. It worked really well actually for Na'Vi. Koala Noob trying to wait as long as he can. Facilitating the swing from Ruxic, who's not finding the shot he needs. So Camo's victory there opens up the green light to take towards A.
Satchel, it doesn't actually get up onto rafters though. Site cleared out with the ultimate. They're going to know nobody else is here, so how do they adjust?
But they're close by heaven, right? Na'Vi have a lot of bodies up here early. The ult going to come in on top as well. Liquid diving into it, finding their safety, but mostly focused towards CT. This paint challenge sees. Yeah, it's really good. Koala Noob going to find Camo. The hindrance is made, the opportunity gathered. Time to try and gap close towards site, and no one can really see the spike easily. This is a tricky position to play from. A 1-for-1 trade, keeping it a 3v3. Nat still defending, still looking, still holding. Hero on the trade, back and forth we go. Now the pressure's starting to mount. The playthrough from Hero, leaving just Serial alive. And it looks like he's done enough here. The time truly starting to deplete as Xiao has to bow away.
A really tough spot for Nats to be in. Gives up the pit to defend site, knowing they have the late round pieces here in that post plant. A Red Bull clutch here from Serial. And Koala Noob and Angel just almost can't sync up here.
Nice, good job.
Surprisingly calm, actually. You almost want a little more energy in there.
A little dash, but maybe just...
The best of both worlds, please.
I mean, maybe they just need to see it as business as usual, right? Remove that pressure. Look, Liquid have a reputation for a couple of moments in high-pressure games, maybe upon the past. But for now, we focus on what could be the future here. Camo looking for the commitment, trying to find his corner to play from, and he's got it. Hero unawares! This is Camo! Perfect play off the divide. Gorgeous. Ruxic tries to make a stand, but Liquid power on forward, leaving Koala Noob a mile away. And with an operator that he has to bring in now.
Well, best operator in the region. What can you do in a 1v4 here?
Well, that's a start.
First found.
That's a double stack towards heaven.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's trying it. But trying is not enough. 9-3, Mike. Liquid look like they found a way back.
Yep. Definitely found a way to bounce back here on Split. Looking so damn confident. Maybe just rip the band-aid off from a tough loss on Icebox, but Na'Vi got to find a response here in the second half.
And I think a lot of us had concerns after map 1 as to the state, really, the Liquid were in. Na'Vi showed their diligence, they came out swinging, and they did what was necessary for themselves. A 13-11 map 1. And it looked quiet in the Liquid camp. It didn't look right, it felt frayed, it felt fraught. Here in map 2, though, Liquid's choice, a 9-3 on the half, is dreamy.
Yeah, I think the domestic record now starting to come to fruition for Liquid when they need it most.
Time to jump.
See the loss to Fnatic. Bitter, but outside of that, there's been many hiccups along the way on Split. This composition has been definitely a note of comfort for them. Very early piece here from Na'Vi towards B. Getting way ahead of the utility. Kiko finally puts Koala to bed.
Oh, look at this util. There's no access here. And it ain't even just Nats, it was a team effort. Angel, going back to spawn. Run it again.
Well, looking to fake the steps and at least force Liquid to consider the possibility towards mid. Angel now spotting out Kiko.
Do you believe in the Angel 1v3?
Well, today.
Today?
He's against 3 ghosts, though.
Tricky. He's got a horn.
He's got a shield.
That's what I'm saying. We doubting Angel after what he's done?
Well, does Pat take note actually the drift all the way? Yeah, no, he does, yeah.
Yes, Angel's not very quiet. Angel's quite loud, actually.
30 seconds
good.
left.
No, you know what? How dare I doubt him after map 1. Angel here. Hellraiser from map 1. The 1v3. Position noted, but it's fine, it's Angel. Oh God, the Prowler too, it's not looking good. And he's got to stop the defuse at some point. He doesn't want to. Do you know what? Have it. I don't even want it. Nats is going to find him in the end. It's 10 found quickly for Liquid.
Crunch outside B maining, allowing Koala in with the satchels. So luckily picked off at the perfect time here for the crunch on the gravity well.
One enemy remains.
Bread and butter set up from Team Liquid will give them their 10th.
Don't you give it to Angel after what he did to you on map 1. That's a bold maneuver, Patatek. Brother, you're 1 kill above him.
I was going to say, don't poke the beast. Do not poke the beast.
Get him, Angel. We do have a force-up coming out from Na'Vi.
Trying to make these stingers work. in round 2. I think as well that's why you see Liquid fully investing here. As you know that on double digits, Navi's hand potentially forced. Especially on the attacking side.
Here we go. It's going to get a little bit dangerous. You woke up Angel and he's found a reply. Shao picking up the mantle as well. Panatek. Now you don't want to make this look silly, do you? Serial by your side.
No way they anticipated being here though.
Whoa, that's big. Oh, that's huge. There we go. Now you can get
you
up.
can talk.
Give it large on the 3 there. That could be really signing it. And 11-3, Na'Vi can't get off the starting blocks.
Just a smirk across the Nats is holding in laughter as well. Beautifully done. It didn't quite catch the timing there. The Patsy, like I said, there's no way Na'Vi would expect him to be here. And the backstab, beautiful to find the 11th for Liquid. Na'Vi a pause for thought here. Obviously going to see the reinvestment.
Maybe we just need Spectres. We're not allowed Stingers. Maybe we get Spectres. Can that be our thing?
I mean, that is it's, yeah,
Really trying.
clutching at straws, yeah.
Trying.
Scraping the barrel.
EMEA. Before I get in trouble. Na'Vi with 3. What are we doing here? What's the game plan, Mike?
Well,
game plan.
I mean,
You're on the comms.
The benefit being that, see, there was blood drawn on the side of Liquid, but no surprises to see the investment coming back in. Na'Vi want to make the best they can to hold Liquid at 11. It's a long road back in here. Actually, 6 rounds unanswered. Across the half as well. Rough here, looks as if Na'Vi may be going to have a look towards mid. On the other side of things. Liquid already positioned. Yes, we'll get this poison orb down.
Rip and tear.
Okay. So Na'Vi technically have the better buy. And, well, that was a Stinger kill. It was quickly quelled. But at least we got one. Oh, Kiko, how's it looking for you? Not bad. All right, here we go. This shouldn't be the round that Liquid continue their pathing on. This is Bulldogs up against Stingers and Sheriffs, but it is a 3v3.
Stay looking to make his work once again. Serial potentially getting curious outside B. Not rewarded for it though. Ruxic will shut him down. Paranoia in the backlines here for Na'Vi that somebody else has found their way into spawn. Chance though, potentially for Camo to find a weapon.
Taking the tour.
They love running the clock down.
And you love an Na'Vi ground.
Longest route possible to A site.
Double back through spawn.
Now let's go B.
Run it back.
30 seconds left.
Plant here. This time, Panatek not going to get the same sort of positioning he did before.
Spike
Going to have to play a
planted.
little bit more standardized. But all 3 are on the side. He's got Haunts, he's got Caesars, he's got Proud, he's got the whole shebang. He ain't used one of them yet. But Rook's going to get contact, and Panatek slipped close. And why is no one watching him? Finally, they catch him as Na'Vi. Do find, I don't want to say stability, but a step back.
Problem being, obviously, with the force purchase coming in, Liquid actually riding that one out. In terms of the weaponry they had. We'll come back into this now with a purchase. Probably going to be some gaps.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, that's lucky Shao even catches Patsek when he does.
Boys, we can do this. Let's go.
A believer.
He's definitely been quieter today, though.
Yeah, he's been giving it up until now. I need a little fire. That's one way to start it out for Camo, though. Ruxic's gone, which makes things quite difficult. Fortunately for them, they still have Shao to provide some smokes if they need it, but it's only makes things trickier. Oh my god, Hero.
As well, down to 10 HP. Rest of Na'Vi following in the footsteps, the traditional footsteps of Angel here. We're up mid. Nats back off the angle now by this pressure. Draws out a star though, no real threat developing.
Angel in the 1v2 up towards heaven.
Rest of Na'Vi huddled into B main now. Try and find something. Serial here positioned on the box.
Oh, that could be lethal. Oh! Apparently it's fatal instead. Ooh, that was a bold maneuver, and at the same time a paint shell kill does come in as well. Koala Noob going down, leaving Hero, who's already damaged, pretty much dead and buried. Kiko confirms it as Liquid make it up to 12.
Beautiful stuff from Liquid to readjust here. Na'Vi still feeling the pinch of this next purchase. The timing's perfect as well. Kiko to find that kill, get the reset on the paint shell. You're getting the third in hand after the round concludes. Showstopper available for him now. Patitek 2 away, Nats 2 away as well. Na'Vi almost feeling like they're going to run it down towards A here, see what sticks. Slow start, actually, in Koala Noob. Gets ahead of Camo. Finds an angle he wasn't anticipating.
Oh, but Patitek starting to do a lot of damage, really. The C's nicely timed too, just in case anyone tried to slip sight, but Ruxic taking the express pass. Is the plant going to come down? And I'm looking at the reposition.
Well, they can't huddle into sight here with the showstopper. Still got a paint shell. Angel disconnected, 61 HP as well.
He's up to, and he's chilling out now. Kiko, away we go. Doesn't look very accessible. Probably don't want to go through there, but he's actually got a way forward. He's only down to 77, still very doable. Maybe with a chip damage at best, but a 3v3. Good work from Hero and Ruxic in unison. Nats and Kiko, though, finding their replies. Just down to Ruxic here. And this has been a one-sided affair, no two ways to put it. Can Ruxic hold on? Or is this one closed out? You're going to have to challenge at some point. Boys, a nice try. But nice is not nice enough. 13-4, Team Liquid coming back into this series and taking us the distance.
Ascent will definitely be an interesting culmination, an interesting venue at least for the culmination of this series. All on the line now for map 3, Lauren. We'll have to wait and find out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
My money green, about to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Okay, I just want to say, boys, honestly, in my opinion, we don't need to make that game emotional, okay? The only thing we need to do on the server, we just need to move as a pack, actually. They're only better because we're giving them, right now, the momentum. We're giving them these unnecessary 1v1 gunfights. Remind every round in attack we played, where we played as a pack, I don't think we finished less than 3 people alive. The whole team was alive. So that's why, for me, honestly, this is not an emotional game. This game doesn't need to be emotional for us. If we're just gonna play as we usually play, if we're just gonna play as a pack, if we're gonna be together, trust me, we're winning this game. Let's get the momentum back into our hands. And after that, do whatever. But
if Nats tells me to trust him, I'm going to trust him. But I'm now joined by Gorilla and Kukuka once again when he says this is not an emotional game. I am so glad he's pointing this out because yesterday was probably a very good example of it being an emotional game.
Yeah, and you need to think that if you can rely on one of the players on the side of Team Liquid to keep his composure, it has to be Nats. Not only because he is the IGL, he's the most calm, and especially moving on to a map like Split, very little players understand how to play and move around Split more than this guy.
Yeah, and I think something that I want to point out is Nats' transition. We always talk about how good Nats is as a player, as an individual, but he's really coming into shape as a leader. And I think that's something that's really important, especially with, like, yes, you've got Nats, you've got Patty, but when you have Kiko, who's, yeah, second year, Serial, first time VCT, Camo, second year, these young, inexperienced players, Nats really needs to use that experience that he has, and he's doing that.
Yeah, he leads from the front, he really does. But he's still doing Nats things, you know? He's a leader that still likes to look.
That is so important in this round. The economy is not the best for them. He is the one that goes up in front, gets 2 kills, and opens the entire possibility. That swift in momentum was because of this round. Navi, you know, as he said, you know, they're getting these opportunities, they're getting this feeling for themselves, and it's this kind of rounds that Nats can have that change everything for the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, like, we need to honestly start, teams need to just start doing prep on when Nats takes his timings and where does he like to take his timings, because we saw it yesterday, we're seeing it again today, time after time after time. Yeah. He just keeps getting away with this stuff.
It's almost like, even if you don't think he's there, he's probably there.
And the one time that you're expecting him there, he's not there.
Yeah, you have to have that in the back of your mind, but it probably didn't help that Na'Vi did have advantageous situations and they didn't make the most out of it.
This is a topic that, especially Nats, now that he was speaking about it, do not give them the 1v1s. The spacing from Na'Vi on this map, from the defense, so many things that I was like, what are you doing? Just wait or move, like give me something, but do it together. You had so many situations where they could have turned things around, and I think that this one is probably one of them. With all the utility that you have to stop them playing the Astra, playing the Vice, having the ultimate here, having the all the delaying utility, and this round up until this point is played so well, and it's Team Liquid keeping their composure and Na'Vi not knowing what to react to their own advantageous situation created by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, my players always hated me for it, for how much I would talk about your spacing, your trading, move as a pack, move as a unit. Like, it kind of became a running joke that this was my thing. But here, again, we're seeing just how important it is. Nats in his speech at the start, how Liquid played here. It's generally, in my opinion, one of, if not the most important thing in VALORANT is how you move around, your spacing, your trading, how condensed you are as a pack.
Many times we hear complaints, and we complain also as well, that there's too much utility in the game. It's not.
I've never complained about that. Yeah.
But is this kind of when you win this kind of rounds, when everything is against you and you are still the better player, the better team, you cannot lose that map. You can't.
I think Nats manifested that a little bit. You mentioned Kiko earlier. I mean, we can't talk about Nats without Kiko. Cats Nation, I got you. He, again, like you said, not the most experienced player in the world, but in these situations, he also kind of keeps his cool. You know, he's very, very calm.
Yeah, like he's just like Nats in that regard. Like, you know, he's not a very like emotive player, but as you said, he keeps his cool, very calm. And honestly, in my opinion, it's the way to how you're going to be consistent. You're not going to have like super high peaks and super low lows. If you're screaming, then when you're losing, you're not doing that. You're balanced, you're composed the whole way through. You're going to be consistent. That's exactly what he is, and he's really taken up form this stage.
We see him on the Jet already, now on the Raze, and looking forward onto Ascend. We can expect him to maybe see him on the Omen. We have loved this transition from him into a controller, but we have not seen Team Liquid play this map since week 2. We have a very similar composition to the side of Navi, maybe with some changes here and there, but this is, I think, where we're going to see the full potential from both of these teams, especially when we think about the Double Sentinel.
Yeah, and this is where Happy said himself, our Double Sentinel is way more advanced, it's more thought out. Koala has tons and tons of reps playing this comp. I mean, albeit with the Tejo this time instead of the Initiator they had before. So in theory, on paper, Na'Vi should win.
Yeah, but you have the tape from a couple of days ago. For Team Liquid, so many things could have changed moving on to playoffs, not the composition.
Oh, we're gonna get it!
Almost the mirror, but just Koala Noob on that Yoru and Camel on that Jet. Remember what I was explaining to you at the beginning of this matchup, the aggression coming on the right side of the map from both Ruxic and Angel at the beginning of those rounds is something that Team Liquid should be prepared for.
Yeah, I want to see a few trap plays coming through with the Cam, with the Deadlock and the Teo, but I think Na'Vi, honestly, are going to be more favored on defense. I think the Yoru is really good on defense. You can basically fake where you're rotating to, go from A to B, fake it and everything, but I think Liquid on defense, whenever we played against them in practice, they've always been really, really strong on it, and Double Sentinel really reinforces it, and it fits perfectly into what they want to do.
Careful, be very careful, because they threw away too many advantages and maybe being too aggressive, thinking that they need to prove something, that they need to start having the edge and the upper hand from the defense right off the bat, might end up being very expensive for Na'Vi.
Well, we're destined for a great series, back-to-back 2 days, but let's see if this time around, Pansy and Hypog Liquid have what it takes to close it out.
And isn't that the big question? Do they have what it takes to close it out? Map 1 to map 2 feels night and day, Mike. I mean, yes, map 1 did get close, but it looked bizarre. It didn't feel right. Map 2, still very stoic, very, you know, looking like Marcus Aurelius out here sort of thing. It was pure stoicism throughout. No smiles, no getting amped up. It was business. But in map 3, what do we get here? Ascent to define the two.
Liquid previously showing Ascent once the same as Na'Vi. Now that I find very hard to believe with the two teams we see playing today, but
here.
Damn.
Sure. Okay.
Watching this
So
spot.
thinking back, Na'Vi didn't really have much of a say on split at all. Well, not Liquid can ride that wave now on the deciding map. Kicking things off on the defensive side. Again, eyes go towards Koala Noob as well as Hero previously. The saving grace really for Na'Vi. So trying to make the Sheriff work. Actually, Ruxic alongside him, punished here. And actually, Camo looking to close the gap.
Yeah, hop, skip, and a jump straight over Angel, and Xiao going to catch at least Nats in the heels. There was a temptation to turn, but now they got to focus forwards as Koala Noob already going to punish one. Bit of a trade out for Serial though, and they keep a man to the good now. Plant should be next on the horizon.
Hero trying to open access back towards Heaven. Xiao, got to be careful here. Actually, yeah, drifting right into this crossfire. Not expecting that at all. Again, the bounce will be indicative for Serial.
Ooh, it got messy. I didn't like the end, but I like the start though, Mike. What an explosive beginning.
Liquid getting the first on the board here. On the attack, talking about the previous showing as well. Do not forget the BBL performance. Definitely going to be in the back of Na'Vi's mind as well. See any investment coming out here. It's only one rifle. Oh, the Liquid so far. Yeah, Liquid with a very quick response here up short. Isolate 2 players, actually with Sheriffs.
A whole lot of Sheriffs came out.
A lot of body shotting going on as well. Not what you want to see when you invest that way.
Okay. Whole lot of players at middle. Do we get any fun, do you think? This looks like a no fun round.
Well, Shao potentially the protagonist in that regard. I don't think he's going to be played in here necessarily.
Nats. Hello. Oh dear. Farming him up. Hero.
Immediate headshot in response though. Aztec looking to bail him out, but punished.
What a shot from Hero. I mean, it doesn't give them a chance. It certainly adds a bit of a question mark because of this, the layering to it. Again, it's brought some players back, but they can't really speed up forward towards the side. Door's still shut. Salvo's there. They could burst through this. Everyone in main too?
We're going to remove the wall. Angel played in here.
Time. 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 Guys. What?
I almost didn't believe that was going to happen, even when it was still happening. The Salvo's completely cutting off the space to close back onto the spike. And it's just Kiko left to try and recover things. A massive, massive loss here.
Well, this was probably the most thrilling part of the round.
I mean, even there, we saw it from an awkward angle here, but I thought there was a chance where Camo can at least get onto the angle. Well, any momentum you could say carried across from map 2, stripped away here. The start of the deciding map. Kiko, see with a rifle in hand now, Sheriffs and a Ghost to round this out. Ruxic, big paranoia, but didn't actually garner anything on the back of it. As he noted here, actually,
What? 3 big kills back to back. Panitek still trying to stay alive, but that 5 HP ain't pretty. Picking up the mantle was Nats, but they know there was more. Na'Vi making quick work of this, handling that threat. Now, can Na'Vi build on this momentum? We heard it from Nats, trying to keep that momentum away from them. No silly mistakes. Well, that's one way to allow some momentum to switch hands. Na'Vi now, not after only a miraculous round, a true miracle round. Having a nice, clean affair here. I get worried going forward here for Liquid. They've got to find stability and that calmness that we noted first.
Caution here.
So this side on tiles here. I mean, there's bodies on the other side of this for Na'Vi as well. To maybe crunch in onto tiles.
I like the idea.
Set piece will play Koala in potentially with this flash, but maybe a little overzealous. Maybe not anticipating as many bodies on the side of Liquid to be there to receive that. A scrambled rotation here will leave B site wide open. Liquid almost scratching their heads now.
Yeah.
Is this just the Giga Brain read? The Neural Theft will give it away now. Yeah, and they will know that there's a huge gap in the defensive formation here. Nats slipped into a ratty spot here.
He's going to hear those steps. It's the drop. Chooses to fight the first. Couldn't quite get back in time for the second, but keeps the numbers looking solid. Na'Vi now going to have to work their way back in. The 3 standing Shao, Hero, and Angel. Still a good bit of util, but only 5 bullets here for Hero. Drift ahead through the smoke, and maybe the timing's right. Camo's looked away. There's a chance here, and it's been made real by Shao. Maybe going for the ult here on Serial, just maybe as a deterrent. And, well, it wastes the ult off the back of Kiko's kill, but still, they kept the numbers up here, Mike. It's looking less and less likely.
I think Shao and Angel going to find a way back in here.
Last player standing.
Well, consolation at least. Liquid going to steal away this second round. Very proactive from Na'Vi. on the back of that tiles crunch to go exploring outside A. Almost anticipating Liquid to regroup very quickly. They call an audible. It's unfortunate they're not rewarded, and that's the unfortunate the neural theft comes through, revealing.
Come in. Be more confident. Say what you want to do. Don't just say do this, Nafik. Say, give the direction. Michael, also, you have your ulti. Say what you want to do.
Yeah, really important actually to get a listen in here. A couple of situations where Camo's been shut down. Desperate to find an opener into these rounds. Keeping it in check in the early rounds. Very important here on the decider. So it's almost what you'd hope to see from Nats. Hang on though. He's here so quickly. They're about to burst the smoke.
Yeah, they are. They had no idea. It's Xiao and Angel, though. All in unison. And there's no recovering from that. Nats can't do enough for it. Kiko very disconnected as well. Na'Vi completely subverting expectations, but basically just holding a smoke. It didn't seem fazed by it. There wasn't, any paranoia in on it. There wasn't anything to really set it into motion there. Curious what the actual plan was. And you heard that conversation before this round starting, to call what you want, to ask for it, to be confident in what you're trying to do. And again, I think you're right in complimenting Nats in that he's trying to have this leadership and keep them in the right place. But it puts a lot on his plate now to keep these players focused up here at 2-2. And Na'Vi now with a real gifted round. Once again, the momentum starts sitting firmly in their favor.
Expecting Kiko to try and make something happen here, almost maybe a timeout here to discuss potential for also what we saw on the comms there, that that's almost feeling a little bit frustrated, asking more of his players. And can't really, well, Kiko's one away from the ultimate, maybe looking for a kill in the lurk here to regroup on the back of that TP. So that's certainly why we don't see the paranoia coming through to set this play in motion. I think you're absolutely right. There was a window, but I think Na'Vi very quickly, yeah, you can see here the moment where it's just like, okay, we know they can't come through from main. There's 3 of us here.
Yeah.
And finally somebody turns and it's...
That's frustration, and that's rare. Again, Nats is the kind of middle ground, right? He rarely goes high, rarely goes low. But that looked frustrated, and that feels like a missed play there. I mean, one paranoia could have changed it. Yeah, maybe a bit of a gamble from Na'Vi, but rewarded nevertheless. And look at the ults now. Look at that build-up potential. And a broken buy from Liquid. Time to turn up, Liquid. I'm getting worried for them, because it feels more like Icebox than it does Split.
Asking for this man on your screen to maybe take a breath. One off the blade storm, you can find something with a classic gear, can potentially invest it in this round. Try and swing things in their favor. Set up outside A right now. Hero, little adjustment on the utility, just to make sure it stays intact.
Should be nice for Xiao. Yeah, he might let Camo slip ahead, but Hero should be... Oh, actually, hold on. There's a bit of a fight back. They're trying to do a lot, but Hero's position, he did it really well there. Keeping control, leaving Nats in a 1v3. Spike in a very precarious spot. Gonna make it very difficult. Expected someone there, couldn't quite get the cleanest shot he needed. And Na'Vi make it through. I need to see a timeout, Mike. I rarely say it so clearly, but this feels like Liquid are looking flat.
Curious to see what the discussion was happening whilst Kiko was saving, whether or not the coaching staff listening in want to kind of build upon that discussion. So you're going to see the purchase come back here from Liquid.
Nice, Hero!
Blade Storm and the TP on Kiko, but other than that, one away for Patitek, 2 for Serial. And encroaching on basically a full house on the other side of things for Na'Vi.
Ooh, pace. And a quick evacuation, at least for the first layer. Xiao, not sharp, not clean enough today. Camo's got the punish, and now the pathway gets opened. I'm looking at who's else on the site here, though. Camo's still here. Sorry, excuse me, Hero's still here. Has a bit of a look towards B main, so trying to take active space back, and I quite like that. Actively looking for it.
Like
feast or famine, right? This is big! He gets down 1! Camo survives!
Somehow.
Yeah, somehow is the main word there. Angel not finding what he wants. Ooh, it's a vintage look. And it's a similar problem. Deeper on the angle and less reward that time. And Liquid just going back to basics points. Just stay together, take a fight, they'll peek into us. And even with all that, I quite liked what Hero was trying to do over towards B, making sure to secure that space. I mean, they lost too much in middle.
Not just yet though. Ruxic still here, potential to do some damage. Get a sound cue potentially. So obviously Hero makes some moves. Still got paranoia. 20 seconds on the next smoke, but if he can reset here, potential to do some damage.
It is Hero. You are into a post plant though when you're gonna know the salvos are gonna be there in roughly, what, 20 seconds in his head maybe. This is really tough. Paranoia for Kiko as well, some really key pieces for Liquid to have. Hero trying to subvert expectation. Keep him guessing, but time is against him now. And he's got the ult though, here we go. He's giving it a damn good go, but the paranoia buying some precious seconds. How does he try and go about this one? The utility coming, there's Kiko. Is there? And a needed round from Liquid, but it felt a little flat from Na'Vi as well.
Camo finding the entry here is again a big positive to...
I think it was Shao that I was considering there in my mind. Bit messy on that.
And maybe not anticipated the way Liquid have been playing, that they dig so deep to find him.
True.
So definitely caught off guard in that regard. And whether or not we do see an adjustment here on either side, actually. Na'Vi accounting for that. Liquid maybe looking to exploit that further. That's what they feel their way into this is. I mean, again, I'd love to get in on the comms and hear kind of the commitment behind getting Camo online.
Yeah.
And Nats is asking for him to almost call from the front. Tell us what you want to do.
And
if you want to do something, we're with you.
And it's actually Na'Vi to pull the trigger on the timeout first. Again, it is 4-3, very close, but you look at how these rounds have fallen and, of course, how they've happened, you kind of tend to think...
Yeah, again, I don't... Again, you look at it, I don't necessarily think the timeline's really indicative of how these rounds have played out. It doesn't...
No.
I still feel like Na'Vi have had the upper hand.
Yes.
Flipping round 2, kind of getting back in.
That weird walk through smoke.
Yeah.
A couple of weird missteps, and obviously hearing the comms, we get that little bit of insight.
So, yeah, well, actually, credit to Liquid in that regard to still at least keep the opening 7 rounds a close affair. Certainly not out of the woods just yet.
No.
Coming in now that ultimate one away for Koala, but Shao and Ruxic do have theirs. Other side of things, Liquid now with the upper hand in this cycle.
It's a game plan off the start. Anyone making moves here? I like that methodical approach towards middle again. I put a question mark towards Shao in the last one, just kind of got caught. Maybe not expecting so much presence. Let's see
again,
how it looks now.
Historically, I think you get one of those versus Shao. He's very heads up in terms of adjusting. He's never usually one to overstep or become too aggressive. He's a, up against the ropes clutch player, so...
Certainly.
You'll see the switch up here, putting Ruxic in the front lines to try and hold that down.
It looks like this commitment towards Tree might be... I want to say it could be rewarded. Now, we'll have to see how it obviously goes once we see it. All going to come in. They already kind of... It feels like they were prepared for this. And look at this! Look at the preparation, but they still need to stick the landing! Angel going to take away Camo. They looked like they had a heads-up approach to this, but they're still damaged. Nats has fallen! Couldn't get away. Lovely work coming out from Na'Vi in this 4v3, but with Palitek, Kiko, and Serial still alive, there are opportunities. A player gathered. Serial going to find Hero, fighting back forward. Palitek wants space. He wants to drop the bodies on the floor, and he's doing so damn well. Team Liquid fighting from the back lines there.
Tied up 4 apiece. And Nats maybe looking a little more relieved now. And getting caught out here with the ultimate, but... Serial, wow. And Ruxic desperate to make something work from main.
Nice, Patty.
The cleanup beautiful from Patty, as you noted. For the first time, Liquid will find a second in succession. Na'Vi back down on scraps, odd ends, a Bucky, a few Sheriffs, and Koala Noob on the Ghost.
And a gamble, right? And it feels like a decent gamble. We haven't seen much of a want to go towards that B site, so why not give it a crack? But Shao not be able to withstand the pressure. That was 3-4 players with util looking towards middle. So once again, Liquid looking to go right up the guts here. Divide and conquer as Koala Noob. This is a horrible position to try and play from. Does he get anything for it? Angel's already fallen. I don't think they're going to get much. Hero going to be able to connect. Oh, I've told her, an absolute porcupine. Both awkward.
That's got
staring at each
Shorty.
other. Ah, they're still doing so much damage. That's ridiculous.
That pulls out the Shorty. I think almost the realization, it was like, I can't shoot at you from here. Runs back in the smoke and kills Ruxic.
Bloody hell.
A little chaotic.
A little bit muddy.
Show me that from now to POV.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, beautiful. All right, guys, let's relax a little bit.
Yeah, probably now an opportunity to relax, to be honest with you.
I don't know, it feels so calm, and hold on, there's some pressure here. Nat's trying to be singled out, and look at him. I mean, it doesn't matter the pressure, he's so slippery. You can't pin him down, and in the meantime, they've taken towards the site. Camo right off the rip, just taking towards it, takes A for himself. Waves the banner. Is Nat slippery as ever, still pumping damage. May know his days are numbered, but he ain't going down without a fight. He made him work for it. And now, in this 3v2, can they locate Patitek and Kiko? The plant's not there. Kiko trying to catch him before that ult fully coming in.
Well, Patitek's got to be really careful. He can be isolated on site so easily here, but he's found the first.
I mean, blooming heck, luckily enough, the spacing between Angel and Koala Noob able to swing it on Xiao, falling there, keeping this at 5 apiece.
It's tough, no real safety for Liquid to stack up here and play together off each other, especially in the 2v3. Yeah, very chaotic here. And unfortunately, Nat's not able to fully disengage from that crunch on tiles.
Nice!
There we go. Now we're starting to hear it a bit more from Koala Noob. And I like to hear that because I feel like Na'Vi are quite a calm team regardless. I don't think you get those like huge pump-up moments, so it's nice to have at least one of them getting a bit fired up. Obviously, Liquid want to keep it even calmer, but the first direct approach towards A, it feels like, with Angel trying to keep a glance on this.
Everyone's stacked up on the side of Liquid, but enough of a deterrent here off the smokes. Force them to reconsider. A little bit of misdirection here from Kiko. An attempt to drop a few question marks across the map, but Angel should be able to slow things down here. Caught by the paranoia, he's got to be careful.
Nice stall though. Banking on his utility, but do they expect the slip through? Look how far the Camo's managed to get. Yeah, completely unconsidered. Just sneaking past that util unaffected. It's on Angel now, and they knew he was here. Nat's deeper than expected, but Koala Noob on the case. Angel's fallen, so the site is under control of Liquid. In a 4v3, we're gonna need a hero. And right now, theirs has fallen for Na'Vi. Leaving in this 4v2, Koala Noob and Xiao. Not gonna have much of a say in this one so far. Trying to isolate fights. And they found one. The second! Quick to be had! And look at Kiko's position. There is a time limit on this. A Xiao, though.
Good for him either.
The seconds now passing have allowed Kiko to get close. That's difficult!
What?
What
5 HP!
How did he get Kiko in the end? I do not know! And I doubted Xiao earlier. Now I certainly don't.
Na'Vi to find 6 with the Red Bull clutch. Again, Kiko a million miles away from this one. It almost feels a little desperate. Double swing onto this here.
Oh.
Kiko unfortunately just lined up into the backside of the spray. A beautiful adjustment from Xiao though. Oh. 5 HP.
Wow.
Liquid will still find a purchase here.
That's crazy. I just remember Patitek, I think, had salvos there too, but that feels irrelevant now. Speaking of salvos, I mean, Koala Noob is going to get punished this time. 1-for-1 trade out, and the pace mic, they ain't stopping.
But this paranoia could be huge though.
Oh, it's good. No one could really springboard off it though. They just tucked away into the corners. But Angel doing Angel things. He goes in and has a look, has a glance. They're desperate to stay alive. It's Xiao to pry out Kiko. Angel falls. And this time against Xiao, the immovable object. No one's getting past Mark here. The Serial has to face it. Gets past Xiao in the end. Spike still left loose. Hero, not quite with Ruxic yet. Serial looking for his ban. He's been clean.
He's got the ult now as well.
That is terrifying for Hero. He's got to play this just right.
Close off the door, able to close off spawn as well.
Listening.
Decent coverage here with the utility. Hero looking to try and get ahead of this. He's gone for the spam. He's got him once. Serial down to 31.
God.
He's got the regen though.
Serial backing away. He's still got that ult. When's the time? He's got to play this right. He's got to think it through. Considering it, toying with it. Here it is. Pops the ult. Hero's drawn that out. Move and counter move here. It's a time buyer too. He can ping it off in the end. Just at the very end of it, but Hero has to be patient. And there it is. Dissipates. 31 HP. And now is the time for Hero to try and strike! But Serial saving the day with the Red Bull clutch. Bringing us back all even.
Another 3K from Serial in a bailout round for Liquid to tie things up on this half, Lauren.
Yeah, we're getting a much better game now. This is 6-6. It's heating up here. This is what we want to be seeing for a map 3 survival game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Now it truly does become survival of the fittest between these two. Close affair, 6-6. How do we judge this one, Mike? How do we see this? What are we making of this first half? I mean, 6 rounds. It is anyone's game still.
Certainly is. Again, I come back to an earlier comment. Na'Vi have to be thinking about Liquid's previous performance versus BBL on the defensive half. Come in here, see Flush with Sheriffs here, a ghost to round things out on Nats. Looking to come out swinging here in the second half of this decider. Looks like they might even get aggressive in mid here. You can see the setup on short to complement this. Camo potentially to lead the charge.
It's like high noon out here, the amount of Sheriffs coming out. Let's see what the challenge is looking like. It's an absolute brawl. Good luck catching any of this Panitek. Coming out the victor, it looks like so far. Angel left, barely breathing. And it's time to run and hide, as it's already going to be Camo to claim it. And lead taken by Liquid.
Crucial confidence on display here. Been questioning the nerves, questioning how much they've got left to give. That's what you want to see if you're a Team Liquid fan here. To kick off the second half. Want to see this clean on round 2 though. Has to be clean on round 2.
Spike down.
Panitek catching here with the salvos.
Yo, sit
Well,
freaking hell down.
I always say lip reading's not my strong point, but
we're getting there.
No guesses on that one. A little bit of that energy we've been asking to see. Yes, calm and composed, but just want them to lean heavier into some of these round wins.
Drone is down.
Oh, Camo.
Pretty. It's pretty. I mean, it's not the prettiest now. It was before. It's fine. Job done. Job done. It's own flawless. It's Liquid quickly taking the advantage here.
Yeah, and confidence builders for Camo as well. Thinking back, Nat's desperate to tap in. Get him online in the first half. Getting the spray, just getting away from it a little bit. At that range, it can get awkward. Patitek on cleanup duty.
All right, here we go. Spectres, Guardians, Vandal for Camo, Bulldog for Patitek. And Na'Vi, how are you going to paint this side? Because it looks like Liquid don't respect you right now, so you're going to have to kind of force them to. Right? Na'Vi, you've got to really push down Liquid here. Nice little snatch and grab, or a Valiant attempted it, but Hero's not really letting go. Held on for quite some time, taking 2 down.
Patitek anticipating somebody slipping ahead of that smoke. Na'Vi just poised for this aggression. No second layer to it. And Serial, no interest in getting involved in that, but actually Angel isolated here. Hero a little late on the counter swing, but he's got the upgrade.
Well, he had the upgrade.
Well played to shut that down before any further threat develops.
Serial's in the right place. Serial's in the right place! Serial is in the building! But the third is needed! Xiao just taking it away! It's getting weird out here, Mike.
It's down to 1 rifle, though. Na'Vi going to be kicking themselves. Have to get something back on the board, sure.
1 enemy remaining.
Sit here, Patitek does get away with Serial finding 2. Almost feels doable for them.
Guys, communicate. What you hold, what you peeking. Are you on distance, guys?
I mean, both teams now have been asking for comms, basically. It's keeping that in the forefront of your mind, keeping these players focused on these sort of simple things. You always heard Magnum kind of talking about it earlier when they was discussing the comms as well, of how they approach it and what to keep clear in their minds. But now a key round here. Zero going to get early contact and then fall away from the angle.
Body straight into B main here. Serial chance to slow things down for the combo here on the back of the salvos, but necessarily connecting as they'd wish. Nothing gained here from Na'Vi.
This could be everything. That's definitely been spotted. Oh, and great trade from Hero. I was kind of surprised he got there in time, but Patitek unchecked on, and that's now springs the trap from short. It's getting brawly. It's a massacre in middle. It's still a 3v3 though, but is there any escape for Hero? He needs someone to help him today. But look at Xiao. Do not forget about Xiao. He's creeping closer and they have no idea about this. Kiko's just turned. Yeah, Kiko! Heads up work from him. Maybe feeling there was space or a gap or even a footstep heard.
Was anticipating the way the Serial fell in the previous round. Xiao, unfortunately a little telegraphed here. 2 to the good now for Liquid. Na'Vi broken in terms of the bank.
30 seconds left.
Necessarily on the brink of any game changes in terms of the ultimates. It's only really the neural theft. On the flip side, Liquid, a big opportunity here to build towards some of those on this anti-eco. A chance to find double-digit Serial. Dead off rip, though.
How is this happening? Camo now. Okay, gonna get Angel down at least, but it still feels so threatening, these sort of rounds. It's so messy.
Hero's got in, he's got a rifle. He's punished Patitek.
That timing is so sick from Hero. Threading the needle. But look where the spike is. This is not going to be an easy one for them just to pick up and run with. Kiko. He's got to know about
You can see his head.
Yeah, he absolutely. Hello. Oh. Okay, Spike is back in hand, but there's still a problem, and it's this man. Hero, further than expected, and garnering the respect of Liquid now.
Definitely, yeah, bringing things to a 3v3. Just keep. Oh, I was gonna say. A chance to get ahead of 2 players. Camo now with the Blade Storm. Really the one you look to do some damage here. Is Na'Vi able to comfortably set up? It's only the one rifle in the hands of Hero.
Got to play him in. Rootsick, Shao need to be almost selfless in this. Still have those salvos potentially to buy some time. But this is uphill by all accounts. Na'Vi now feeling the pressure. Here comes the push. They got to try and play this together. B on one page here, holding out for a Hero as he's fallen. Rooksick, I mean, what are you meant to do? The time.
Hang on.
He can have a crack on it. Oh! That was damn close if he just had that shot. A valiant attempt, but it's double digits now for Team Liquid.
Almost thought the plant was in the corner there. Open on the doorway. Nats desperately, you can see him trying to rein the rest of the Liquid players in. Na'Vi the ones to pump the brakes here. An important buy round for them, but Hero just getting ahead of the utility here. Was doing so much damage with that recovered rifle. It's got to be tense now. Na'Vi almost walking the tightrope. On this next buy round, it will be Liquid potentially finding 11, breaking the bank. Yeah, this is fine.
Average Liquid.
Yeah. It's a perpetual state of this is fine.
We'll be back next time. But they are up currently, 10-7. This is, I believe, the second time out now for Na'Vi. So if there's anything to be done, now's the time for it. And these rounds have felt scrappy and close enough. Feels like another conversation from Nats here.
I'm loving seeing him really looking more vocal and sounding way stronger in terms of overall leadership. Wow, a stark reminder. Na'Vi have not qualified to an international event since Champions 2023.
To know what it feels like to be on those international stages, to face the best competition around the world. It's a rare feeling, and one that you fight for to get back. Na'Vi, 3 rounds difference to Liquid currently, leading this series and trying to get that another chance here to get to Toronto. Wow.
Very proactive here. Early ultimate won't really catch anything. At least space controlled now by Liquid. Here. Utility to kind of seal the deal on that. Congestion elsewhere on the map though. We hit the minute marker. Sorry, Na'Vi almost headed in 2 different directions here.
What are we up to, boys?
TP will be left up in top mid here, so I imagine this is an attempt from Koala Noob and Shao to maybe sell something towards B. Potentially, I didn't know actually whether or not the orbs have been retrieved outside B, whether or not anyone was even here. No, it's still here, so Shao can get his ultimate. There's certainly a chance to sell something.
Yeah, Camo taking this enough of a red flag that he wants to get away, and in reality, this fake's, I don't want to say worked completely. There's still 3 players here. Oh, the timing, Panatek, you are a lucky boy today. But 25 seconds, if anything goes wrong on this site take, it could be wraps here. Spike is still over towards Cat. They've got to make their way through and see. Oh! It is stunning from him! Surgical precision.
He got stunned as well. You see him just stepping in. Caught the edge of the concussion, but still hits those first 2 shots. Liquid step by step, round by round. Starting to stretch their legs just a little bit, Lauren.
Start to see the cracks. Start to see Na'Vi looking under pressure. Watching those chances slip now. Individuals from Liquid looking alive. Serial forced away early, it's Pacey, but he can stall. And he has. Now look at the spike, but look at Hero going down, dominating the angle from Camo, controlling over towards B main. Koala Noob trying to slowly walk back in and clear. If he went down, it could have been Raps there.
Yeah. The concern being, look at the light shields on the side of Na'Vi. Camo can really do some damage here. Knowing when to apply pressure to the economy. Got Liquid well equipped once again for this A-site hit if Na'Vi decide to try and stick the landing here.
Uh-oh. That doesn't make me want to go over here, does it? Ruxig stolen, kidnapped, and released only for capture again. Serial dominating this space now. Eyeing up that 12. Down to roll on the other side. Get over here. Giving them maybe a shot at this, but it's odds against you. Kiko is still clean on this position before. Still sharp on the first, rolling the dice and coming up with the goods. Dealt with, though, Na'Vi in a 2v2. Ult's nice as well, buys time. Looking for the plant, those spikes still down.
He'll come in now. Bashal, luckily, holding out the 445 HP, though, on Dice. He's got to be careful.
But look who it is, Nats now. It's always been Nats. Oh, he's been handled. Two vintage players, legacy players, and Angel this time keeps Na'Vi alive.
Angel almost defying expectations there. Nats expecting the counter swing on the back of that pressure onto Shao. Just winning out on top of that.
One enemy.
Kiko, unfortunately, he's not able to find similar success.
Nice! We got this, boys!
From that same position, 3 rounds separating them now. Na'Vi unable to find stability in terms of the finances. Another broken purchase.
Cage triggered.
Kiko with an ultimate on the side of Liquid. Nothing left for Na'Vi, but a pace change here towards B.
It's all in. It's go time. Serial could be such a hindrance here. Camo chomping at the bit. Wanted to try and get involved in this, but position's going to be noted. And here we go. Game on! Panatek, Serial, Camo, all in unison. Decimating Na'Vi. They want that 12th and they want it now. Koala Noob, the only ones to try and hold on here. And they are out for blood. They want it gone, and he is. It's 12 for Team Liquid.
An end zone flawless nonetheless. To get Liquid on the brink of closing this out on Ascent. Putting Na'Vi to bed. See, not deterred at all. This tempo shift from Na'Vi. And I gotta say as well, Serial having a, it might not be reflected in terms of the numbers, but having a lights out performance here. I mean, it was fantastic on Split as well. Been a lot of doubters around Serial.
Yes.
But he's coming up huge here for Liquid.
Drone going up.
This is the one that matters. A broken Na'Vi trying to face Team Liquid with that single goal in mind. The simplest goal of surviving here. Na'Vi are on the run. Koala Noob's still trying to fight the good fight, giving them some space. But look at the positioning. They're already back around top middle. Koala Noob, desperate. Dig it deeper. Kiko punish Shao. Can't handle the 3 players. As now it's on 2. And it looks like they've fallen in the end. Nats leading by example as Team Liquid stay alive.
What a way to bounce back as well. Icebox certainly had us worried.
Oh.
Split, dominant fashion. We said riding that wave into Ascent. Definitely finding comfort once again here. Camo, 10 first bloods on this decider. And he was the person you could hear Nats keeping him in check, reassuring him that he's able to dictate some of these rounds. And he absolutely did.
That probably, it's got to feel like a weight off Liquid shoulders, but let's turn the focus. The boys on the screen, Na'Vi, gotta say, they put up a hell of a fight. Going up against Liquid here, picking up map 1 in the fashion they did, giving themselves the opportunity, but just falling short.
It's rough, but you see here what it means to Liquid to at least get themselves through this series. Smiles on their faces now, Lauren.
It looks like relief to me, Mike.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not really their end goal yet. That's still Toronto.
Well, the relief is at least a chance to reset
Rest.
here, a couple of days of rest. I mean, if you haven't, go back and watch that talk from Nats on Twitter. You've got to say that was a factor for today. He was talking about how key the rest, the reset in between these series is, especially in a lower bracket run.
Yeah, bang on. Wow, what a performance this has been. But while we prepare the interview with Nats, let's see how Team Heretics locked their spot in Toronto with our PaySafe card play of the week. It's going to be Rien's obviously against BBL. That was an absolute banger of a clip.
Yeah, I mean, he's always good for one of these. Again, so crisp. Rien's really been one of the highlight players of this region. Again, at this scoreline as well, you can see right down to the wire.
God. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And a real treat just to close out on as we head down to the stage and hear from the one and only Nats.
The one and only, no access to site indeed. Congratulations, Nads. If people weren't inspired by you before, I think they will be now. I don't know how you got through the last couple of days, so I just wanted to ask you, what's been motivating you? What else is left in the tank?
Thank you so much, first of all. I mean, I don't think there is anything left, honestly. That's all that we give right now. I mean, we're just playing and we're enjoying the game. Unfortunately, yesterday we didn't manage to win Fnatic, and today we just came and tried to give all of us because we're not gonna give up as a team. So yeah.
You've been leading from the front this entire year. Was it difficult for you knowing that it was down to your hands yesterday? You were one round away to lose like that. How do you recover so quickly?
I mean, unfortunately, I did lose in 12-11 to Boster, but I mean, I played a lot already, and I'm not first time on the stage, so it's just fine. I mean, we didn't have much time to think about what happened yesterday because we had a game today, and if we would let just emotions take over us, I don't think we would achieve the result that we achieved today. So yeah, I mean, it's just experience and understanding the stuff.
You're so cool, Nats. I'm just gonna say, I think everyone is thinking it. You're so not just calm and collected, but my goodness. It's already been a very intense run for you guys, not just this split, but this year. You know, you play so much Valorant. How do you balance that? You know, how do you make sure you balance that, not get too emotional, everything that you spoke about?
I mean, we're just enjoying to be on the stage here. We actually, during the game, we were counting amount of matches we played.
It's a lot. Yeah.
I think it was, with this one, it's 18 already. I mean, we're just enjoying, and I think we're just understanding when we need to be emotional, when we need to be less emotional. I think that's what we're improving day by day by being here on the stage. As I said, already 18 matches, and it's just the stage one. It's cool.
It's crazy. You've been through a lot, like you said. You have so much experience. Where would you rank this in terms of difficulty and how challenging it is in your career so far?
I love when it's challenge. Honestly, I would say I don't think I ever passed through upper bracket to anywhere. From what I remember, any tournament I played, it was always lower bracket. It was always some kind of weird lose in the upper bracket, and just going to the lower bracket. I even remember the Masters 2021 when we lost 200 Ts on the icebox. I'm already used to that. If we drop to lower bracket, that's meant to be.
So this, you wouldn't even rank this very high in terms of, you know, stress level, how challenging everything is. It's just normal for you?
I just enjoy it. I don't want it to be easy, because if it's too easy, I don't know.
It's boring.
I don't know. I've never been there, honestly. I've never been when it's like too easy, honestly.
You've had to work through it. You've had to work through it.
As a team, yeah.
But for your boys, though, you know, this is probably their first time having to go through something so stressful and so intense. So how are you holding up? We know you love a good speech. We hear you are always talking. You're so vocal. So what's that been like to make sure that they also get on your level when it comes to staying cool and calm and collected?
I mean, I'm trying to give the boys examples from my already career, because, for example, what happened yesterday, I already had that kind of thing in career before, and I know how it's exhausting. For example, yesterday match, when you play almost every single round, you are very emotional, and you need to come today and perform again. And today is the match already if you lose, you're already getting eliminated. I'm just trying to give them experience. They trust me, they follow, and I think that it just works.
Do you feel like there's a lot on your plate? You know, you have to do a lot. From the outside, it looks like you have to do everything. Is that
No,
true?
I mean, not everything. Everyone is doing their own job, like coaching stuff, performance stuff. The boys is doing a lot. It's not just on me. Everyone is doing a lot of job overall. For example, yesterday after the game, the coaching staff full went to check the full votes from the Navi. And the rest of the boys went just chill, right? So that's why everyone is working hard. And that's what honestly makes me happy, because if I choose anyone from the team, everyone is giving 150%.
I love to hear that. But the job is not done.
Yeah.
Luckily, you will get some time to sleep and some time to prep for your next game. It will be against BBL. You've played against them already. And again, like you said, even that game, right? It's weird things happening. It's not easy. There's always a challenge. I think they are already expected to play you. They're very excited. They talked about getting revenge. How are you feeling about playing against them next week?
Good. I mean, they are showing a very good performance this tournament. They were showing very good performance on the kickoff, I think. We're going to prepare to them as we usually do, as to every opponent. We're going to come with a match respect. And it's going to be a good game. And that's going to be a game to qualify to Toronto. So let's see who is deserved to be there.
Hey, you remember you have your blessing. When you do one, you do all three. Does that still exist?
I mean, let's see. But if that actually exists, unfortunately for Yampi, right? But
Oh no! Oh yeah! Yeah, that must be a bit, you know, that's gonna be emotional.
But we will need to see. It might gonna happen, but without the hard work, who knows what's gonna happen.
All right, I love that from you. Thank you so much, Nats, for joining me. Congratulations once again. I hope you have a good rest. You deserve it.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're gonna close the show out here, but don't forget we have more playoffs action coming up next week, starting on Friday. Come back and see which one of our 4 teams will be taking the trophy. Have a lovely week, and we'll see you there.
He's got a player coming up behind him, and Yana J will put this one to bed. Versus! It will be a 13-2 decimation after a close call on Haven. Nice! Nice! God!
BBL! They've claimed Turkey's 82nd province. They've won the Turkish derby.
3, 2, 1. Toronto! Very aggressive team, boys. We need to kill them once. Okay? This is gonna be enough. Let's not do it. Guys, who are you picking, no?
But they're back up to business. They're defusing right under their noses. Denied at the final hurdle.
One enemy. Bring them down. Listen up.
Nice! Let's go! Nice! Party! Go!
Momentum. Bring the momentum. It's been a one-sided affair. No two ways to put it. Boys, a nice try. But nice is not nice enough.
It's not a college duo.
It's a perpetual state of this is fine.
And it looks like they've fallen in the end. Nats leading by example.
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleep